Alright. Let me make sure I have this set up properly. Thing seems to be in order. I'm going to be using the Preservation of Aggro chat cover, just because I really didn't feel like making a custom one just for warrior leveling. I'll probably, I don't know, like turn this off at some point in a little bit, but one of my friends was messaging me, and I didn't want to have to, like, you know, worry about blocking that out, so it's there for now. So I'm gonna do the Prot Warrior run, like, at the start this time. That's the goal, especially because Calamitous is up, so we have 3 hours, which I think should be more than enough. But yeah, I'm gonna do all the setup and whatnot, and then we'll kind of jump right into the run. I don't even remember how my warrior got, like, a bit of experience. I must have did, like, 1 or 2 quests to, like, test something out for the add-on and just forgot, because I hadn't planned to actually use this character. This was just kind of a spur-of-the-moment thing recently. I figured it would be helpful to get a little bit more example footage, especially of the add-on, like, in action. And may as well do a leveling run while we're at it, and then I'll probably hop onto the PTR later and do a little bit of testing, so... yeah, that's the plan. I'm gonna start buying stuff. I'm just gonna pull up my shopping list so I can get that all figured out. Did I write... I can't remember. I do believe I put the correct things. No. I haven't, yeah. I haven't updated my consumable section of my shopping list to account for all of the new stuff, so I guess I should probably do that. May as well. Time like the present. Alright, Midnight, level 80 green gear. And then you want shoulders. What do you want? So first, let me check level 81 gear. I'll buy that first, but then I'll update my spreadsheet thingy accordingly. Right, for plates. So bracers we have here. I'll take anything that has haste on it. Over here, chest piece, crit haste, sure. Then yeah, the helmet, pure haste, cool. And then boots. Yeah, that is interesting that there's no NG boots at all. But this is still fairly cheap, so I don't mind. Let's go crit haste. Alright, so I'll do another section on my shopping list for Midnight, level 81 blue gear. And then I will add... I'll add helmets. It's different for cloth, right? So I'll double check that if I'm gonna do it. Helmet, NG, wired. Then bracers are also NG required, right? Yeah. Then bracers. Or no, they're not. Yeah, I can be either one. So what is... So plate is... All of them are bracers, right? Yeah, mail has bracers. Leather has bracers. And then, is it cloth? Cloth still has bracers. Cloth just has a belt instead of chest. So, bracers. Then... What would it be? All of them also have boots. Boots. Chest. Plate. Leather. Plate, mail, leather. Belts. Cloth. Alright. Actually, yeah, cloth got a really raw deal. I mean, I never even consider doing speedruns with clothies anyway, so it wouldn't really matter much. But the fact that one of the level 80 items you can buy is a belt, and cloth gets a belt, and it's not a chest piece. You can't buy a chest piece from the rep vendors. But the other armor types get it as a blue item. That is quite a bit unfortunate for cloth wearers there. Just make sure, double check. This is, yeah, that's working. Alright, cool. So, yeah, green gear is shoulders for everybody. Then it would be, I guess, chest for cloth. And, oh yeah, and then also necklace and ring. Necklace, ring, times 1. For level 80 green, we would have a second one. So, ring times 1 for level 80 green gear. And then what else? What am I forgetting? Crafted, green, Reshi wraps. Yeah, I guess, I don't know, I'm not going to put Reshi wraps on the shopping list. That wouldn't feel correct. Then crafted, bracers crafted, weapon, I suppose. Weapons. And then trinkets, you don't really have options, so just take what you can get. Boots crafted, pants, you would buy a green. Yeah. Pants, and then belts, gloves, we get the level 81 item. In theory, you could buy a green. Like, I happen to have green gloves that I just got from one of my Calamitous runs. I've been storing these in my bank, so I will use them on this character, because, like, why not? May as well. But I think that covers everything for gear. Obviously, I have to buy the stuff. The things... This is a level 85 ring, so I will need to do that. Everything that I already have, I will equip now. This is also level 85. And I still need, definitely, weapons, and... if any of these slots, these things, are really weak, then I might replace them, but it looks like they're all whatever. Like, I can probably stomach a delve or two, as long as the rest of my stuff is replaced. And I get, like, Reshi wraps, etc. Okay, so that would be level 81. I still need necklace and ring, so miscellaneous, range 1. Sure. And, yeah, as long as it has haste, that's all I really care about. Cool. And what else? I think that's it for level 81 gear. Now I just need pants, a ring, and weapons. So plates, select usable. Legs. God damn, that's expensive. I don't really care all that much. I don't have the energy right now to hunt for, like, a cheaper one. And at the very least, like, pants are one of the slots that you're going to use for a longer period of time. And then for miscellaneous, finger... it's like a cheap thing I can buy. Sure, that has haste on it. Fine. And then I have this stuff that I could use. And then, oh yeah, also weapons. So, search one-handed. That stuff's really cheap overall. That is good. And then a shield, ideally. Weapon, that would be under armor. Miscellaneous shield. And then I'll also... God, that is a lot. Fine. If there's a cheap shield at level 83, I'll buy that as well. Just because there's not... Oh, I have usable. Okay, there. That's actually cheaper, so... Grab that. I believe it's saying 139 is just a UI error, right? Yeah, that's just a bug. It's actually higher level. And we'll put that there. I'll move this stuff up here. And I'm going to go grab Reshi Wraps before I forget. And I believe that should be everything aside from... I could check the price of... There's some really cheap, at least usually really cheap, trinkets from... usable only. Oh, okay, well. I say usually very cheap, and then they are 8k gold. So, yeah, that, I'm not gonna buy that. I'll probably get trinkets out of Delves that I can use that would be upgrades. And those trinkets aren't even that good anyway, so it's like... That is not a good thing. If it was only 1k gold, like if I wasn't actually spending that much, sure, maybe. But at that price point, not worth. Now I still need to do consumables and whatnot, which I will add to my shopping list. I also... Initially, I was thinking that I might not bother adding... or getting, like, enchants and whatnot for this run. But I think since I need to update the shopping list anyway, because I forgot that I hadn't done that yet, I may as well go through and add that stuff. I'm kind of... I don't know, because, like, the thing is, some of the expensive enchants are, like, really expensive still currently. So... Normally I specify the enchant, but I actually think for alt leveling right now, it's not really worth... where am I going? Right, Koresh. It's not really worth doing all of that. I think you can... Where do I... Do I have to get the quest off Illyria? Yes. Yeah. So I think I'm going to, on this character, buy the cheaper versions, but I won't really specify the enchant name. I'll just label at least which slots are eligible to be enchanted. Oh, hey, Lub. Good to see you. I didn't... Apparently, I've already modded you on Twitch as well. I didn't even realize that. Let's do... How do I do the skip? Actually, I don't need to do the skip. Right, because I can do this, and then we can just fly there, and that actually gives a tiny bit of extra experience doing it that way. And even though I'm on a tank, I think, like, Reshi Wraps on a DPS is stronger. I don't know if that's necessarily enough to make it so, like, DPS specs would be better for leveling. I do think that, generally speaking, once you get to this level, it's probably the case that DPS specs are just slightly ahead regardless. So you can maybe make an argument that Reshi Wraps are just one other factor in that. I do think, because I've been debating what I want to do for, like, Turbulent Timeways 1 to 90 speedruns. I think it probably still very much is a choice between Windwalker Monk, Guardian Druid, and what's it called? And I'll take haste here. Windwalker Monk, Guardian Druid, and then Havoc Demon Hunter. I haven't really strongly considered anything else. I think one thing that, like, Windwalker Monk historically, like, back in... It's kind of been all over the place, but, like, back in War Within, I used Windwalker for, I think, all of my world records. In the end, at least. I did some early Druid runs. And then... I think Dragonflight... What did I... I know my fastest 60 to 70 was... Druid. At the time. But I think even before that, I was using Guardian Druid a lot back in... Like, at the end. I think, yeah, I started Dragonflight doing Windwalker runs just because the Windwalker changes were good, and the Bear Druid tuning was really actually quite bad at the start of Dragonflight. And then after Bear got its, like, big set of buffs midway through, like, in Aberrus, I believe I started using Bear more often. And then all of most of War Within, outside of the very start, I used Windwalker, which I think was better. And then for what's it called? For obviously start of this expansion, I primarily used Guardian Druid because it was just ridiculously overpowered. It's still really good, but it has gotten nerfed. But I used Windwalker Monk in the last run, the 1 hour 38-minute run, and it's still definitely a really strong spec. But there have been times when I have felt like Windwalker Monk was just kind of obscene. I'm gonna be honest, like current Windwalker Monk is, it's not like absolutely god tier for leveling. There's a lot of jank in its rotation, and a lot of the stuff, like, I think definitely by the midpoint of War Within, Windwalker was very solidly the best leveling spec, better than Guardian Druid. Like, I'm very confident in that. It had some really, really crazy tools. But the changes to Conduit of the Celestials kind of just, it's not bad, but it is much weaker now. And I played Shadowpan in that last run, and it was, like, fine. But I really was not vibing with it. It just didn't feel that strong. It felt like okay. But normally you play Windwalker Monk not because it's okay, it's because it's really broken historically. And there's a lot of things that Windwalker lost that really feel bad. Its survivability is considerably lower, which I don't think I died at all during the run. But I definitely had to play a little bit safer. I do remember a few delves where I was at least a little bit nervous for a moment of like, okay, I'm kind of cutting it a little bit close here. And I maybe could have gone a little bit more aggressively, and like I had to kite for a little bit. And that, like, it wasn't a big deal, but it did lose me some amount of time compared to when Windwalker is just completely immortal. And part of that also, I think, had to do with the really weak delve tuning on the PTR, like the fact that I was scaled to item level 90. So I'm already, with like my crappy gear, like that I'm not replacing most of, at a higher item level right now than the item level I was scaled to doing delves in that Windwalker Monk speedrun. So I just felt really, really, really weak. And Valeera just kept instantly dying all the time, which, you know, it's unfortunate, but it is kind of like a weird issue with how the PTR handles that type of thing. So, shouldn't be a problem here, and then especially as a tank, like, that's not a concern. It's just, I know my damage as a Prot Warrior is going to be still a good bit lower than what I'm able to do on Windwalker, but also Prot Warrior isn't one of the specs I'm considering for, like, the super fast speedruns, but it's good. You just press your abilities enough times, and eventually the mobs are dead. But it just won't get there quickly. Guardian Druid, one of the big things current Guardian has going for it is definitely the fact that with Feral Frenzy, with the cat form Heart of the Wild, that is, it can do really, really, really good single target damage. So it's one of the best tank specs at doing burst single target. And especially, like, in a leveling context, a lot of times, by the time that your Feral Frenzy ends, like, the target's pretty much dead. So you get maximum value out of it. And sustained single target doesn't really matter, because then a lot of times, for, like, the individual big health enemies that you encounter while leveling, you'll have Feral Frenzy up for, like, over half of them. Because then you're just cleaving down mobs with, like, Thrash and shit in between. One thing I haven't decided on is, after the changes, whether or not Druid of the Claw or Loon's Chosen is better. Because the Loon's Chosen was really, really bad at the start of this expansion, and Druid of the Claw was, like, giga overtuned. So it was kind of a no-brainer. But even though a Loon's Chosen is better now, Druid of the Claw is still not bad. And the fact that it does more burst single target, I think might mean that it's still better for leveling. And there's a lot of stuff that Druid of the Claw does where it works really well for leveling with the first mangle that you do after entering combat gives you a guaranteed Ravage proc. Because a lot of times you can get way more value out of that in a leveling environment than you realistically can in other content. So its performance is, like, disproportionately higher. And the issue that I find a lot of times with Moonbear is while it can do, like, solid sustained damage, it does feel like for leveling, you, generally speaking, want more burst. And a lot of times you're not going to get the maximum value out of stuff like you would in a big M+ pull. So I have done... I can't remember. I don't think... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't stream my Druid 80 to 90 because I was just another bear run. But I did experiment, and in that leveling run, I did play Loon's Chosen. And it was fine, but I did kind of get the feeling that Druid of the Claw was stronger. So, none of that really matters for low-level stuff, because obviously I'm trying to think a complete big picture, what would be best for a 1 to 90 run. Obviously, the other consideration is Havoc, so if I decide on Havoc, which, I'll be honest, I'm leaning towards right now, then that would start at level 10, but, I mean, it's fine. Obviously, Demon Hunter's weird, and 1 to 10 is just so trivial. It's kind of the issue that I outlined earlier in the expansion of, like, what do you even do with 1 to 10 at the moment? It's basically a meaningless level range. So, we'll see what I decide to do. But, I don't know. No, I have to think about it. That is not necessarily relevant to this particular leveling run, but it is on my mind. So, let's see. I'll do current expansion only. Armor kits. We'll do, yeah, the cheap one. This requires level 81. This is... I mean, that's like close to double the effect, and the cost is minimal. I'm not going to buy the super expensive one for this run, but yeah, I can get for that. So pants, armor kit, or spell thread. For ring... what's the ring enchant? Item enhancements, finger. Yeah, so, like, for... Definitely, you go Nature's Fury. Or, what's it called? Eyes the Eagle. For almost every spec at this point. So, I'm not going to do that, though, because that's just a little bit too expensive. In fact, I'll buy 3 rings, because I have the level... this 85 one. So I'll get a replacement at that point. Okay, so I'll put ring, Eyes of the Eagle, or discount enchants. I think that's probably a good compromise. And then also, gems are still worth it even if you're getting the cheap ones. Gem. I'll just put gem, comma, can be cheap. Put that over on other section. And then for necklace, I usually do think it is worth it to get the it's Eversong Diamond, right? Yeah. I mean, that's good. That is a pretty big chunk of primary stats. Whether or not you get the bigger one isn't really important. Like, yeah, on this character, I'll save a little bit. But... it's the necklace. Indecipherable Eversong Diamonds. And then, for boots... I know it's Farstrider's Hunt, but what's the discount one? Actually, there is no cheap one. Yeah. Yeah, fuck it. Boots, Farstrider's Hunt, and what else am I missing? Chest, right? Chest is Mark of the World Soul. That's really expensive, though. I will do Mark of Nalarak. So I'll put for chest, World Soul, Mark of the World Soul, or discounts. Okay. Cool, comma. Then I need to paste that up to there. And then weapons, Weapons I usually do World Soul Aegis just because it is so much cheaper. Even the higher one is cheaper, but, like, look at how cheap this is. And it's not a bad enchant. Like, it doesn't do... Or, yeah, so I'm gonna do that again. I'll buy 2 of these. I'll put that, so where is weapons? Well, 80, I'll also put /83. Here. Weapons. Equity of the Ren. How do you spell Renderai? Forget where the apostrophe is. Right, after the Ren. Dorai. How do you spell Dorai? EI. Comma. Or World Soul Aegis for cheap. There we go. I think that's everything. Shoulder enchants, right? There's a lot of enchants. Shoulder and helmet enchants. Yeah, shit. Alright. Shoulders, Akilzon's swiftness. Or I'm getting Flight of the Eagle, right? Yeah. Or Flight of the Eagle. Then for helmets, it is same thing, speed or discount speed. Empowered Hex of speed. Or yeah, Empowered Blessing. So for helmet, I'll put Empowered Blessing or Blessing of Speed or Discounts Enchants. I think that's clear enough. Yeah, and then obviously I'm going to do Enchant Helm, Blessing of Speed. But it is, like, for 22 golds, you may as well. I mean, that is literally nothing. You get gray items that vendor for that price. So that's why, like, there's a lot of these things where I figure if people just get it set up, it'll make their life a little bit easier. Like, how much gold was this? Like, 100 gold to get World Soul Aegis, which... Is this going to have a major impact? No, but for 100 gold, will it give you a decent amount of damage and shielding, which for a lot of people could actually matter more? Yeah. It can't hurt. If anything, I think most people would be served well by putting... I'm too low to use that right now. By at least putting enchants on any of their... what's it called? Blinking. On any of their level 81 gear. The stuff that they're going to use the entire leveling process, right? Like, you may as well enchant that. But obviously, I'm putting a few enchants on some green items. Now, there is a good chance I won't replace these. I often finish leveling runs, especially nowadays, where you finish at round level 85. Or that makes sense. So, yeah, I think that is almost everything. The only thing I need is gems. I have bags and whatnot. Oh, yeah, professions. And consumables. Okay. Yeah, no, actually, never mind. I still have a decent amount of things to do. Let's just search current expansion, gems. And then we want something cheap. I want... Sure. Take that. That's like the cheapest multi-stat Peridot. Why not? And then for consumables, you still want... I should probably recategorize these because, like, the way I have consumables currently categorized on my shopping list, and, like, so the thing about the shopping list, right, for context, originally this was like my own kind of just like shorthand notes document that I made literally back in Shadowlands when I was doing my first ever speedruns before I even planned on making YouTube videos. I started writing this thing, but then a lot of people started asking me questions about it, and then like over the years I've been like trying to format it a little bit because I've shared the link. But nowadays, like, I know actually a decent amount of people use it as a reference, so I try to keep it updated, but I mean, it's inherently still shorthand. And the way that I have all this set up is I have... Originally, the idea was like, I just go down the list and I'm like, okay, I'm doing a big speed run. What do I need? And then for the flask section, it just has all the flasks for all the level ranges. Now, I know which one corresponds to which, but I think in theory, to make this easier to sort out for people, like, it would be better to restructure this as relevant consumables for this level range, well, relevant consumables for that level range. I don't know. I mean, at some point, I might expand this, but it's also, like, leveling is just so... It's, like, at an all-time low, I think, for relevance, at least, like, Chromie time leveling. Especially because they just haven't really done much to reinvent it, so it's not really something that, like, that many people care about these days, I think. At least not enough to justify, like, trying to make a detailed, you know, speedrun shopping list, that kind of thing. That's, at this point, falls squarely into the realm of, like, fairly niche stuff. So I think about it also because, like, the best food, still, for this level range is fried bonefish. But if I don't have any extra food listed, like right now, what do I have for food? Yeah, fried bonefish is the last food that I have listed there on my shopping list. I'll put a note. This until level 90. That way, if people are using this, they know that, like, this is still the food that you use, even for 80 to 90. Because it's just, well, the stat squish broke it, and it's now back to being extremely good. Flask you run... you do run a flask. You do... flask... Well, I'll do consumables. For an expansion only. Flask. Flask of the... Blood Knights / Shattered Sun / Thalassian Resistance / Magisters. For this run, I'm going to buy... I'll buy 5 flasks of the Blood Knights. That should be fine. And then for potions... Potions, lights, potential times 20. There's lights, potential. These. And then, where's the other thing? The, right, weapon runes or oils. Thalassian Phoenix oil times 20. Phoenix oil. Just buy this. Cool. I could technically buy drums. Sure. I'll buy drums. Where are they? I have them on the list here. Drums. What are they called? Void Touched. Void. Sure. I figure I'm probably not going to use many of these, if any, while leveling, but this will be nice to have for max level, because every now and then you want to be able to drums, and oftentimes I just forget. I think that is everything that I need to update for the purposes of the shopping list. I do, however, still need to get my crafting stuff, because I am missing, I think, a few Evercores or whatever. I just grabbed... These are the leftovers from... what am I... Yeah, this is what I want to use it on. Whatever I grabbed is just the leftovers from my previous characters. That's what's already in my reagent bag. But I think specifically for Evercores, I need more. So if I just refer down to my shopping list... Engineering plus enchanting, grand total, Evercore times 27. So, honestly, I'm just gonna buy 100 Evercores, and I should be fine. Pile of junk, I have enough. Malleable wireframe, I have enough. Fulgent copper, fulgent tin, yeah, that I all have. Dust, I'll buy... if I need to use dust, honestly, I should have enough stuff to disenchant, so I should be fine. The motes, I have enough. And then the vellums and the copper rod I can buy off the vendor. That should be fine. Okay, yeah, I think Evercore is the only thing I noticed for sure that I was running low on. Alright. There we go. And then I have War Mode. I'll revisit my talents in a little bit. I will be playing Mountain Thane, but I'm pretty sure, if memory serves, I kind of just, like, YOLO through the last few points in, because the last time we played this warrior, I did stream it on my second channel for 70 to 80, but I basically skipped almost the entire, like, second half of 70 to 80 with crafting, so most of my final talent points were, like, just, I clicked random things to make it go away, so I will need to make sure that this is correct. Looks fine at a glance, but I'm sure that there's a few adjustments I can make. Lil Deke said, just got here. Did you miss the 90-minute pre-run yap? Well, yes and no. I didn't yap for 90 minutes this time, but I think, depending on when you sent that, you probably got most of it. I've only been streaming for about 36 minutes, but I've gotten basically everything in order. In fact, I'll also remove my chat cover. But yeah, I knew that there would be less setup required this time around, but also since I literally just streamed yesterday, and there was a lot of, like, off-topic yapping yesterday, there honestly isn't really much I have to say unrelated to the run before we get started. So I logged in, and I was just all business right from the get-go. Oh, also, the Environment subscribed with Prime. Thank you very much, the Environment. 6 months, damn. Let's see. Hey, Aksara. You're tanking for the first time this season. In low keys, you can't tell if you're bad or it's your healer. Well, so low keys are... tanking and healing both. Healing, honestly, more so, but tanking especially, in low keys, you can't really get a feel for it. I mean, it's hard to... It's hard to say. Obviously, like... I can't comment without knowing the specifics, right? Like, that's... It's entirely possible it's either or. Not necessarily that you're bad, right? I do think that something to keep in mind is you probably will be making mistakes if you're brand new to tanking. The problem that I find a lot of people get into when they're learning tanking, I see the sentiment a lot, is people are terrified of making mistakes. And I kind of get it too. Like, I am very much like a perfectionist, where I always try to make sure that I'm doing, like, everything I possibly can before I get started on something. And, like, in any game, really. Well, in anything, really. So, the idea of going into something unprepared is, like, I mean, it's scary, right? You want to make sure that you're doing correctly, because then if you fuck up, you feel bad, even if it, like, you know, you have to learn somehow. But tanking especially is one of those things where... Okay, I just noticed something, and I'm sorry. I apologize to everybody for the cognito hazard I'm about to drop on you, if you did not notice this too. But my eyes just drifted over the words talents here, and I realized that this entire talent window is, like, just completely off-center. Like, the alignment of, like, talents, apply changes, and, like, the hero talents are just not centered properly, and it just... Now I can't unsee it, and it's just pissing me off. This is peak ADD. I just... Ugh. Fucking hell. I hate Blizzard's UI design so fucking much, dude. So I'm gonna close this so it stops distracting me. So, all that to say, it's gonna take time to learn tanking. Tanking, especially, is one of those things where you kind of need to get experience. And here's the thing about tanking, right? Like, I like to think I'm a pretty good tank, right? I still have had times when I join like a low-ish key, and it's a fucking train wreck because you can only do so much. Because you can do a normal pull, and people can fuck up. The the most common issue I see like new tank players trying to do is just blindly copying, like, the worst case is MDI, right? Doing the MDI pulls is like, a meme for a reason in low keys, because it's just, you shouldn't do that. It's a really bad idea. And I think that generally speaking, it's important when you're learning to like get a feel for what your healer is capable of. And I almost always like start off a little bit slow, no matter what group I'm running with, no matter the fact that I'm obviously comfortable tanking. I always just start off kind of slow, get a feel for my group, and then if I think that they're capable of handling bigger pulls, then I start doing bigger pulls. So one of the worst things that you can do is try and automatically assume like, yeah, I can just immediately copy all the pulls I see in like videos and MDI and shit like that, and then you die, and you're like, either I'm trash or my group's trash, and the reality is like, I mean, you don't need to be trash to still fail MDI pulls, right? Like, they are done that way for a reason, and they should not be replicated in low keys, even in plus 10s. Like, I will often tank plus 10s that are like 2 or 3 chested, and I'll have a DPS fucking bitching at me half the run, like, oh, what are these baby pulls? Oh my, pull bigger. I'm barely getting any damage off my cooldowns. And it's just the most annoying thing ever when, like, I know that the pulls I'm doing are more than sufficient to time the key, and it's basically impossible to fail as long as people are doing reasonable damage. And, like, mind you, whenever I'm doing that, it's for, like, 10s or 12s where I'm either farming gear or crests or whatever, and it's not a push key. Obviously, if you're pushing keys, it's a different story, but whenever I do, like, vault keys, I don't give a fuck about pushing for score. 90% of people doing 10s and 12s are just doing it for gear. So I'm just like, all right, I'm going to do a regular run. I have no idea what random people I got in this group are capable of, but I know that if I do this very standard pull, I can live it. I can crowd control it. There's nothing that relies on, like, other people in my group doing some crazy thing to make this work. And as long as they do a minimum amount of damage that's expected for this level, everything will go perfectly fine. And it always does. I haven't depleted, like, a plus 10 in a very, 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 very long time. But I have, actually, this season, depleted a plus 5. Because while I was pushing up one of my keys on my alts, like, early in the season, I got, like, a group of fucking demons that just ran it down and wiped on a boss, like, 4 times in a row, and then I just abandoned the key. And I was like, alright, fuck it, I'm just gonna, I don't know, take a break and try this again tomorrow, because that one was kind of frustrating. So, sometimes that just happens, and there's just nothing you can do about it. Robert That Rock is pissing you off? What is Robert That Rock? I have no idea what that means. Let's see. Environment said, follow the arrow rocks, and you love my tanking content. If by tanking content you mean my, like, incoherent rants about tanking that I do, like, every now and then, then I'm glad. Unfortunately, that's the only tanking content I do. I don't know. I've thought about, obviously a lot of people have asked, like, am I going to make more tanking guides? I'll think about it. But it always depends on, like, I have a priority system of what I want to do. And that is, even though I know people like it, it's making detailed videos like that is tricky. I've already talked about that extensively. How dare I point that out? I'm sorry. Your eyes are now cursed. You did a 12 MT and you were literally the only one interrupting, and you tried begging them to help? Oh, yeah. It's... reminds me of that, that one key that I did on, what was it, I forget which character I did it on, but the European key where the paladin midway, like, every 5 minutes would stop and say, guys, kick, clear the stairs, something. And he just, like, we were actually kicking. That group wasn't even that bad. And he was so pissed off that we were not doing, like, the perfect crowd control in every single pull. Obviously, that's a far cry from having nobody else kick, which I've been there, right? I know the feeling. That is not fun. But Magister's Terrace is definitely annoying, because Magister's definitely has a few pulls, like the AoE Fears, where there are a lot of times when I want to pull 2 of them at once, and it, like, makes logical sense, but if I'm in a group where I feel like nobody's actually interrupting, and I can only really trust myself, then I might not pull it. But I've done that before, and then I have DPS like, why aren't you pulling that other pack? It's like, well, because I don't trust you to fucking kick it. I won't say that. I'll just ignore them and move on. It's an online meme? Oh man, am I old? I already don't understand current memes. I guess that's what I get for not being on TikTok or whatever. I think I'm mostly ready to go. That's a DK you were able to interrupt in grip and needed and Gorfians. Yeah, true. Having grip as a backup helps. One thing I should do before I forget is clear out my quest log, just to make sure that there's no like random junk. Oh yeah, I did. So I have this quest. So clearly I went to Harldan. I don't remember why. I wish I remembered how I got 3 bars of experience. Like, ultimately, it doesn't matter, and there's a reason why. So, 2 things. I'm not going to put a timer on this, because, you know, as you can see, it's, like, kind of already started. This isn't, like, a real speedrun. This is more of, like, a test run. Frankly, I mean, this is how most people level. Most people don't, like, set a timer and adhere to, like, strict restrictions, so I'm mostly just testing to make sure everything works in the add-on. I'll abandon this quest, too. Oh! Okay, I did some stuff in Zul'jin. I didn't... Right! I remember now. When I was bug fixing this set of quests, when I was fixing the Ani quests, that's when I did all this. That's why I'm on the final step of the Ani chain. And I used my warrior for that. I remember now, because I had to go through the entire chain step by step on my druid to try and fix it, but then I had to actually turn in the initial Ani quest to make sure that the second part worked properly, and then I ran into another issue, so then I had to basically change the code, but I couldn't, like, uncomplete the quest on my druid, so then I needed another character that I could go and do the quests on again, and that's why. Okay. Well, even though I have some of these completed already, I'm gonna just abandon these for now. Because, like, I have 3 bars of XP, which now I remember it was from that. But I want to keep it, like, accurate. Alright, Uncle, let's get you to bed. Yeah. Is the add-on 12.0.7 updated? Yes, it is. It is indeed. If you look here, there's a 12.0.7 section, and you can read through all of the stuff that's changed. I have different sections you can go through, see everything that's been buffed, read through it, and then if you actually, you know, all of these changes that I describe in here are just directly updated into the alt route. So if you follow the same exact alt route as before, it has updated changes just baked straight into it to account for 12.0.7. And what I'm going to be doing today is I'm going to be demonstrating how that works, because I already did a speedrun, and that speedrun formed the basis of this alt route, but obviously, you know, chicken and the egg, right? Like, I had to do the speedrun first to get the route to update the add-on, so I don't showcase the updated route in that speedrun, so this will be a good way for me to test that out. And then the plan is, if I have time, I'm going to try and have it finished by tomorrow, but it might take until Monday, we'll see. But I'm working on, like, a shorter video, like, I don't know, 10 minutes long, we'll see. That is just basically this section, the 12.0.7 section, you can see there's a lot of words here. There's a lot of stuff. So I'm basically going to take all the information that I explain in this, like, section of the add-on, I'm going to, like, convert it into, like, a video, and then you'll get to see, like, what is actually changing in 12.0.7, what are the things you need to be aware of? What is not included? How is this, like, going to be integrated into the add-on? Or how is it? Because it already is updated. Like, what do you need to know? And then, like, Turbulent Timeways at the end, I'll mention. Turbulent Timeways will get its own video. Probably shorter video when it first comes out. Like, later this month. But I will at least put a mention about it when, or at the end of that video. But one of the other things that I wanted to do is get a little bit of extra footage. Especially, I wanted to get some in-progress, like, you know, real footage of how the add-on works with these changes. So I figured it would help to just do a leveling run with the add-on, with the updated version, and you get to see it for yourself. And then I get that footage that I can then use in the explanation video. But one thing, so I've thought about this a bit. I'm done using a timer for any non-speedruns, because I don't, like, obviously I have to read every single comment, so I don't know how many other people have, like, bothered looking at some of the comments I've had to deal with on my, like, my old leveling guides and whatnot. And by old, I just mean, like, even as recent as War Within. Every single time, there's, like, a few people that are just, they really cannot understand why, at a certain part of the footage, the timer says, like, 5 hours, and I'm saying that you can do it in under 3. And I say this multiple times at the very start of the video. I say that, like, my speedruns are in 3 hours or less, and that, like, the full footage of it is uploaded, right? People can watch it. But then, obviously, there's a lot of test runs that I do, especially for the later sections of the route, where, like, in my speedruns, they're so fast that I never get there. But then whenever I'm doing test runs that are, like, assuming lower experience values, like no Darkwind Fair, no Warband buff, so somebody is leveling effectively 30% slower, whenever I do those runs, there's bonus zones at the end that don't end up getting featured in my speedruns, but are still part of the route for people without the buffs. And so I still record runs where I do that stuff, and then use the footage, but then you'll get people like, oh, this guide's a lie, you know, the footage says 5 hours, and, you know, the title says 3 hours, so it's inaccurate, clickbait, and it's just, it's honestly just exhausting having to deal with that every single time. So I think an easier way to go about it is I just don't put a timer. On, if it's a speed run, I put a timer. But if it's just one of these runs where it's like a mostly yapping run, and we're just trying to demonstrate stuff, I don't put a timer. That way, if I have to use demonstration footage, I don't have to deal with, like, fucking crazy people. And, like, here's the thing. It sounds kind of like whatever, you know, it's just YouTube comments, but genuinely, like, this topic more than others, some people are, like, fucking deranged about it, man. Like, I had one guy in particular who, this was back in Dragonflight, but he was one of those people of, like, he went on a fucking crusade, and he started, like, spamming comments on, like, every form of social media that he can find me, basically saying that, like, the speedrun guide is clickbait because, like, you didn't actually do it in this amount of hours. And every single time I linked him the full footage of my run, and I'm like, go watch my run. Here is the footage of me doing it in this time. And then he just never addressed that and kept freaking out, all because it originated because he found, like, a clip in the video that had the 5-hour timer. Oh my god, the video's a lie. And when I basically, kind of, like, I was a little bit condescending, especially because his initial wording was condescending. Like, I match energy, right? Like, if somebody leaves a comment basically being like, hey, you know, I just, you know, don't understand this, right? Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but, like, why is XYZ thing? I will leave a nice comment in reply. But if somebody, like, opens with, your guide's bullshit, whatever, I'm going to call them a fucking idiot. And I'm going to say, you're fucking stupid. You know, use your fucking eyeballs and your brain a little bit and understand the point at the video where I said that this is by record run and multiple example runs will be used as background footage. And also, like, check the description for all the real runs. And then, like, that sent him into that fucking death spiral where I just had to deal with that. And it's just, it's exhausting, right? Dealing with just fucking lunatic people. And you're never really gonna fully escape them, but this is just one of those things that I've had to deal with enough that I'm like, maybe it would be better if I just did something to potentially avoid it. So that is at least a one thing I think I can do to make it a little bit easier. But take another sip of coffee and then we'll get started. So obviously I did some of the intro stuff, right? So this is something that I did put in a previous update. I'll draw attention, something I want to try and do in this run as well. Because I get a lot of, I don't know if I'd say a lot, this one more recently, I've gotten a few, like, messages and comments and stuff from people who don't read the manual steps, and, like, this contains important information, right? Some of it, obviously, you may already know. Right? But the problem that I found is there's some people who are just genuinely allergic to reading. And they will just go, yeah, click, 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 click. And then they'll realize they missed crucial information. And then they're like, oh, fuck, what do I do? And then, they either... Some people acknowledge that, and they're like, help, I accidentally skipped a step, and I don't know where to go. And, like, okay, I get it. But I've also had a few people basically tell me that, like, the guide isn't working, and it's bugged, blah, 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 because they click through a step that explained what they are supposed to do. And usually it presents with, like, notice how there's no arrow, right? There's no arrow because, like, this is a reading step, right? The only way I could put an arrow is if I put a gigantic fucking arrow that pointed to, like, the text and said, read, idiot, which I'm literally going to do, unironically. I talked about this last stream, but I'm going to not say read, idiot, but I'm actually going to make it so instead of just the arrow being blank during these steps, I'm going to make it so there's, like, some sort of graphic that says, like, you know, read the current step or something like that, so people know the arrow is not gone, the arrow is not bugged, you're just expected to actually read the stuff. Like, you know, I'm not trying to waste my time here, right? Like, I put these things here for a reason. I think they're important information. You just did 1 to 80 today. It's nice now. You don't have to do War Within anymore. Well, you've never had to do War Within. There's a bug that makes it so, to my knowledge, that hasn't been fixed. If you have existing characters in the 70 to 80 range, they are bugged and they can't turn on chromie time. But that is a bug that Blizzard just... I don't think they have fixed it yet. But that is not necessarily because they're trying to force you to do War Within. It's just bugged. That being said, you should do War Within. You actually... War Within is still the fastest way to do 70 to 80 right now. Even faster than any chromie type thing. Like, if we were comparing War Within 1-to-1 with, like, Hillsbred Foothills, even then, actually, I don't know, it would be close. Some of the reality is, like, XP is so condensed for that level range that it's hard to say. The main thing is that War Within crafting is just absurdly fast. That is by far the fastest thing you can do from 70 and 80, just like Dragonflight crafting is still worth it in the 60 to 70 range. And also, like, Midnight crafting is worth it in 80 to 90, you get the idea. Crafting XP is just kind of ludicrous. But the reality for War Within is there's a lot of really efficient side quest chains in Isle of Dorn, so you go there anyway to do crafting, and then you just kind of take a short flight outside of the city, and there's a bunch of extremely efficient quest hubs. Now, in theory, would it maybe be faster to, like, quest for 15 minutes in Hillsbrad? Like, if you have the final section... or, like, something in Loch Modan, maybe. But, like, both Loch Modan and Hillsbrad are really efficient zones, but a lot of times you have to do, like, the entirety of the chain to really get the maximum value out of it. Whereas the nice thing about those Isle of Dorn quest lines is they're very, like, isolated. You don't need to do a large thing to get the maximum value. So, I don't know. Honestly, I think... either way, I can say with certainty that it is the fastest way to do 70 to 80, because either way, you're doing, like, either Loch Modan or Hillsbrad in the... like 20 to 70 range. So by the time you've hit level 70, you have presumably exhausted all of the most efficient parts of chromie time that would, in theory, be able to compare with Isle of Dorn, and at that point, Isle of Dorn is just by far the fastest thing to do. So I think I'll ever do a 1 to 80 guide. Oh yeah, no, it's in the works. The entire thing should be done before 12.1. An early version of, like, the Alliance 1 to 80 guide, parts of it, probably like the first half, will be on Patreon next week for testers. And then I'm going to try to get the entire thing, like, fully tested and finished by, like, July. And then, same thing, I'll get the Horde route thrown up there, and then people can test that. And then, ideally, the entire Horde 1 to 80 will be available on the add-on before 12.1. And then there's a bunch of other things I want to have done by 12.1, but that is definitely the top priority currently. Well, the top priority shifted to 12.0.7, because obviously that's much more immediate. So initially I was hoping to have the Alliance Guide fully implemented by the end of June, but the 12.0.7 stuff ended up being a lot more impactful than I thought it would be, so that took up, like, way more of my time than I had initially predicted. But I think it was worth it, right? I do think the updated 12.0.7 guide is really good. Most people so far who have done it seem to agree. Read something in a game? What is this, communism? Yeah, exactly. So I do have a few stopgap measures for that. Another thing that I'm working on, right, is some of these steps, like, obviously this one, this is just information, right? It is important information to understand before you use the leveling guide. This doesn't have any arrow step to it, but there are a few steps where either there's no easy way for me to give credit. There are a few things where I know that I'll have to make new code to handle, like, setting Hearthstone and turning on war mode. People have told me there are triggers in the game that I can, like, request to get that, but I would still need to figure out a new way to get, like, the add-on to register it. Like, it's one thing to know that it exists, but I need to, like, add that to the code, which that is, like, you know, time consuming. It's worth it, and I will do it eventually, but it's, the issue with stuff like that, something that a lot of people don't consider, this is something I often find that people don't really think about. You may know how to do something, and you may think, like, oh, this is so easy, like, why don't people just do this, like, XYZ thing? But if I'm, like, weighing a bunch of different things that I can do, and I'm like, I can either, like, add a bunch of stuff and make updates to the add-on, like, the quests and whatnot for the route, to just make it better using the existing, like, code that I already have, and I'm just, like, tweaking the route to make it faster. Like, that is something I know exactly how long roughly it'll take me to do. The only variable there is, like, testing and how long that all takes. But the code and stuff, I know what to expect. But figuring out how to code something new into the add-on, that I don't know. Like, it could end up being really easy. Maybe I finally sit down to do it and it takes me, like, all of 30 minutes or something. Who knows? There have been times where I'm just like, all right, time to figure out how to do this thing. Oh, wait, actually, fuck, that's super easy. Okay, boom. And then it's done. But then there's also times where I go to, like, fix a bug, and then I'm sitting there for, like, fucking 5 hours trying to figure out how to do this thing that I thought would be easy, and it's not. So you never know with stuff like that. And so whenever I'm debating, like, what changes I'm going to make, I try to prioritize, like, easily addressable things that I know exactly that I can get them done in a reasonable time. Because I don't want to risk, like, starting to work on one, like, new feature for the add-on, and then next thing I know, like, I've spent the entire day and I've gotten, like, 0 progress done because I couldn't figure it out, and then I'm just, like, behind on getting it updated. So I wanted to make sure that at least, like, 12.7 was fully fixed before I started improving it. Like, I made some, like, core fixes to a few of the things in the add-on. Like, a lot of the bugs have been fixed. There's very few bugs, I would say, at this point, that are still remaining. There's, like, a few quality of life things I want to make, but I got all the big problems, I think, addressed. And then I updated, like, the Sojourner routes are almost entirely complete now. That was a big thing that I wanted to finish. And then, obviously, 12.0.7. But now that that's all done, there's still a few tweaks I want to make for 12.0.7, but now we can focus more on, like, the quality of life and the, you know, the clarification improvements that a few people, like, ran into problems with. So that is now the priority. All that to say, so let's read together. So obviously, I've added at one point reminders here. The reason why this is here, obviously, this is the guide for 80 to 90 alt leveling. I also, if you go to Midnight Campaign, this is the guide for 80 to 90 campaign leveling. I had a few people, before I added this, not look, click on the campaign route, especially because previously, prior to 12.0.7, the campaign route was first. Now, obviously, when I first made the add-on, that was like the first route I added, because everybody had to do that on launch, so I just had that as the first one. But what I found is a few people just clicked on the first route without really reading it and started following along, and then, like, midway through Eversong, they're confused. They're like, wait, this isn't like the video I watched, and then they realized that they didn't select the correct route. So I went in and I added these, like, disclaimers at the start. That way, if somebody does click on this, they'll see this guide is intended to be used during your first character. If you're looking for the faster route for alt leveling, you know, go here, click on this thing. So that's why this stuff's here. And to my knowledge, I haven't gotten a single message since implementing this, so I think this has helped address that issue. Nobody has gotten confused at this point. I also, I just thought, and I still think it was a good decision, to rearrange some of the modules here. So I can select what order they appear in, and I decided to put the 12.0.7 information section at the top. That way people know to look for that. And there's no chance that somebody gets confused, right? Because if somebody thinks this is the leveling guide, they'll quickly see, like, okay, this is not a leveling guide, this is just information. And they'll click on the alt route. But then this is the first actual leveling route that you'll find. If you go here, it's in order now of what I think is most important. Most people will look for the alt route, then they'll look for campaign, then they'll look for Sojourner. All right, cool. So you can check this off. Another thing, by the way, so let's say I check all this stuff off, I can go into the settings and I can reset optional steps, and then all of these checkboxes are re-enabled. It does all of it, though. So it's just a blanket thing. I don't want to add, like, an ability for somebody can manually go in and uncheck, like, specific steps. I think that's, like, too convoluted. But also, there's no harm in resetting optional steps. Worst case scenario, if you run into an issue, you just might need to click a few extra times. But I figure that is a good way to make sure that somebody can very easily, if they think that they missed something, get it back. Blizzard just needs to make leveling an optional feature, and you can create a 90 if you leveled once. I don't know if I'd go that far, but I definitely think leveling should still be streamlined a little bit further. I've talked about that in the past. I have some ideas, but you know that is a yap session, I think, outside the scope of this particular stream. But okay, yeah, so we looked at that. This guide includes multiple steps that require you to manually check a box to flag it as complete. Blah, 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 blah. Check the box. If you understand and are ready to proceed, check off all the boxes. This is like a final... I want to make sure that you understand how to read, right? Please know that you will need to read, and you will need to check boxes, right? I also have notes down here. This is another thing, right? People still miss this. Although my 2-hour 80-90 speedrun was done with war mode and the 25% warband buff, there are extra quest lines included at the end. People still think... most people know this, but I still see comments, especially on Reddit. I've seen this a few recently, where people are like, oh, the guide assumes that you have the 25% buff. No, it doesn't. I use that for my speedruns, but there's plenty of extra stuff for people who don't have it, right? So here, I've already completed this quest on this character, but normally it would direct you to speak to Leatrix in either Stormwind, Dornogal, or Orgrimmar. Now, this note, disable any gossip automation before speaking to Leatrix. This part technically isn't true anymore. This is particularly an issue that, what's it called? Quick Quest had early on in the expansion, which is why I put that note. I could probably remove it in the future, but I don't know if Quick Quest has fixed that. I've honestly had it disabled ever since. Sorry, Pelham. But then, the main reason I also put the notes, like, you can just skip the quest. It's worth it to press complete quest to get like a free 2k XP. Like, it takes 2 seconds, you may as well. Then after you do that, I have a reminder to turn on war mode, right? So, yeah. Always make sure. I even do say, this is optional. You do risk getting ganked by other players, but it is usually worth turning on. Fun fact about this, just the other day, speaking of, you know, crazy people, right? Some guy was using the 12.0.7 route, and I'm presuming, I'm trying to, like, translate the nonsense that I got thrown at me. It sounds like he tried to follow the route, he had war mode on, and then he went to do the Abundance in Voidstorm in war mode, and got ganked repeatedly. And this guy, I shit you not, wrote, like, on basically, same thing I said before with, like, that other person, wrote on, like, every form of social media, to the degree, by the way, that this guy was, like, a fucking lunatic. I saw a random Reddit post of somebody asking a question about Follow the Arrow. And, like, when I opened Reddit in the morning, looked through, I saw a question about, like, Follow the Arrow. Clicked on it. I, like, responded to the person asking the question. It was, I think, something about the XP modifiers. And this same person, like, commented on this random-ass Reddit post saying, the alt guide is complete trash. I tried following it, and I got ganked multiple times in war mode. It's not designed for people who like to PvP at all. Like, dude, just... disable war mode, right? Like, if you're getting ganked, just turn it off. And, like, I even do say this in the fucking, the step to turn on war mode. Like, you can get ganked. So, this guy, like, had a fucking mega crash out and left comments on multiple things telling me that, like, my add-on was the worst thing ever because he got ganked in war mode, which, like, brother, how is that my fault? But the thing with stuff like that is, like, obviously this guy's a lunatic, and the only thing I did is on specifically that Reddit comment, because, like, somebody leaves a comment on YouTube that basically calling me, like, the worst shit ever, I'm just gonna delete it and ignore it. Like, I don't consider that to be, you know, worth a response. But considering he did it on Reddit, which is, like, a public place, I did leave a nice reply basically saying, I do think it's very unfair to, like, say that the route is bad because you got ganked, but you could always turn off war mode. It's only a 15% buff, and then just turn it back on the next time you're in Silvermoon. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Thankfully, the guy got downvoted to oblivion. Somebody else also said pretty much the exact same thing I did, of, like, the guy literally tells you to turn off war mode if you're getting ganked. Why is this a big deal? So it's not like this is a popular opinion, but this is the shit I have to deal with. Now, while that person is a lunatic, right? I do think it is important to listen to feedback, even when it is, you know, what's the phrase about, like, people know how to identify a problem but not how to solve it. So, like, obviously this guy got ganked and he sees that as a problem with the route, and obviously the fact that he got ganked is not a fault of the guide. But he does bring up a valid point, not necessarily the way that he worded it, but the sentiment of, I want to avoid getting ganked in war mode, is valid, and it is fair to say that, like, in abundance, there is a higher chance of getting ganked, you know, than other stuff, because there's more level 90s doing this content. Thankfully, there is actually a very easy way for me to route in turning off war mode without it losing you literally any experience whatsoever. So the fact that he was so passionately pissed off about this was like, all right, I should maybe think about, like, adding in a disclaimer to the routing where it, like, literally changes just to help you turn off war mode as an optional thing if you want. So I'm going to do that, and I'm actually going to demonstrate the idea that I have in this particular run, and I'd like to think that it's like a fairly elegant solution, I feel. But it definitely, I do think it was a little bit overzealous, but, you know, it is fair. Like, that's the kind of thing where if somebody had pointed it out to me and just said, like, hey, you know, it could be helpful to remind people to turn off war mode, I would have been like, yeah, fair point. And a lot of times people say that, like, it could be nice to add a reminder for XYZ thing. A lot of these reminders, like I said before, the reminder at the start of, like, you know, make sure you're in the right guide, came from people saying, I got confused on this part, could you add a reminder? And I'm like, sure. No problem at all with that, but having a crash out across multiple social media platforms is a little bit excessive. But hey, I'm gonna try to incorporate that dude's feedback regardless. You're half joking, but past launch day leveling, you think 90% of players don't enjoy leveling? I mean, I don't disagree. I do think... Well, I think people don't enjoy leveling because the way leveling's designed right now is just not fun, and there are more fun ways to design leveling. There's a lot of different ways that you can do leveling. Frankly, I think Guild Wars 2 has it the best way, but obviously, you know, we just need to wait for Blizzard to realize that they should just copy more often from Guild Wars 2 and their game will improve, because that game's just better. And pretty much everything except in-game rating. Being me in level during demon hours? Yeah, true. Oftentimes I don't get ganked, so I don't really think about it, but it can happen, for sure. You and your wife were using Follow the Arrow, you had war mode on, but she's never done PvP and she normally doesn't have war mode on. She saw an Alliance Druid and jumped in as a leveling character? Oh my god. She didn't attack any more Alliance. I love the idea that she's not a PvPer at all. She just assumes, alright, I'm in war mode, I just need to try and murder everything I see. That, you know, that's the mindset while leveling in war mode. Honestly, I respect the hell out of that. Picking a fight with a level 90. But yeah, I mean, obviously, like, yeah, if a level 90 decides to pick a fight with you, there's not a whole lot that you can do about it. You just got to take the L. It's happened to me a bunch of times. And when it does happen, it fucking sucks, especially if I'm trying to, like, actually do a serious run. But usually you can disengage long enough, and it's very rare that people ever try and hunt you down. And there's a reason why, by the way, I never stream any world record attempts, because I'll have that happen to me when I'm just doing, like, a casual chill leveling run. And then I'll still have that happen to me when I'm doing, like, offline, non-streamed record attempts, just because every now and then some random asshole decides, I want to kill you. But if I were to ever stream a super serious run where I'm trying to go for a good time, people would try to assassinate me, like 100%. So I just don't bother. Anyways, turn on war mode. Speak to Leatrix. Obviously, I did this quest, right? So, have it. But now, this is where I would be after doing the Leatrix quest. So I can go over here. Grab Eversong. And then we're going to grab Hope in the Darkest Corners. Now, I was going to say, so you'll see this anyway, actually. Normally, I grab engineering right now, just because if you have a lot of XP modifiers, you might hit level 81, like midway through delves and stuff like that, and you want to have engineering so that you can equip your BOBs, right? So it's such a minor detour at this point that you may as well do it. I actually do have this routed into the add-on. You'll see at a later point, it tells you to do that. But I put it at a point where I'm like, I wanted to make sure I put it at a point where 100% of people will be level 81 by that point in time. Because I didn't want to say, like, okay, you know, you should be level 81 now, and then get a comment like, the guide says I should be 81, I'm not 81, what do I do? Like, I don't want to deal with that, right? So I put it at a later part, but if you do think you'll be leveling up quickly, like if you have the 25% bonus, etc., it's probably worth it to just grab engineering now, early on. I'm going to go to Harldan. That is the same as before. And then, yeah, something I'm going to do also is some people will skip these particular steps and then get a little bit confused because it doesn't point, like, when you're in a new continent. So now I will... What's it called? Talk to the innkeeper. This is, like, technically optional, but I still think it's nice to have this step in. We're gonna skip this. Now we're gonna go up here. Unfortunately, like, you can't... There's no Z-axis, right? A few people have asked that. That is just a technical, like, game limitation. I cannot do Z-axis. The game does not give you that information. But I have this here. Talk to you. And then... So I'll read through this stuff, right? Legends of the Heronir is really weird. I'm debating how I want to handle this for the add-on. What I'm probably going to do is, because at this point I'm very confident that Alnara's Bloom is the fastest, I will probably only implement Alnara's Bloom into the add-on. And I'll still keep this other information here of, like, if you don't have access to Alnara's Bloom, like, here are some backup things that you can do. And then that way, if somebody picks, for instance, Rasula's Outreach, I guess I'll talk about this real quick. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put, like, a mini tier list, like, in one of these notes of, like, if you can't access Alnara's Bloom, these are the fastest. I didn't think it really mattered that much because you will have to do all of them eventually. And you want to do all of them eventually because once you've done once... like, each time on your account, you unlock the ability to pick whatever you want. Like, you can see here, on my European account even, I've already done all, or the 7 of them, so I can pick any of them. And I'm always now going to pick on every single character Alnara's Bloom. So, even like, if I made a tier list, right, like, it wouldn't matter because, like, you'd only be able to pick the best out of the ones that are available to you, and at some point you're gonna have to do the shittiest one. You know, such is life. So... it doesn't matter which one you pick. You're gonna have to spend that time regardless. But a few people were curious, so I will probably add a quick note about that in a future update. And I guess just to go over that now, Alnara's Bloom is the fastest. This is like about 1 minute, a little over, if you're a little bit slower. Rusula's Outreach, Echoless Flame, and Waynan's Ward are all... And Root of the World to an extent. I think all 4 of those are, like, roughly comparable. The problem with Root of the Worlds that, like, I've seen people say, like, oh, it's, like, about the same speed. In a vacuum, yes, but Root, like... So, Alnara's Bloom is down here. Not only is it the fastest one, but it's also close to the dailies, and it's close to the Grudge Pit. So, it is not just fast, it aligns perfectly with the route. It just works out really well that it ends up being the fastest one. Then, Rusula's Outreach and... I think Waynan's Ward is also up here. I forget exactly. But I know Rusula's Outreach and the Echoless Flame are both over here, which is, like, a little bit further away than Alnara's Bloom, but kind of not that significant. And then... I don't remember which one Waynan's Ward is. It's either here or here. It might be up here. And Root of the World is also up here. I think it is a little bit slower than Waynan's Ward. But in either case... They take you into a cave also, so there's like a little bit of time required to like navigate around. You can't fly as quickly. It does teleport you back to the stone when you like finish the final objective, but then you're going in the opposite direction from Grudge Pit. So like you basically have to add roughly 15 seconds onto the time. And both of these, Root of the World and Waynan's Ward, are like 2 to 3 minutes-ish. Rusula's Outreach and Echoless Flame are, I think, like, around the same. All of them are roughly 2 to 3 minutes, depending on your comfort level. But Alnara's Bloom is just lightning fast. That thing is, like, basically a minute. And then the The Cauldron is the slowest after that. This one has a really annoying, like, painting minigame where you have to, like, move this paintbrush around a canvas. This one's not, like, that much slower. I'd say it's, like, probably 4 minutes, give or take. And then Sky's Hope is absolutely dog shit, but it's the last one. You have to do it in order to unlock the, like, final achievement. You have to do every single one of these 5, and that unlocks Root of the World. And then after you do Root of the World, it unlocks Sky's Hope, and then Sky's Hope gives you the achievement that lets you pick any on your account. That's the order in which it works. And, I mean, you have to do Sky's Hope at some point, but yeah, this one sucks. There's, it's long. There's, like, 2 to 3 minutes just of, like, roleplay leading up to what it ends up being, like, a 1.5-minute long skywriting, like, flight around. So in total, it's, I don't know, it's probably about, like, 4 to 5 minutes. It's not horrible still. Like, that's kind of the thing, right? The worst possible case scenario, even if you have to do Sky's Hope while leveling an alt, it's, like, 5 minutes to get still 100k XP. Like, that's still fast. It's still actually worth doing that while leveling. It's just not, it's, like, roughly 5 times slower than something like Ulnara's Bloom, which you can just do extremely quickly. Hey, Single Die. Good to see you. So, reading the steps in the add-on. So, basically, I say, fly upstairs and speak to this dude. He offers quests to begin the Legends of the Heronir. The fastest relic is Ulnara's Bloom, as I just got done saying, but you might not have this as an option. There's lots of weird restrictions. So in the 12.7 section, I did a lot of writing about where's Legends of the Heronir. It is 2 after. So I did a long explanation on how all this works. So if somebody wants all of the context for this, they can read this section. I decided not to go, like, that much into the details for this, but I did say this is the fastest one. And then if you cannot pick this, like, obviously, if this is an option, pick it. And I will. But if you can't, then just pick any available relic, because once you completed all of them, you get the account-wide thing. So then I'm going to go back here. I should probably put, like, one more thing just to say, like, talk to this guy, complete the quest. One thing that I can do, and that's why, like I said, I will probably... it's a little bit complicated, because you'll notice here it says Echoes Rekindled, right? So there's actually 2 entirely different sets of quest IDs for Legends of the Heronir, depending on if you're doing it for the first time, or if you're doing it, like, on the account-wide unlock version. So Echoes Rekindled is the, I've done all of them on my account, and I can pick any one intro quest, but then there's, like, a separate quest ID. So in order to, like, code this properly, I would have to have, like, and I have the technology in the code to do that, it's just really annoying to implement, of, like, handling basically the same step covers 2 different quests, depending on which ID of the quest you pick up, it gives you different, like, instructions. And then, also, like, the same is true for Ulnara's Bloom. Like, I'm pretty sure there's a separate quest called, like, Heronir Relics Ulnara's Bloom, and then this one, once you've done all of them on your account, is the story of Ulnara's Bloom. They are functionally identical, but again, different quest IDs, which means in the code, I have to do a bunch of fancy bullshit to make it work correctly. So it's just, it's a whole thing. And I had to drink water real quick, because obviously... And I think I shouldn't have tried to drink water immediately after talking. Went down the wrong pipe, I think. Okay, we're good. I'm going to do a lot of yapping on this stream, because I'm trying to walk through the entire guide. So, I wasn't sure how I was going to handle this initially when adding the add-on. Just to make it safe, early on, I just put in all the explanation stuff, but I will probably integrate Ulnara's Bloom specifically into the route, and I'll go through specifically, like, all the different quest IDs related to Ulnara's Bloom in particular. And I will just make sure that is handled. And then, obviously, anybody who wants to pick the other one can do so, or any of the other ones can do so. The guide, I'll keep the explanations here for anybody who wants to understand it, but I think this is fine. I will say, I don't know how to handle the coding for the Alnara's Bloom objective, because you can see here, like, the quest itself is just go to the Vision Stone, meditate, and then it's just like, get this done. So I'm pretty sure that there is something in the game that I can call to get this information of, like, whatever this is. I assume this is, like, scenario objective stuff is probably how it's handled in the code. But that is different than, like, the quest hooks that I use for everything else in Follow the Arrow. So I'll have to figure out exactly how to access this information so that I can update the objectives properly. That will take some amount of time. And getting all of that working just for Alnara's Bloom alone is going to be a challenge. So, like I said, ended up being a lower priority for this initial release, but after thinking it over, I think that's probably the best way to go about it. The speedrun version, that gets implemented. The other ones, yeah, people can figure it out if they want to. But it would... The other reason for that, right, is I don't even know how I would implement every single relic simultaneously. Because, in theory, like, I could have multiple steps for every single relic. But, like, that would be so bloated for the guide. Like, imagine if there was a step for, like, Alnara's Bloom, then Rasula's Outreach, then Waynand's Ward, and, like, if you weren't doing one of them, you had to skip past whatever one you didn't pick. That, I think, would just be very sloppy. So if I were to implement all of them, I would need to do something where, like, I auto-detect which one you select, and then I load a different version of the step. And that is just, like, I do not have the code for that yet. Like, I've never had to do something like that. So I can hypothetically imagine how I might structure that, but I need to develop, like, a shitload of new code to make that work. And who knows, like, in the future, if there was something for, like, a speedrun route where I thought that was absolutely necessary, especially if there ever ends up being something, like, honestly, like South Rural Soiree, where there is heavy variance, and it is absolutely critical for me to account for that heavy variance in the guide itself, I might try to figure that out. But right now, like, South Rural Soiree, the only, like, the variance of the runestone, there is no way that I can access that information. So that isn't even I can figure out how to do it. I know for a fact I can't do that in the add-on. And the South Rural Soiree side quests, while in theory, there is a universe where I code an extremely complex, like, quest detection mechanism, where, like, depending on which quests are available, the guide auto-updates to include some of them in the route. It is so, like, inconsequential. And a lot of them, the ones that you do most of the time, are the ones that directly overlap with what you're already doing, and you're just going to complete them passively without realizing it. So it's just not even worth it to do that. And then a lot of the times, if it doesn't overlap with the route, you won't want to do them anyway. So there would be no point including them in the add-on. So, like, that's the kind of thing where I don't think South Rural Soiree I'm probably going to do much with. But one thing that I probably will do is I will track the completion credit. Because right now I have, like, a reminder for whether you've done South Rural Soiree or not. Like, make sure you do it. But what I should be able to do is I should be able to track whether or not the quest is complete. And then if you have completed it, I give you the reminder. If you have not completed it, then... Or... What did I say? If you have not completed it, I give you the reminder. If I can see you've already completed it, then I just don't show the reminder. Because I'm just like, okay, yeah, it's already done. That kind of thing. So... I could streamline it a little bit with that. Here, I don't know why I'm in combat with, I think, random Spore Bat. So, just reading the rest of the steps here that I have. So, after you select your relic, look for the quest marker in the map. This arrow, as you can see, points you towards Alnara's Bloom. Like I said, I'll probably initially make it so... Or I'll probably implement the ability for this to follow the actual Alnara's Bloom thing, but for now I've done this. And then I explain basically everything I just said about why it's kind of extremely difficult to get all this implemented. And then just a reminder, don't turn in this quest. We're going to do it at the very end alongside all the Delver's Call stuff. Then, this has always been a thing, but it's not always been an important thing. So you can speak to Shulka Litya here, and there's a wanted quest that you can get. And some days, there are 3 wanted quests. If you watch my 1 hour, 38-minute speedrun, in that run, I happened to be doing it on a day where there were 3 wanted quests. That was not planned. Like, I knew ahead of time, like, I did check before starting the run which quests are up, and I was like, oh shit, the 3 wanted quests are up, cool. But a good example is, like, I've been aware of this since the launch of Midnight, but when I did my 2-hour, 17-minute Druid run at the start of Midnight, I checked on that day, and there weren't 3 wanted quests up, so I just didn't do it. And I think for speedruns, if you don't have 3 wanted quests, it's probably not worth it to do this. It can't hurt, though. Like, it's not bad. It's a quest to kill a single mob, which it says it's a group quest. It says recommended, like, multiple people, but, like, as you'll see, this is not a scary mob. Like, this is not really dangerous. I am a prot warrior, right? But I have really crappy gear, and it has not done any damage to me whatsoever. So, these are not dangerous mobs. These are not hard to kill, even for, like, under-geared DPS specs. Pretty much everybody should be able to do this. If the 3 quests are up, this is very good, and it's worth doing. And obviously, whenever I'm doing a speedrun, like I said, I will check before starting the run, are the quests up? That way I know ahead of time. Also, I should... gameplay enhancement, enable damage meter, and then combat personal resource display. Alright, cool. So I'll check in advance. It also gives, like, decent kill XP. 6.3k. That is, like... Because it is technically an elite mob, that is about, like, 2 to 3 times regular mob kill XP. So, honestly, not bad. And this you will just turn in immediately. You know, it's not significant enough to be worth doing at the very end. But, like, yeah, that's not bad. Right? So, that's why I think, considering even a single quest is not bad enough to be, like, worth not taking a detour, I figured it was worth including in the add-on. That way, you can see. And this is one of those things also where, in theory, I could implement some complicated tracking thing of... I check to see what quest enters your log, and then depending on the quests that you pick up, it only shows those objectives. I believe I could probably do that. I think right now, the add-on couldn't necessarily do it, but I could probably tweak the code pretty easily to handle something like that. It wouldn't be that complicated. So, it could work. Not sure. But it's like, it's just kind of whatever, right? And it's honestly such a straightforward quest. It's literally pick up the quest. Which NPC is it? You open your map, you see where the marker is, and then you go there and kill them. Like, that's the kind of stuff where, since there is some variance, and I would have to introduce, like, new technology for it, I didn't consider it to be, like, important enough to include in the add-on. But now we just do straightforward stuff, so then obviously I didn't skip to it, but and then we do complete the grudge bit. And then I've mentioned this before, but the plan is I'm going to do a big delve update for Fall the Arrow in 12.1. So one thing that kind of works out well is obviously we're getting new delve stuff. Something that I should note, because I've already seen a few people confused about this, and I will test this in the PTR, and it's entirely possible they have changed this, but in War Within, when Blizzard added new delves, they were not leveling delves. They did not work. There were no Delver's Call quests. I don't even think you could enter them. That I'm not sure about, but, like, you're not doing delves just for it. Like, Calamitous is the only delve that's actually worth doing for XP, and even that is slower than other methods, even though it's not, like, terrible, right? Why did I get interrupted by something? Maybe I just canceled it at the last second, didn't realize. So, most likely, do not get your hopes up. We are probably not actually going to get 2 new delves for leveling. It is possible they changed that, but then also, like, they added Archival Assault, and Archival Assault was also level 9 or level 80 only for War Within. So that has been a consistent trend for 2 patches now. Now, we have a small sample size, right? Delves have only been around for 1 expansion, but definitely in both of the patch delves, neither of them, or neither sets, were available for level. The other thing to keep in mind, right, is one of the reasons why it's impractical to do the patch delves is they're located on the new islands. Now, in the case of War Within, it's... like, it was technically possible to get to Undermine and Koresh if you did, like, you know, weird shenanigans at lower levels, but there was no easy way to get there, and you weren't supposed to be able to get there at lower levels, so obviously the delves weren't meant to be accessible to lower level players. Now, technically speaking, the Isle of Fangs should be, or what is it, the coil dial? I forget the name that they said it's going to be called. But the coil dial would, in theory, be accessible. I have no idea if it is or not, but it is just off the coast of Zul'jin, so I don't see why you wouldn't be able to just fly there in theory. But to my knowledge, both of the new delves are in the new area. So it would stand to reason that if both of the delves are in those places, then they wouldn't be leveling delves. They would be max level delves. So that is something I do think you need to be prepared for. Also, another just smaller thing, but the way Blizzard worded, I really don't know why they chose to word it like this, is they said 3 new delves, including 1 Nemesis delve. And if you read closely, what they actually meant is 2 new delves plus the Nemesis. Which, like, I think that is the way that everybody would logically perceive it. Nobody considers the Nemesis delve as a 3rd delve. It is just the Nemesis boss fight and then 2 actual delves. But a lot of people have been thinking that we're getting 3 new delves, when in reality it's just they labeled the Nemesis delve as a delve. Which, like, technically it is. It has its own icon on the map, but, like, it's not, really. Like, Nullius is not a delve. Nullius is, like, an encounter that you go to fight. So, I don't necessarily, like, think that's... Sometimes Blizzard does something that is, like, intentionally misleading and it pisses me off. I don't think that's the case here. I think that's just a poor choice of wording. Like, they internally probably refer to it, like, I don't know, in their code, as an extra delve. Like, that is how it's handled. Like, you know, Valera's there, etc. But I wish that when they worded stuff like that, they understood how players perceive it, which is, like, the Nemesis delves are boss fights. They're not delves, air quotes. And then the issue with that is I've multiple times had people say that there's 3 new delves coming, and then I have to remind them, only 2 new delves. So it just makes players confused when they don't really consider things like that. Alright, so we're going to use our Hearthstone here. Can I actually... You know, that's level 81. I can use fried bonefish. Actually, I haven't used any of my consumables. Kru said, hi, the fact that the new 12.0.7 zones are available for leveling makes me hopeful the new delve will be as well. It's possible. It's fair. But, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that is a one-to-one. Oh, actually, getting a trinket is quite nice. I don't think that's a one-to-one comparison, right? Like, because X, then Y. But it is a fair point. I can understand the logic there. Yeah, I'm not 81, so I can't buy any of the gear yet. I forgot to look at my talents. Is there anything I want to change? Actually kind of fine with all of my talents, come to think of it. Yeah. That I don't care about. This seems fine, yeah. And then what would I do? Take Wild Strikes or something? Yeah. I was gonna look over my talents, but honestly, outside of changing that singular hero talent, I think that whatever random talents I selected were good. Or maybe I did actually put thought into selecting my talents the last time I played my warrior. I can't recall. But it seems alright to me. But yeah, I'll test, by the way. Like, it should be pretty evident on the PTR whether or not leveling characters can access it. And it's entirely possible stuff like that changes, but I would expect, right, if we hop onto the PTR, which I will, I'm going to do a little bit of PTR testing after this run is done. If I hop on there and it's not available for leveling, then I would say very good chances that is how it ends up being on launch. Rarely do they actually make meaningful changes after that. Like, what you see is kind of what you get on some of the early iterations with PTR, stuff like that, especially for delves. The reality is they just don't put a lot of time testing it. So. But it is a fair point with the patch zones, but I don't think we have any real frame of reference to go off of. The other big thing, right, is even if the zones are accessible, so Here's actually something that I can check, right? Really easily on Wowhead, because I assume Wowhead is updated for 12.1 PTR, most likely. The easiest thing we can do is check to see the quests on Wowhead for the Delver's Calls. Now, it's entirely possible also they just haven't been implemented yet, but if the Delver's Calls have been implemented, and they are requires level 90, then that'll be your answer. And in the case of Undermine, and actually, I don't even know if there was an Archival Assault quest. There might have been. But Undermine had 2 quests that directed you to the new Delves. They might have been called Delver's Call. I'm not actually sure. But both of them were max level only quests. So you couldn't even pick them up. And obviously, even if you could access the Delves, which I can't remember if you could or not, to be honest. But there was no associated Delver's Call quest, which meant that they were completely useless for leveling. And then another thing to consider, right? So, it's kind of interesting that we might actually reach this point, but we're getting to a stage where leveling is getting so fast, especially with stuff like the Turbulent Timeways buff. Like, I am actually considering not doing Parhelion Plaza in my Turbulent Timeways speedrun, whenever that happens. I actually think there is a very real chance that, especially because Parhelion Plaza is one of the Silvermoon Delves, right? So you get less value out of it compared to the other ones. I think there is a real chance that the amount of time it would take to, like, make a detour just to go there, and then the fact that Parhelion, unless it's holding the line, which will never line up with Calamitous, and you're always going to want to do it on this variant, right? This set. All Munchies, Calamitous, and then March of the Arcane Brigade for Parhelion, which is really slow. It's actually entirely possible that the amount of time required to go all the way out there for how slow that delve would be would actually make it not worth it. Because we just have so many sources of experience anyway. So, I don't know. It's tough to say. I think Parhelion and Grudge Pit are definitely 2 of the slower delves, but this variant of Grudge Pit that we just did, I think is actually decently fast. It's the fastest one, in my opinion, at least. Especially for leveling. So, I do think that if you're doing it on this day, it's probably worthwhile. And then after that, probably the next slowest would be like Twilight Crypts or Atal Aman. But both of them are faster than Parhelion. And both of them are also outdoors, so you get more value out of it. Because you get the War Mode bonus. And they're also close enough together that you're not wasting that much travel time. Parhelion is like a decent amount of travel time for just one delve. So it feels kind of bad. Twilight Crypts is the only one that's like close to that, but I don't think it's bad enough to not be worth it. Let's see. Nihil said, when it comes to leveling, what class is in the S tier? Right now, so historically, the only things that I put in my S tier is Guardian Druid and Windwalker Monk. I would say both of those are still in the S tier. I'm considering saying that Havoc is as well. Partially because Havoc for a while I always thought was like a close third, but a lot of the unique advantages of Guardian and Windwalker have been like less extremely impactful nowadays. So Havoc honestly might even be better than both of them at this point. It's entirely possible. Like, I am genuinely considering doing my my next speedruns as Havoc. Or with Turbulent Timeways. And the other thing is, like, Havoc also still has a big advantage of Windwalker, right? Is that it has the ability to queue as a tank, as Brewmaster if needed. Havoc has that too, right? But Havoc also has crazy mobility. And it's just really, really, really good burst damage. I mean, Havoc's just a really good leveling spec. But it's always been hard to really compare it one-to-one. Alright, we're going to... So now, this is one of the other new things in 12.0.7. So you can see, I now direct you to pick up Prey. So I say fly over to the Orb of Translocation, do this, then walk over to the Hunt table, select the Prey for Voidstorm. And then, so here's the thing with Prey, right? This is another one of those where this is kind of like the South World's Runestone. There is simply absolutely nothing I can do to determine like what your prey objectives are. Prey is just completely random. Like there is no way to route this in terms of like specifics. It is always worth grabbing the prey quest and doing the prey passively as you go through the zone, but there is like a lot of times you're just gonna get ambushed at a random point, finish off the ambush, riposte the ambush, and that's what a lot of your progress is going to come from. But like, so let's say I look at Voidstorm, right? This time the world quest is this thing: Apex Predator, defeat enemies in this area of the zone. There's like so many different potential world quests that you can get. Like there's this one, there's like the click on the orbs up here, there's like the chase your prey down here. I have no way to know which one's active, and honestly, you're not going to want to go out of your way. So in my speedrun, I actually did the bonus quest over here because it directly overlaps this quest line, which we do as part of the guide. But if it's one of the other ones, then you're just not going to do that, and then you're going to finish your prey the old-fashioned way by doing like traps and getting ambushed and stuff like that. But what am I supposed to do? Say like, at exactly this moment your prey is going to ambush you? Like, you have no way to know. So I can't even tell, like, the exact hunt, like Delia Gloomsong being in Voidstorm is also completely randomized every single week. Obviously, anybody who knows the prey system already knows that's how it works, but worth mentioning, right, especially for new players, I, like, can't guide you. This is a randomly generated system. There will always be a prey quest in Voidstorm that you can do alongside the route. That's as much as I can direct you on, but I can't, like, go into any specifics. So that's kind of what this section says. I can't give you further instructions. As you do stuff in Voidstorm, there's going to be ways that you can complete the prey. Throughout the guide, I provide additional reminders. Obviously, you'll see that as we get to it. And then I include a little bit more information about like prey stuff for people who don't know and like why the add-on can't support it, etc. But then now you just go back to Collegiate Calamity. So we'll do that. In fact, I was just saying how I think that Parhelion Plaza is like really bad and not worth, and potentially not worth doing in like a super optimized Turbulent Timeway speedrun on this day. And while I do think that's probably true, we'll get to show it off in a little bit, and you'll get to see what I mean on like why this is just the absolute worst shit ever. God, I hate this current variant of Parhelion Plaza so much. Yeah, what was I saying before? Oh yeah, for delves. So, for one thing that I'm going to do for 12.1 is I really wanted to make delve videos for the launch of Midnight, because obviously I made a lot of delve guides back in War Within, but obviously really busy with the add-on, I didn't have time to do that. So I'm definitely doing that for 12.1. Especially, there's going to be, like, a lot of new delve stuff. There are, like, we're going to have the Labyrinth in 12.1.5, so that's definitely worth having stuff ready for. And one major set of features that I want to get integrated into Follow the Arrow before that patch is a delve helper. And it's going to be, like, two-pronged, right? Like, one, it's going to help you while leveling. So ideally, what I'd be able to do is for literally every single delve variant, I would have an optimized way to go about it. So like for this one, it would direct you up the stairs, then it would direct you to this crystal, then it would basically showcase my optimized speedrun route for all of these different delves. So you take the portal, you go up here, you kill these mobs, and then like little shortcuts where like this thing that I like to do for this delve that makes it particularly fast, where you jump down here, run along the roof, and then hop down for the last crystal, I would be able to like follow or get like steps within the add-on to help you follow along for like a guided tour of every single variant and like the fastest way to do all of it. So no matter which day you happen to be doing delves, it would be really fast. Can I heroic leap up here? I wonder maybe if I'm on terrain. No. Surprised that doesn't work, actually. A lot of times it would. But okay, we'll just jump through here. But yeah, so that's something that I want to do. Obviously, that's going to be a shitload of work. And then also, remember, there's going to be new variants for some delves. Something to consider for that is, for people who weren't around for War Within, the way delve variants work is everything's on a cycle. right? So the reason why, whenever I say things like, okay, this is actually kind of awkward, because I need to be mounted to make this jump, and now, because that mob is evade bugged, I can't do this. And Warrior has no way to just get movement speed or slow fall, so I have to be mounted for this. But I should be able to make the jump on a mount. Come on. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. That's actually interesting that if you, like, regular mount is actually too slow to do that. Most classes have a way to get around that. Warrior's actually too slow. But yeah, most classes have some sort of slow fall or jump or whatever to cross that gap. I think if I had more mount speed, like, am I running... I actually don't have any mount equipment. Yeah, so if I had comfortable riders, or what is it, light step hoof plates, I think is the name, then that extra mount speed probably would have let me cross that gap. Not a big deal if you can't do that, obviously. As you saw, it's like extremely minor time loss, whatever. But it does make it a little bit faster, especially if you're on like a monk or a demon hunter. You just cross the gap, boom, you're done. Oh, I can't use Light's potential until level 81. I think I should get 81 after this, right? I believe so. Speaking of route optimization, what, do you know of an add-on that could record your times in delves and quests? Would this be something you think about adding to Follow the Arrow? Well, so it's not something I would really... I could, in theory, add that in the future, but it's definitely not a priority. Let me think. So, there's obviously, like, I mean, there's so many ways to just do that on your own. I don't think you need an add-on for that, per se. And definitely... like, something like a speedrun split timer that records literally specific quests, how quickly you're able to do the quest or the delve. Like, it's honestly, it's not a bad idea, but it's the kind of thing where, I mean, that is, effectively, that's a different add-on, right? In theory, I could code that, and I can build it in to Follow the Arrow, but that is almost, like, outside the scope of what this already does. So, at the very least, that is, like, a purely nice to have for fun feature that could I maybe add it in the future? Maybe. But that would definitely not take priority over things that I think are critical to have in the add-on itself. But it's not a bad idea in theory. The reality, like, for me is, like, is that important for me to do? No, because I record and I can track that normally without, like, in-game tools or whatever. Like, I just stopwatch it, right? Or I just record it and watch back the footage and see. So I don't necessarily need something like that to make it work. And while it could be, like, a helpful tool for people to... like, I guess if it was there, maybe some people who maybe otherwise wouldn't be interested in things like that could use it and be like, oh, hey, that's cool, you know? A good example would be, you know, how, like, DBM is like, you killed the boss in however much time. This is, like, your fastest kill of that boss. Like, nobody really cares that it does that, but every now and then you see, like, oh, hey, I killed the boss, like, 5 seconds faster than I ever have. And it's just kind of like that's neat, you know? So if it was there, like, I think it would be a helpful thing to have, but that is a shitload of effort. That would be a very, very, very complicated thing to include within the add-on for what would ultimately be a fairly niche feature. But it's not a bad suggestion. Tungra said, Follow the Arrow is your new go-to add-on for leveling. Awesome. I'm glad to hear it. You guys say it goes beyond the core functionality? Yeah, no, absolutely good question. It's not necessarily even just that it goes beyond the core functionality, right? Because, as I already said, I'm planning on adding, like, delve stuff, which technically some of the delve stuff goes... I'll have to make, like, brand new code to handle all of that, but the delve information being in the add-on, like, even if it is outside of the original scope, it will ultimately still help people get stuff done faster. There's going to be tools for delves for both leveling that will help you get delves done faster while leveling, and then those tools will also be useful for endgame. And I'm going to have optimized endgame stuff for that will let you use Follow the Arrow for like your delve farming early in the season. So in both cases, like, is that outside the initial scope? Yes, but it still follows the general idea of saving you time in the game. That kind of feature is like a cool quality of life, you know, nice to have feature. It's just like that would be lower priority. But it is something to consider. I'll even, you know what? I'll add it to like the feature list. It obviously probably won't be on the priority list for a very long time, but it is a cool idea to where I think at least it's worth writing down. So let's say like a year from now, I've gotten down all of the other like really crucial features, and I'm like, yeah, what would be something else cool that I can add? And then maybe I'm like, yeah, sure, that would be worth including. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff, obviously, that Follow the Arrow still doesn't have in terms of like core features that some other leveling add-ons have. And I have talked about this before. A lot of the reason for that is I have to choose how to spend my time, right? And so I'm going to invest my time on the things that I think only Follow the Arrow can do. And it can do it like infinitely better than everything else. And there's a lot of those features that are like baked into existing add-ons that is helpful for leveling, but, you know, like a good example is all the automation stuff. There's also just external, completely unrelated add-ons that you can download that do the exact same thing. So eventually I would also want to bake that into Follow the Arrow, and then if I'm gonna do that, I'll probably try and spice it up and add some, like, customization options. But that is, like, higher priority and whatnot. The reason, by the way, I haven't entered Darkway just yet is so I hit level 81, and while normally I have this next step at the start of Eversong Woods. So I said before, I put this particular thing in the guide at a place where I know no matter what, if you get to the Eversong Woods section, you will be level 81. Now, people, in my case, who have the 25% buff, and obviously I started with a few extra bars, like, even if I didn't have those extra bars, I would have hit level 81 well before reaching the Eversong Woods section. But at this point, every single person will be 81. But this is why I did this. So I'm going to skip this section because I want to make sure I remember to do it later. But okay, so at the start here, I have a section for buying level 81 gear. So you should probably be level 81. And then a few people asked, like, could you recommend getting gear options early on? So I figured this was a good way to do it. All in one. I talk about everything. So you can go to the auction house and you can buy rare blue quality BOEs that are level 81. What do you know? We already did that. So I can go ahead and equip all of this stuff now. And let's get that. That is a big item level spike. Cool. And then that's still level 81. I can also then enchant this at this point. And I've been forgetting to use any of my consumes. I'm going to lose a little bit of duration as I sit here and yap, but I'll do that now either way. And I'll use my flask. But you can see it points to the auction house if you want to go buy that. Then the other thing is, remember I said before that early on in the run, I knew I was going to hit level 81 midway, so I learned engineering immediately. But I still do have a step here that recommends going over here, learning engineering, in order to equip all of those BOEs. So I do still have a step built into the add-on telling you to do that. But if you're leveling and you already know ahead of time that this will apply to you, then I would recommend just picking it up right at the very beginning. I don't want to do that because then if somebody doesn't have the engineering BOEs and I tell them to do that at the very start, they're going to be confused. So as always, right, the add-on is structured to help like the most brand new person possible. I want this to be really easy to follow. I trust that if somebody is experienced enough to understand like speedrun optimizations, they should be able to implement that on their own and make those judgment calls on the fly without having to rely on the add-on completely hand-holding for them. But okay, so the other thing is here, I direct you here. So I say, go over here, click the Voidstorm portal. It takes you into Voidstorm. Second, let me just see. Notification thing. Alright, we're good. And then I check this off, apply to the Singularity Quartermaster. Now, in this case, this is meant to be done after after you start Eversong Woods, right? So, in theory, I haven't done the Voidstorm section yet. The Voidstorm section also has you talk to this guy, which is why, again, if you're doing this in a speedrun, the way that you would just do it is when you start the Voidstorm section, ideally you're already level 81, and at that point you go ahead and you grab this item. But, you know, you can do it either way. So in this case, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to buy these gloves. Then I'll also just vendor this stuff. Get this, put this, cool. Check that off, and then it says fly over to the Harrandar portal. Click this. And then, I should note right now, there is a bug. You're not going to see it here, because I have fixed it on my end, and this will be in the next update. But currently, on whatever version you're using, this arrow points off into, like, the distance, right? Because I had a typo. I typed the wrong number for the coordinates, so it points you somewhere down here. But now, as you can see, it's working correctly for me, so whenever I push the next update, this will be included in it, and then the coordinates for this will be correct. I think it was Gearjammer who reported that, so thank you, Gearjammer. All fixed now. And then I send you back to the Eversong routeway, because this will segue directly into Eversong Woods. And that should... Obviously, now we're going to go back and we're going to do... what's it called? Darkway and Perhelion Plaza. So I'm not going to do this just yet. But since I did hit level 81, I wanted to show this now. The thing is, so in theory, right, I could try and code something where it, like, detects your level. It's not hard to detect what level the character is, but the issue with that is, like, it's one thing to detect a player's level and say, like, you know, have a small thing happen in the add-on, but that is an entire, like, snippet of the route, right? So, like, it would feel really weird to, like, if at a random point you hit 81, like, how do I insert that, right? Is it immediately after the next step? But then depending on when that happens, like, let's say you hit 81 after finishing Darkway. Should you actually go and do all of that right now? Well, obviously no, because in theory you buy all the BOEs ahead of time, right? So in practice, like for a speedrun, anybody actually doing a speedrun wouldn't need all of that explanation because you would route it in properly. So if I was doing a speedrun, would I even think that the moment you hit 81 you should do this? No. I would basically say, like, obviously you buy all the stuff ahead of time. The only thing I could maybe do is I could have an optional step where during the Voidstorm intro section, if somebody is already level 81 at that point, then it gives them a reminder early on to say, while you're here, since you're already 81, buy the gloves. That way you don't need to come back later. Like, I could theoretically add that. In fact, actually, that's a good idea. I should put that on my notes. Level 81 detection for Voidstorm rep gloves. I'll write that down as a note, and I'm sure I'll know what that means later on when I read it. That's probably enough to jog my memory. So something like that could help, a step that only shows up if you are level 81 or higher. But I think anything like that, where I check the person's level, it needs to be unintrusive. And there's, like, so the reason I bring this up is because a lot of people, I'll yap about this as I do Darkway, because, right, I can yap and do this at the same time. A lot of people have asked, like, why the add-on doesn't just immediately shut down and stop working, like, the moment you hit 85 and tells you, go do the turn-ins now. And, like, in theory, I could, but it would be tricky because, like, technically speaking, at any point over the span of, like, the second half of the guide, you could hit 85, but then also there's so many variables. So what, am I going to put, like, a hidden step on literally every single quest? You just hit level 84 or something. Go do this now. I think that is, like, way too heavy-handed. And there is a step there where I do say, obviously, you're getting close to hitting 85, keep an eye out, and then when you when you get there, you should probably make a judgment call adjustments. If there was a clean way of, like, breaking this up, which is why I did put it at what I feel are logical breakpoints, then I could. Like, I could check the player's level. I don't think that matters, right? Because the other thing is, like, everything scales, right? It's a little bit weird. This will probably matter more for Chromie time leveling, so it is something that I need to consider, right? But for Midnight, like, the final turn-in section, there's simply way too many variables, because depending on your XP buff, like the way to think about it, right, is if you have the 25% XP buff, then in theory you should, like, abandon Eversong at roughly level 84-ish, because it's not just that you already have enough experience from Eversong to, like, do the rest of the stuff, it's that before hitting level 85 to do the final turn-in, you still need to do the rest of the delves. So before even getting to 85, you need to then abandon Eversong and then do Atalamon and Twilight Crypts. And then, despite not being 85 already, if you, like, finish before that point, you can just do extra stuff in Amanizar Village. In the case of, like, my 1 hour, 38-minute speedrun, I actually didn't end up doing anything in... what's it called? In Zul'jin, and I actually think that was a mistake. I think that I should have left Eversong earlier than I actually did, and just gone to do Atalamon and Twilight Crypts earlier, and then I would have been able to do... what's it called? I would have been able to do the quests in Atalabasi, and I think that probably would have been faster. That is... Like, I might do that in the Turbulent Timeways run, but also there's a chance that I'm just, like, I get so much experience that I don't even need to do either, and the run is just kind of over before either thing happens. So we'll see. But that's kind of the problem, right? Depending on the XP modifiers, like, the way that you change up the run is just so incredibly variable that it's really hard to say. And there's no wrong way to do it. Like, a few people have said they were following the add-on, and they started the turn-in when I recommended it, and they were, like, a few bars short of level 90. But, like, that's totally fine. You know, you're a few bars short. Hey, do, like, 1 or 2 more quests. The add-on has quests available that you can do, and then you're good to go. And then you're 90. So even the people who said that they were, like, a few bars short, they said it still worked perfectly fine. They were barely short, and then the add-on told them what to do to get the remainder, and it worked perfectly for them. And then a few people actually said they overshot, which is exactly what happened to me in my speedrun. I overshot by an entire Delver's Call quest, so I definitely should have ended up doing less. But it's... for this delve, you know what? For future reference, I need to remember, before I go down that tunnel, it's worth it to go at least enable this initial one. So that'll save a little bit of time here. Because I will probably end up doing this version of Darkway more often. Because this is the one that's on Calamitous Day. And while I did do that previous speedrun, like right before a daily reset, that was just an experiment. The reality is I can do something like that for 80 to 90 runs, but if I end up doing 1 to 90 runs, which I plan on doing, then there's absolutely no way I could, like, engineer the whole daily reset thing, because I'd have to start the run, like, what, 2 to 3 hours in advance, and just hope that whenever I finish the 1 to 80 section, it, like, perfectly aligns so that midway through those final 10 levels, the daily reset happens. Like, that is way too much precision that I would need to figure out in advance to, like, get that working. It just wouldn't be practical. So, I probably wouldn't be able to do that, but it's fine. Like, I don't need to do that. The only thing is, then, if I cannot plan around having the perfect daily reset available for when I do my speedrun, that is kind of why I'm thinking I might not do Parhelion Plaza. Because that means I'm almost certainly going to end up doing my speedrun on the day of the worst Parhelion Plaza variant, at which point it might just be worth skipping it. We'll see, though. I'll have to think about that. Alright, click Leave Delve. For the soiree, maybe add a note about picking up the Latent Arcana. Not a ton of groups doing it at all. Doing it all the time anymore. Well, in War Mode, it's also hard to find a group, which is why I'll probably add a note about it might be helpful to turn off war mode and just get it done before the ends. That's something I'm going to talk about then in a little bit. You can pick up the Latent Arcana, though, but I don't know. Like, the thing about Southworld Soiree is, honestly, I do not think it is worth it to do that at all. I think, really, if you're at a point where you have to go around and pick up the Latent Arcana and do the entire event yourself, at that point, it actually isn't worth it. The reality is, like, yeah, Southworld Soiree doesn't trigger all the time, but is like you're in Eversong for so long that as long as you are keeping an eye out on it, and you're like, you know, that one has been up there for a while, I wonder if it's activated yet. Presumably, at a certain point, it'll happen. And frankly, even if it doesn't, like, well, I would never want to do this in a speedrun, so in a speedrun, I'd probably try and, like, you know, make sure that I had something set up. Like, I don't know, I might have, like, a friend on the map who would be able to ensure that it is enabled and ready to go for me. We'll see what I end up doing for that. The problem with that is that does get into, like, territory of kind of, you know, like the Legion remix thing, but as long as it is something that could theoretically also happen with just random RNG of, like, meeting people in the open world, I wouldn't necessarily mind doing that. But I'll have to see. But if I was leveling in alts, just normally, like outside of a speedrun, and I didn't see Southworld Soiree up, do you want to know what I'd do? I'd say, alright, well, I haven't managed to find the Soiree. I'm gonna, like, find the active runestone, I'm gonna sit there, and I'm gonna AFK and go make coffee. And then, while I go and make coffee, I'm just gonna hope that somebody else does it. Yeah, so this variant absolutely sucks. The problem is the robots will die while attacking the pylon, so you need to make sure that they can actually get there in time, and they can be damaged on the way. It's a fucking nightmare, and then, like, otherwise you'll have to grab bolts and, like, use the bolt thrower. So the thing that pisses me off the most about this variant, that I just really, it, like, solidifies to me that whoever made this just had no fucking clue what they were doing, is it says 0 out of, or, like, basically 0 out of 17, so you have to, right now I have 8. Quel'Danas Sentinels activated, optional. Optional. What the fuck do you mean, optional? All 17 of them are required to get credit. I'm pretty sure that, like, there might be the case where if you get ballista bolts and use all of them on a single pylon, you can save, like, 1 sentinel. So, like, that might be why they have it labeled as optional, but it's just really bad to do that, because, like, the very first time I did this, I was like, oh, so there must be, like, other ways to destroy it. Like, no, you basically need to use the robots. But they're, like, in theory, I suppose you might be able to barely destroy one of them while, like, not activating a singular robot, and I guess it is marked as optional. That way, once the pylons are destroyed, it auto-completes. But the thing about the optional text is Blizzard doesn't have to, like, write optional on a step that is flagged as optional. There's a lot of steps that don't have the optional text on it that are actually optional. So by them typing the word optional in the quest text display, or, like, objective text display here, it's just really misleading. And I really don't like that. Like, see, there's a ballista bolt here. So I can grab this, take it over to the ballista, and it is still really janky. And then I can fire, and then after a few seconds, yeah, it does like 30%. So if you do that for each one of them, I think you can shave off a single sentinel. Is that even worth it, though? Like, I don't even think it is worth it. I don't know. Like, I'll be honest, I haven't bothered optimizing this variant because it's just so slow. There's, like, you can maybe optimize it to save a little bit of time, but either way, it is the single slowest Del variant in the entire game. It's so fucking bad. So, you know. Are they actually gonna break it, or do I need to get one more sentinel? It's close. Will the robot finish it off? I think it... I can't tell if it actually killed it in time. The other Sentinel just gave up, though, so I don't know. Yeah, this delve is just fucking trash. It's admittedly a little bit less painful for leveling than at max level. I hate this delve at max level. Honestly, if this is bountiful, and I'm trying to gear up a character, I just ignore this one. Just because you have to do, like, literally the entire delve. There's just absolutely no way around it. There's nothing you can skip. You have to kill almost every single mob. It is just such a fucking pain in the ass. And, like, the problem is here, okay, so I've activated all the robots, and then even though I've activated the robots, there's, in theory, one more I could activate. Actually, it looks... I did activate 17, and there's more than 17, so I don't know why. But I still have to just sit here. Sit here and wait for them to punch down the Void Pylon. Obviously, like, while this is happening, I can run to the final boss area. But then, oh, also, they've destroyed the Void Pylon, and there's, like, still 5 seconds of roleplay before it actually gets destroyed. Jesus Christ. So, there's just certain things about this delve that, like, you cannot optimize. It's just... it's slow. And then, especially compared to holding the line, and, like, I don't know, it's not that much slower than Bombing Run. Bombing Run is especially nice at max level, because you can skip a lot of mobs. So it feels a little bit faster for, like, tier 11 delves, because the amount of travel time is roughly the same, but you're fighting less mobs overall, so it's not quite as bad. But both of them are, like, roughly the same speed for something like this, for leveling. I never got a second trinket, right? Yeah, so let's see. How long did that take? So that was... I finished it at 6 minutes, and it took about 6 minutes, yeah, actually, because that's when I entered it. Which, like, that's not good. It's honestly not terrible. I think I actually did that fairly quickly. The Ballista Bolts definitely helped. So, I don't know. I think sometimes in the past when I've done this, I've gone this way, but I think going that loop felt faster. And then dropping down. This actually might have been the fastest March of the Arcane Brigade I've done. It's still not good, though. Like, 6 minutes for what I think actually was pretty optimized. Feels quite slow. And then I can, you know what? I was gonna say... because normally it says use Arcantina Key. It actually, I think at this point, would be faster to use the Den Hearthstone again. A lot of times this might not be up. If you have 30-minute Hearthstone, there's a good chance that it isn't back up already. But the thing is, this is faster than even, like, setting your Hearthstone at midnight, because effectively, this next step is going to tell me to go into Voidstorm, right? But there's a Voidstorm portal in Harldan. So that's actually a bit of a time save that you could do. Obviously, that is assuming that you are coming from Parhelion Plaza, which I'm considering not even doing in my speedruns, so it might be an irrelevant time save for any actual speedruns, but, you know, something to keep in mind that you can do. So you talk to this guy. Obviously, normally it would direct you to do this quest, and you would interact with the console. As you can see, I already did that when setting up. Pick up Conquered Heroes. I'm gonna pick up Born Killer. And remember, we still have our Voidstorm Prey already sitting there waiting to go. So that is quite nice. One thing I am going to do is, after we finish Voidstorm, I'm going to skip ahead, and I'm going to do Shadow Enclave immediately. Because I don't know what delves we're going to get. Like, the daily reset on Europe is in an hour. And if we get Mirror Shine, so if you get the C variants, that's going to be really bad. And that would be very, very, very slow. So, I'm probably not going to do the Eversong campaign all the way up to Shadow Enclave. Because, as I said, I think that is actually slower if you have the 25% bonus. So, if I'm not going to be doing it with the campaign anyway, then there's no real reason to wait on it. Obviously, in theory, right, you would want to do it at a later stage of the Eversong campaign to minimize back and forth travel time. but I figure any amount of travel time that I'll lose would be saved if Mirror Shine ends up being the delve that we have tomorrow. And if anything, it would just mean I'm less frustrated, because I can't fucking stand Mirror Shine. I hate that delve. So, I would just rather, even if I have to lose like a few minutes, you know, this isn't a speed run, right? This is just a generic fast leveling run. And I would gladly sacrifice a few minutes to not have to do Mirror Shine. Place is just miserable. And yeah, so this is why I remember when I was doing my monk speedrun, I was really surprised that it actually lets you roll in midair. Like, as a warrior, you can't charge midair. Druids can't wild charge. There's a lot of movement abilities that are disabled while you're in this, like, gravity field. For whatever reason, roll works. You can do a midair roll in the gravity field and then, like, fling yourself out of it, which is actually quite good. I haven't really tested whether or not Havoc Demon Hunters can Fell Rush, but they are, like, similar types of movement abilities. What? I don't know why. I must have, misclicked or something. Alright. Hey, Todius. Good evening, Harldan. How am I doing tonight? I am doing well. It's been a long couple days, but overall, I am doing pretty good, I guess. And I don't know, I'm looking forward to, all the 12.1 stuff. I mean, it is a lot of work, but one of the worst feelings is, like, especially, like, as a YouTuber, right, is just knowing that, like, there's, like, I should be doing something, right? I need to be making videos, but, like, I don't know what I should be making videos about. And at the very least, with, like, 12.1 finally announced, obviously we all knew it was coming, right? But now that we have an actual release date, well, we don't have a release date, but we can expect that the rough approximated release date of, like, August 5th is now, since they finally announced it when everybody thought they would. That seems likely. So I guess we don't have a release date, but I'm pretty sure that the speculation that people had is tracking with everything. So now my schedule is, like, pretty set for the next few months, and it's nice to know, like, what I have to do, what I have to look forward to. So then I can actually start, like, making definitive steps instead of just kind of, like, guessing. Like, well, I think this is when XYZ thing is happening. So, it feels good to have structure, I suppose. But I have a lot of stuff that I want to get done before 12.1. And I have, I don't know. Well, I was going to say I don't have enough time to do it. I have a lot of time left. There's still plenty of time, but I don't know. I might need more than the 2 months we have to get down everything. And considering I probably, oh shit, I was about to say, why isn't the final boss spawn? I am a little bit short of percent. I think these mobs will be enough. Should be. Yeah, should be. But as long as I start managing my time properly, I think I can handle it. It's also why I want to do a little bit of PTR testing later today. And one of the biggest things I want to just see on PTR is, like, I want to get an idea for what to expect. Like, what am I walking into? That way, if, like, I notice something early on, like, maybe there's a thing in the reputation reward track where I'm like, oh, that seems pretty good, then I'll probably have to worry about getting, like, reputation guides in place. But if I look at the rep guide, or if I look at the rep track and there's, like, absolutely nothing important there, then maybe I just don't need to worry about reputation. Maybe that's something I can ignore as part of videos. So it'll be good to have that all figured out. Alright. Let's cancel this. So this, obviously, the remainder of Voidstorm, aside from Abundance, is mostly the same. The one big thing to keep in mind here, though, is we're keeping a lookout for prey objectives. So there's a good chance that, like, the very first pull I do here, I'm going to get ambushed by the prey, and then I can take that out. So I'm going to try to get that on cooldown ASAP. So I'm going to go out of my way to, like, right now. Yeah, exactly. you can pretty consistently get that to happen. Because the prey is like, I don't know exactly how the code works, but you can get a good feel for it if you do enough prey, right? Like, when you pull a bunch of mobs, there's a very high chance that you get ambushed if you haven't been ambushed in quite a while. And right after you enter the zone, you've obviously never been ambushed, so there's a very high chance of getting ambushed immediately. Then you go and you riposte, boom. And so that way, we're still making, like, progress towards all of our current quest objectives, but now I've gotten the ambush timer ticking. So I don't know exactly how it works, but there's definitely a internal cooldown on can you get ambushed. So now there is going to, like, be a higher chance that I'll get ambushed, like, by the end of this quest line, potentially. And then I can get some more prey value out of that. Because what I want to do is maximize the amount of progress I'm getting towards prey from ambushes and riposts, so that I don't have to do as much, like, hunting down traps and, like, doing the bonus objective, etc. Because that is, like, a direct detour. Like, if I do that, I am actively losing time that could be spent on other stuff. But if I'm getting ambushed and then just doing the, like, fighting off the ambush as I do other things, then it's pretty much a non-existent time loss, and it makes prey really efficient. But prey is kind of weird in that sense, where almost certainly, with Turbulent Timeways, we cut Voidstorm. Because Voidstorm is like, these quests are good, for sure, but are they good enough to fit into a route with, like, a 30% XP modifier? Probably not. That is probably something that's specifically for Turbulent Timeways. And like, that might not be for everybody. Like, if I'm doing a run with Turbulent Timeways, with Darkman Fair buff, and obviously I have the 25% Warband buff, then that is the kind of point where I need to start cutting things. But I'm still going to keep it in the guide, right? Because somebody who doesn't have all of that, even if they have Turbulent Timeways, like, they might still want to do this. But I don't know. Everybody's personal situation will vary, which is why I'm just putting everything in the add-on, and that way, you just need to keep in mind that, like, when you hit certain level thresholds, you might need to, like, adjust on your own. But it's all there. All the information is available in the add-on itself. What was I going to say, though? But yeah, so we didn't end up getting another ambush, and against the single mob, the ambush chance is low. But bare minimum, when I do a big pull at the start of the next quest line, I should probably get an ambush there. The timer should have ticked down at that point. And then, after finishing that quest line, presumably, I would like to have my prey done. But that is kind of one of the other funky things about Voidstorm. Like, I only just barely finished my prey at the end of the speedrun, and I had to do a few side objectives. In fact, rare mobs give decent prey progress, and I know for a fact I can actually kill rare mobs really quickly. Take the rare, take the rare. I won't fight you. I got ambushed? Okay. This is why it is still a good idea to prep Goblin Gliders, by the way. For situations like this. Not a situation I want to find myself in, but this is also preferable to getting ganked by a level 90. Okay. I've never gotten a prey ambush on the side of a cliff, though. That's a new one. Okay, it left. Maybe? Wait. What the heck? What even is that achievement? I don't know what I just did. Alright, either way, we did it. And the riposte will probably be, like, directly on top of me. Alright, W, calculated. Whew! So as long as I get one more ambush and riposte, that's probably fine. How do I want to do this? I think, okay, so I'm going to do, because I just got an ambush, by the way, if I do the quests now, the odds that I get an immediate ambush are low. So I'm instead going to do Calamitous now. I'm just going to do the actual delve. I'm not going to farm any mobs here. It's still obviously very fast. But I'm going to do Calamitous, and then by the time that I'm done with the delve, the timer for my prey will have gone back. So then when I start the next set of quests, I should get an ambush very early. Obviously, by the way, while you're doing Calamitous, it is worth it to just do this pull, right? Whether or not you spam reset the delve, like, you still got to kill these mobs, the guard captain, anyway. So you're going to want to press your cooldowns immediately. You may as well do it with all the Steel Souls in the pull. This is just free XP. Okay, come on. Valira's blocking my click. Especially because a lot of this is just running around. So by the time you do the next big pull here, all of your cooldowns will have fully reset. So we're gonna do one little pull here. And then get this. And then we'll run around here. What's it called? Yeah, so the order in which you do a lot of this stuff, like, obviously, the way it's currently done in the add-on, as you can see, is I have you do Abundance first, then I have you do the quest line, and then you do Delves last. But honestly, all three of these activities are completely interchangeable. It doesn't really matter what order you do it in. Because you could do the Delve first, like, you fly close to the Delve, it's, you know, you don't really lose any travel time. And then at the very end, you leave Delve, and you're back at the entrance. So there's no loss of time there. And then you could do Prey second, but what we'll actually see here is I'm actually gonna, I think ironically, I'm going to do everything in the inverse order. I'm gonna do the Delve first, then I'm going to do the quest line, and then I'm going to do Abundance last. And I think I am actually going to restructure this to recommend doing Abundance last, purely because the reason why is I think you can turn off War Mode very easily. So if you do Abundance as the last thing in Voidstorm, which is totally fine, like, you don't lose any time there, then you can turn off War Mode before doing Abundance. Now, the process of completing Abundance gives basically no XP. The mobs don't actually give mob kill XP, so you get nothing out of that. All we're doing is completing the quest now. And you do Abundance, you complete the quest, and then when you go to turn it in later on, you'll be in War Mode once again. So the fact that you turned off War Mode to do Abundance on its own really makes no difference. And then after you've done everything in, may as well loot these mobs. Actually got a weapon. I'm gonna put all this stuff in a separate area in my bags, because I like to store this in case I use it for future alts. It's nice to have. What was I saying? Yeah, so the order that you do all this stuff doesn't matter, and then if you do Abundance outside of War Mode, then you're leaving Voidstorm immediately after anyways. Well, actually, Prey. So, we need to do Prey as well. So if you do Abundance last, after everything else, including Prey, then turning off War Mode doesn't make a difference, and then you're immediately going to use Arcantina Key to get back to, what's it called? To get back to Silvermoon, and then you could just re-enable War Mode. So, here, I'm gonna grab this stuff, because I would like a new trinket. Oh, shit. Okay. I'll take it, I guess. Bad. And then we leave Delve.
The Shadow God's machinations continue in spite of our best efforts. Disrupt their operations.
And what do I want? I guess Wild Strikes, sure. So I could do the Prey thing. What I'll do is if my Prey objective isn't completed by the time that I'm done with these quests, then I'll probably do the bonus objective. Honestly, it might not be terrible, especially compared to grabbing traps, because I could just do, like, a big pull, kill a bunch of mobs, get mob kill XP as I do it, get the world quest completion, and then hopefully finish my Prey off that. So that might actually work out. We'll see, though. Ideally, you know, it still would be slower than just doing the Prey entirely passively. But if I have to do something else to complete it, that would probably be a better option. So I'll see how it goes. Or I should skip ahead, because right now it's still stuck in abundance. Do this. No ambush so far is kind of annoying, though. Okay, this does give specialized liver. I really want to force an ambush, so I'm trying to do big pulls, but it is not activating. The new zone is not worth. Yeah. Now, I need to test the new zone for speedrun potential, because the thing about the new zone is the world boss quest gives a lot of XP. But from what everybody has told me, it's like basically impossible to actually get the world boss done on normal mode. Now, in theory, if somebody helped you kill the world boss, like, that could be okay. It's still, like, if you have to jump through a bunch of hoops to do it, it's no longer fast. Like, the world boss quest could be good for a speedrun if, like, imagine you walked over, you tagged the world boss as it died, and then you got, like, 130k XP. Like, that would be good, obviously. But that is just not how it works in practice. Most people who I've spoken to who tried it could not get the world boss done, and even if you manage to get it, it's, like, an involved process. And at that point, like, it's kind of like doing a delve, but the problem is it's like doing a delve that you're not even guaranteed to be able to do. So something that I can say for sure is even if there is, in theory, some potential for, like, extremely janky speedrun tech in the new zones, there's two problems. One, it alternates every single week, so it's just very inconsistent, and it would be very hard for, like, an inexperienced player to be able to take advantage of it. Like, there's no guarantee it'll be good. And the entire idea with, like, the Follow the Arrow routes is I want it to be something that anybody can follow, and it will be fast for them. So 90% of people would, like, they might not have a bad time. Like, some people said, like, yeah, they did a few world quests, it was okay. Like, it is not a horrible way to level. The quests are decent, but there are a lot of quests that are decent. For it to end up in Follow the Arrow, it would need to be both consistent and just better than the other alternatives. And while it might be better than the alternatives if you have external help to, like, really heavily optimize it in a speedrun setting, that is obviously not practical for new people. The advantage of a lot of these routes is that it can just be done completely solo, and it'll work the same for everybody. Okay, so we have the Prey Crystals almost done. So I think, like, one trap or so, we should be able to get this finished. I don't think I'll need to do the bonus objective. Do this, then that triggers the RP. Another issue that I've run into is some of the fastest, like, so in order to make the zones efficient, you would also need, like, a lot of movement consumables. That's another reason why I would say it's, like, why I would say that it's only good for speedruns. Like, imagine a world in which you have stuff like Gunshoes, Goblin Gliders, Cracked Radnex, Control Gems. Basically stuff that I use in my speedruns that is really useful for, like, no flying mount areas. It used to be, like, a speedrun staple item, but ever since Dragon Riding was, like, available in all content, it's not really been necessary anymore. So most people don't bother getting that. I mean, hell, I didn't even bother prepping Goblin Gliders for this character, as you just saw. But if you had all that stuff, you can actually kind of navigate the zone decently well. Like, it can kind of work. You could get around. But if you don't have that, it's really slow to traverse. And travel time, like, optimizing that is important. Like, that is a factor that you need to consider in terms of whether something is efficient. So if I had all my fancy speedrun items, I could maybe travel around the zone, not necessarily, like, as fast as a flying mount, but at least fast enough to make it so it wasn't slow. And like, the efficiency of the zone could overall, like, catch up. But definitely, if you're slowly running around on a mount on the ground, even if you're using, like, the mushrooms on their own, like, they are kind of janky. And then there's also, like, some of the most efficient, in theory, world quests that I saw, on Nightall at least, and I have no idea for Vol. I didn't test it on the PTR. I mean, it used to be really terrible, and then they buffed the XP. Now it's at least worth considering. But the really efficient quests on Nightall are the ones where you, like, slingshot yourself and get the globes in the air. And it took me, like, multiple minutes to get that done. Now, in theory, if you got really, really good at that, you could just grab the thing, slingshot, boom, 5 seconds, you're done. Like, that is, hypothetically, a really fast quest. But in the end, it took me a lot of time. And if I were doing a speedrun on, let's say, like, a monk or a demon hunter, you could, in theory, slingshot yourself into the air, and then, like, in the case of demon hunter, press glide, and then just, like, flick through the air and grab them really quickly. If you're on a monk, you could probably slingshot yourself and then do, like, a mid-air roll flick to get all of them in the air, or at least most of them. So you could make that really fast, but other classes couldn't do that, so they actually wouldn't be reliably efficient. And then also, on top of all that, there's a lot of RNG in the world quests. So the world quests reset really quickly. The problem with that is actually the fact that the world quests reset really quickly, some of them are just kind of slow. Now, some of them are, like, kind of fast, and not necessarily... I don't think any of the world quests outside of the slingshot one felt extremely fast. But there were a few world quests that I saw that were, like, fairly close together. There was decent quest density there. And quest density is important. Like, if you have a bunch of quests that are, like, kind of mediocre, but you're doing 4 of them at once, well, then a lot of times that ends up being really efficient. So if you manage to get, like, 4 world quests in one area that are all really good, that actually might end up being kind of fast. Now, you still need to consider all the other factors, like how long did it actually take you to get out there, right? That alone does not necessarily make the zone fast. I did not see where the riposte went. Fuck. And everything's red. Like, the air is red. So it's so hard to tell where the red mists, like, wisps of, hit. And that riposte is basically what finishes the prey. I should be able to see it in time. Ah, here we go. Nice. And, wow, pretty close by. Okay. It's not the super fast. In fact, here, I'll do... we can do this drive-by. Do this here. And then I can do the prey. Yeah, so now I have a reminder. Make sure you complete your prey hunt. And then I say, if the showdown's not ready yet, then you may need to do something extra. Now we do Shadowguard Point, but now I'm gonna do the prey. So overall, the prey quest gives 126k XP. And while the entire process of a prey is kind of slow, like, compare this to a world, like the world boss or whatever in Nightall or something like that. The time required to do prey, like, in a vacuum might seem long. Like, hey, wow, 58 minutes. But realistically speaking, every single one of those ambushes, like, I did spend about 30 seconds looking for that riposte, right? So I lost a little bit of time there. But overall, I spent less than 5 minutes, easily less than 5 minutes, doing the prey. And in my speedrun, I spent even less than that getting the prey done. So it ended up being a very minimal time loss. And so this is the thing. I have not yet included this in Fall of the Era, but when I said, like, that person had a crash out about, like, PvP or whatever, in order to make abundance easier, what I'm going to do is, so, like, we go back over here for abundance, right? I'm going to move abundance to the last step in Voidstorm, and I'm going to first say, go over here, optionally, go over here and turn off war mode. Because you can do this in any inn, and there's an inn right nearby. So go over here, turn off war mode. Now we're out of war mode, it's completely safe. You're not going to get ganked. And again, you lose 0 experience by doing this. Because all that matters is that you actually get the thing completed. And then I'm just going to do the regular harvest. You can stay mounted? Oh, shit. That saves a little bit of time. Okay, somebody's killing all the mobs over there. Can I get there in time to loot all the stuff on the ground from their mobs? If there's another person here, that might help a little bit. They'll kill mobs quicker. Presumably we can make this a little bit faster. Are they also leveling? They are leveling. Aha. I mean, I have no idea if they're actually using Fall the Arrow or if they're just doing this on their own. But, you know, I'm going to assume that they are a Demon Hunter of Culture. And they are using the add-on. Maybe they're just doing Voidstorm later on. It is kind of interesting, this, the Voidstorm one. This definitely is, I think, like, the second fastest. Outside of... I think that, personally, the one in Zul'jin is just the fastest. It's just so easy to get a shitload of abundance there. But I've been trying to figure out how to optimize this. And I think, honestly, this room, or, like, this general area is probably the fastest, just because it minimizes travel time. And there's, like, decent enough respawns of these mobs. And then you can get the mining nodes in the downtime. I don't know, though. Hard to say. Oh, shit, that despawned. Lost a little bit of credit here. But I often find that when trying to run all the way up, like, that little ramp, it can slow you down a lot. So I'm not sure how much I like that. I managed to make that work before, but, eh. I don't know. Alright, grab all this. I'm pretty sure I've gotten enough. Well, I mean, I got an achievement, so... Trigger the Rain of Abundance bonus. Okay. I guess one of the other slight advantages is, like, I did my test on the PTR, right? And I had to do all this completely alone, and it's still possible to make, or to get enough abundance doing this totally solo. But the more people end up doing this, like, it's so much easier to get extra abundance if there's extra people in the area. So as more people realize this is popular, and considering I've recommended the Voidstorm one in Fall the Arrow, most likely the vast majority of people doing abundance while leveling will be doing it in the Voidstorm area. So that means you'll have more people here, which means it'll be even more consistent for people to get this done in a single cycle. I'm, like, fairly sure that was enough. Yeah, okay, I got enough. Cool. At this point, then, I would just do this. Okay, so I'll read through these steps. Obviously, mostly I'm just explaining how abundance works here. Defeat enemies, click their orbs, run to the shrine to deposit it off. You have 3 minutes. If you do fail to hit that 2k amount, then, or whatever, 20k, you can go back in and do it again. And, like, it's cumulative, right? Across multiple runs. Ideally, you get it all done in a single run, right? Like, you don't want to have to run it multiple times. But you can, if needed. So now we're going to do Eversong Woods. So, I'll do Eversong Prey now. Obviously, we skipped ahead to through the 81 gear, but that is where I would have recommended it, the Sturb Eversong. Because no matter what, every single person, even if they have 0 XP modifiers, should be at level 81. Like, I'm 82.5, right? Like, it's kind of impossible to not get there at this point. Let's see, I got... okay. I have Rushy Wraps, so I don't really care. I'm gonna go to Astalor. Is the cutoff for all 10 delves with 25% bonus level 86? With 25% bonus, it's like 85.5. Honestly, probably even earlier, like low 85. But 85.5 is like perfectly safe. Come on, game. Come on, game. Why are we being buggy? Alright. So, more information on the Eversong Prey. The one thing I talk about is, like, you know, because of how the Eversong Prey works, you're almost certainly going to be able to do it entirely with ambushes and riposte because you're in Eversong for a while. But when you go to do the final showdown will depend. Like, depending on where the location ends up being, you'll do something a little bit differently. But okay, so that's all that stuff. Now we're going to pick up Calling in the Cavalry, the Runestone Delivery Quest. So grab this, pick up the package, and away we go. Now, I'm going to do So this is where, like, everything up until this point, 100% of the time, you should pretty much follow. Obviously, I made a slight deviation for abundance. Oh shit, actually, I forgot to turn War Mode back on. Thankfully, we have not lost any experience yet. When I update the add-on, of course, I'm going to change the abundance thing, and then when I do that, I will put in another reminder to basically say, don't forget to turn War Mode back on. That way, I don't end up forgetting. And, well, so everybody doesn't end up forgetting. But the only adjustment I made was that. And, like I said, I think I will be including that. So we're going to go over here. We're going to pick up this. And we do these quests. This. Okay, fly over here. Do this, hit escape. And cancel that. Hey, can I get... Ooh, nice. Was perfectly positioned to get both of them. And then here... What I should do, I think I'm going to change this slightly. Right now, I don't have it set up to do the injured pet. It should be Innkeeper, then Injured Pet, then the final step of this thing. I just have to change the order of that slightly. Yeah, I have to do that. So I'll change the way that that's structured. In fact, actually, let me put a note down here. The Fairbreeze Village having optimization, so I don't forget. But that is something that I realized after the fact that, like, it doesn't automatically do that because of the way that I structured it. So I have to tweak, like, that's a few lines of the code that I can change, but that shouldn't be too hard to fix. It's a very minimal optimization. This is like, we're saving seconds here, but I mean, I value that. I want to make sure that it's as optimized as it can be. That way you don't, instead of having to press Heroic Leap, I could just immediately, boom, do that. Saves a little tiny bit of time, but may as well. So I'll try to optimize that slightly. I'm going to do a big pull here. In theory, I might get an ambush here. This is a big pull. Yeah! It is kind of easy to predict those. You just kind of know. Pull enough mobs, you're bound to get ambushed. And here, boom. Okay, now I am going to look, where does the riposte go? So, normally you don't have to go around and hunt the riposte, because if you're paying attention, you can see the direction. I got distracted in Voidstorm and I didn't see where it went. So, I lost a little bit of time as a result. But obviously, in a speedrun, I'd be, you know, super careful, watching like a hawk every single time to make sure I knew exactly where to go for the ripostes. That way I don't lose any time. Do this. This. Oh yeah, another thing for Southworld Soiree that I didn't realize, and technically Abundance too, is... It had never occurred to me before, but there are actually, like, people out there who have not unlocked Southworld Soiree and Abundance. Which, like, I didn't even consider that that was a fact, but apparently some PvPers just, like, do not care about any sort of PvE content at all, and they never did the unlock quest for it, and so they were confused as to why they couldn't see it. So, I don't even know how to handle that. Though unlock quest is, like, once per account, but... like, I don't want to put a step in of, like, do the unlock quest. I might put, like, a note in there of, like, if somehow you don't have Southworld Soiree unlocked, you have to start the unlock quest in Silvermoon or something like that. And I don't know. Like, that is one of those things where that is so niche that it didn't even cross my mind when designing the guide. But I still... there is definitely a limit to where, like, I don't know. I do think certain steps, I think 99% of people will not run into this problem. And I feel like if I have to insert a step that, like, inconveniences, like, 99% of users to, like, slightly help 1%, at that point, like, I don't know if it's worth it.
Clearly out of control. We must find
I don't know. Hard to say.
Let's do some good.
Were I lagging on the PTR as well? I haven't logged onto the PTR at all. I did hear that people were having issues with the PTR. A few people in my guild were talking about it. Like, I saw them mention it in passing, so I don't know the details, but a few of them were like saying, hey, I'm having connection issues in the PTR, and some other person was like, yeah, I am as well. So I'm guessing it wasn't just you, but I have not logged onto the PTR at all yet. So Southril's Haven, or Soiree, or whatever, this is also going to be a weird one to code. I will probably, at the very least, code, I'll have to check how it works, but there is an initial quest to pick which faction you're supporting. That is once per account per week. Now, I'm pretty sure if I have a tracker for that in the add-on, it will correctly flag as completed for your account, though some quests like that are weird. So I'll have to see. We'll see. If I can correctly track that, I will probably try to build it into the add-on to actually like see whether it's complete or not. And then I will try to at least, like I said, track whether the runestone quest is working. So for instance, this week on Europe, I did this actually yesterday on the European stream, or whatever, on the Shaman stream. I picked Farstriders as my faction. So Farstriders is the one that I have the Fortify the Runestones quest for. Then I spent all my Southril's favor on Blood Knights, and with my one bonus favor, I spent it on Magisters. Now, the Magisters quest here is actually bad. It's not terrible. It is kill 4 Daggerspine Naga. Now, if we were doing this quest line, this is actually part of the route. This would overlap. So this is why I say, right, like Southril's Soiree a lot of times can be good. This quest actually would perfectly fit in with the rest of Fall the Arrow. The problem is, as I said, I think I'm going to abandon Eversong really early because I have the 25% buff. And in this case, I actually don't think I'm going to do the campaign all the way up until this point. But if you did, and you did this side quest chain, this would be free XP. You'd be doing this automatically. Now, Blood Knights works out really well, because you're always going to want to do these quests. And the Blood Knight stuff whenever you have this set of quests, which for some reason we've had this 3 weeks in a row now, it's insanely efficient. It's just 2 completely free quests that directly overlap everything else, and then a slight detour to kill 1 mob. Like, that is crazy fast. I don't know what the other ones are currently this week, but there's a few Farstrider ones that overlap really easily. There's a few Magisters ones that are, like, extremely minor detours. Some of them overlap 1 Adventurous Hatchling, so that works out really well, because you probably want to do that. But that, like, I'm not going to ever include these quests in Fall the Arrow because there's just way too much variance, right? It's impossible to know. And again, a lot of times, like, if this was the quest setup that I had, the only actual detour I'm going to have to make to get all these quests completed would be to kill this Ent. I'm going to take a very slight detour, kill this 1 mob. But, like, you as a player should be able to figure that out on your own and see, oh, hey, this is, like, a quest that I have to kill 1 mob on the direct path. Like, the campaign will go right here, right next to it. You should be able to figure that one out. I shouldn't need to do that for you. You thought I was leveling on PTR? No. This is on live servers. This is on Europe. The only reason I level on PTR is to test upcoming stuff, right? So I did my leveling runs on PTR before this was released. But hey, 12.0.7 is alive now. I have no reason to do PTR 12.0.7 runs. I can just do it on live servers. I will be doing PTR testing after this, but this is live European stuff. The servers are lagging bad at times, random lag spikes. Is it still going on right now? Because, I mean, if I go onto the PTR after this, and it's just a fucking train wreck, and the servers are a mess, then I probably just will skip the PTR testing. If it's, like, actually unplayable. But we'll see. Yeah, so, notes here. This note is for one of the other quests that we just picked up. Another note I have is for this vendor. If you didn't buy your engineering helmet, you can go here and you can buy this for 100. It's 189 level. It's pretty good. Why? Am I dying? Yeah, I'm dead, I guess. Okay, we're killing me. Okay, we're doing that. Did we need to do that? Is that, like, that really critical for you? Like, you felt like that was a necessity? Like, he thought about it, too, for quite a while. Like, he sat around, like, should I kill this person? Yeah, I guess I'm gonna kill this person. You know, well, I'll be an asshole today. Why not? I'm feeling like just being a complete dickhead today for no reason. Like, alright, dude. The thing is, like, I knew he was probably thinking about that, but I specifically sat on the ground to demonstrate for the purposes of, you know, you, the viewers, of like, hey, look, you know, you can buy this off the vendor. And because I decided to do a nice thing to demonstrate what you can buy off the vendor, I got killed for it. Alright, lovely. Whatever. Let's fly up into the tree so I can talk through the rest of the steps in Fall the Arrow without having to deal with Dickhead McGee. So, you can see for Southril's Soiree, I direct you to speak to Southril, pick a faction of support. If you already did this, your choice will be set. So we skip this. Depending on which faction you picked, you'll need to speak to the associated NPCs, so like the ones in this little area here. Is this, yeah, so you'll need to speak to these mobs to grab their quests. You can spend Southril's favor to unlock additional quests, but obviously once you've done that, it permanently unlocks it for the rest of the week on your account. And then, again, like I explained, this is way too variable for me to build it into the add-on. And then I recommend Blood Knights, because as I just got done saying, they're super good. And then you'll always receive the Fortify the Runestones quest, which is... what's it called? This thing here. And we can see on the map, right? Fortify the Runestones is currently all the way over here. So I'm not going to go do that right now. I'm not going to fly out there to check. But whenever it happens to be somewhere nearby, I'll double check, right? But I am on war mode. So the fact that I'm on war mode right now means that getting this quest complete is going to be a little bit annoying. So most likely, right before I leave Eversong, I'm going to want to turn war mode off, get this done, and then re-enable war mode. And that will just be a nice thing to get done. But I'll cross that bridge when I get to it in a little bit. And then... like I talk about like how to optimize this, blah 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 blah. I've already kind of explained all this in talking, and then back to the actual leveling. We go over here. We do all the stuff at the dock. I'm gonna do just a big pull here, as usual. Nice thing about this is we have so many overlapping quests. So we have the quest that we're already normally doing requires us to kill all these guys. We also proc an ambush really quickly, so that works out well. We're doing 3 quests at the same time, and as we're doing these 3 quests, we are also getting our prey completed. So this is, like, hyper efficient. And I'm going to pull these mobs here. Then our post done. Alright. I think this is enough doubloons. I might need one more. But actually, I need to kill one more mob anyway. So what I can do here is we can fly to the top of the tower here. Do this. I'm going to drop down now. Do that. And then while we're doing this roleplay, because you have to go onto the ship, right? This triggers the roleplay, and then there's 10 seconds where nothing's happening. As that happens, we can't complete the quest anyway. So, I didn't know if that mob would pull. Otherwise I would have done it just a triple pull. But okay, now we have all the quests complete. I get the final doubloons, and then boom. We're good to go. Do this quest. Now, technically, like, the remaining side quests in this chain, like, you could probably skip. I don't necessarily know if it's worth doing. Like, those initial 2 quests, you're always going to do. They are just so efficient. They line up so well with everything. This quest I kind of like. It's just really fast. And then the other ones, every quest in this chain is just really good, for sure. And it lines up really well with then second time's a choice afterwards. We can do this. And then this would be a good opportunity for like a Laystone Buoy if I had it, but I mean that's like super min-maxy for speedruns. This, let me get these 2 quests. Do that. Shit, didn't mean to do that. It is fine. Do a big pull here. I probably do not have an ambush ready to go yet, so I don't think that's going to activate. But this is obviously still efficient. Oh, like, oh, that was all 10 of them. All right. Nice. How many of these supplies do I need? So 5. I'm still gonna have to kill a few more. This is also, so I think this is a great example of something that a lot of people don't do while leveling that you definitely should do, and it will get you more experience. Like, I didn't need to kill any of these mobs. I just needed to get these 2 crates, right? But it's just a lot easier to get these crates if I kill all the mobs. And then if I'm already going to kill the 2 mobs surrounding it, instead of just grabbing them and then running past, I may as well pull an extra, because the time it takes me to AoE down 3 mobs is exactly the same amount of time it takes me to AoE down 5 mobs. They all die at pretty much the exact same speed. So I'm just getting like an extra few thousand mob kill experience by doing that. And it's fairly minor, right, in a vacuum. But a lot of people go out of their way to like avoid killing mobs while leveling. And if it's not an inconvenience, if it can be done very quickly, then you're just leaving XP on the table. Oh, shit. This is actually an inconvenient ambush, so I'm actually going to immediately use the 1 trap I picked up for that. That actually works out quite well, because the riposte is right there. Alright, we'll turn this in. Why did I... Okay, there we go. It did not immediately register the second quest. Okay, just do big pull here, as usual. I don't believe these mobs will leash. I think they're all, like, perfectly spaced out. Nice. Wow, all 8. Alright. That worked out quite well. That is not always possible, just because the patrol of those lynxes, sometimes they're on, like, the opposite side of that field, so you can't really easily stack all 3 of those paths up at the same exact time, but... I mean, there's a reason that these quests are in the add-on. Like, when that lines up, this is pretty fast. And then, this is definitely worth doing. This quest to just kill a single mob. I definitely think if you end up cutting side quests, this is a contender. Just because, like, the issue that we run into right now with the routing is we have to pick really good things to cut. Like, out of the really good parts of the route, which good parts are we gonna trim? Because there's just not enough time. There's just so much to do while leveling. Okay. Also, I'm gonna skip this because I just realized I have like 2 minutes to get to Shadow Enclave. I'll turn this in while I'm at it, just so I don't need to go back. Eversong Chopper. That is... Actually, I was gonna say that's an upgrade, but then I have my level 83 stuff now. And, alright. I'm gonna go do Shadow Enclave now, just because I don't know if Mirror Shine is gonna be up next. And I believe it hasn't rotated yet, right? Yeah. Shit, I fucked up that flick. So, I want to just skip ahead, do Shadow Enclave immediately before the daily reset, just because that guarantees that I get the really good variant. Oh, don't hit a branch. Nice, I avoided hitting a branch. And... Yo, nice. And this is something I think most people know, but once you enter a delve, like, that variant is locked At least until you leave, right? So I will... I'm doing the add-on out of order at this point, but also I do think that towards the end here, this is kind of how you need to approach it, right? Depending on your XP amounts, you will actually end up just skipping around quite a bit. And that is something that you're going to have to need to decide on yourself. You could just follow it, you could hold W, and it still would be fast. But if you want to save, like, even more time, you need to be able to make speedrun adjustments on your own. That's something that simply... you know, no add-on can really account for, especially given, like, variables like this. Like, how am I supposed to know that? Like, because of today, like, you know, it has the good variants for this delve. You should do it earlier. No fucking way to plan for that. And... by the end of this, so by the end of turning in, like, doing the remaining good parts of... what's it called? Of the Eversong campaign, I will probably get close to 84. Now, I don't necessarily think that I will be at a point where I can just do Atalamon and Twilight Crypts and be done, but I think that if I, at this point, take a detour, I do one Adventurous Hatchling, and by that point, my prey should also be finished, right? So I do one Adventurous Hatchling, I do my prey, and then I turn off War Mode, and I finish the Runestone quest. Then, at that stage, I should be able to... oh, damn, this mob has a lot of health. Should just let that follow behind me. At that stage, I can then go to Atalamon, do that, do Twilight Crypts, and then... if I need more experience, I just do Amanizar Village. I think that works out well. In theory, something that I could do, I'm not going to do this, but this is just, like, kind of thinking out loud, is I can do, like, bonus, like, route segments as, like, if you need to make a deviation, like, click this button and it generates, like, well, it not really generates, but I would have, like, predetermined, like, speedrun selections that you can do of, like, if you think you're leaving Eversong here, click this, and it would direct you on, like, the remaining things that you need to do. Now, I will at least showcase that I do have a few steps. Like, I could do that now, actually, if I skip ahead. Right, you can see, after I do this, so, like, this is the entire thing. There's a lot more stuff here, so, like, I click this, it pops up more information, and there's, like, a bunch of different little blurbs here talking about, like, all the stuff I've talked about, you know, about when to turn in. At, like, level 85, you might need to, like, deviate, and head over to... yeah, I can see here I say do a Talamon and Twilight Crypt. So I have mentions of that throughout the guide. Of, like, you know, it might be time to take a little bit of a detour and go to a Talamon right now. But it would be really finicky to try and, like, include an alternate route. Like, let's say, imagine here I had a button that you can press that loaded a separate module of, like, 25% bonus overflow or whatever. That, like, directed you straight to a Talamon, Twilight Crypts, and then extra stuff. Like, in theory, I could do that. I actually already have the code that would support something like that. It would just be a lot of work to do something that I think wouldn't really matter. I think most of the people who could take advantage of something like that would be able to just kind of figure it out on their own, and wouldn't need the add-on to actually, like, handhold them through that specific process. I don't think it would matter. I did pick up the Shadow Enclave quest, right? Which is... it's in Eversong Woods. Yeah, I did, okay. Jesus Christ. This is the one thing I really hate about this delve. I don't know why Blizzard coded this mob like this, but it's extremely random. If he just chooses to blink down, like, a million corridors, it's just such a fucking pain. There's nothing you can really do about that. I've tried to find ways to, like, change the direction that he blinks, and it does not work. It's just purely random. Yes. Chess piece. Okay, don't need that. And what did we get for new delves? Honestly, it doesn't really matter, I suppose. The only thing that would matter is I hope we get A variants. That way I can do... Now we got... you know what? Look at this. Mirror Shine. So, in the end, that was a good call. Now, if this had ended up being... like, I forget... Whatever the one for Antinorian is, where you just, like... it's the regular story delve. Then I honestly would have saved very little time by taking this detour. But because there was a chance that it swapped to Mirror Shine, this would have, in theory, saved multiple minutes. And that happened, right? So in theory, it saved multiple minutes. And because that is what happens in this particular instance, in practice, it also saved multiple minutes. So W foresight on my part. Sometimes that just works out well. We're going to go back to where I left off. Here. And we can do this. So now, I do want to look ahead. Yeah, so it looks like nobody's really doing the Fortify the Runestones quest on War Mode. You can have it happen on War Mode, right? And that's why, like, obviously, you want to start off in War Mode, because you can always just do the Runestones thing at the very end. But because it isn't super consistent, like I said, for the Abundance thing, I am going to do the same thing for... Oh, yeah, and we've... Okay, finished our prey. And then let me see on my map. Ah! Wow, perfect. Okay. Our prey showdown is extremely close by. Wow, that is actually so fucking perfect. Yeah, that works out. So now what I'll be able to do is I do all of these quests, and then the moment I get to the end here, I can just take a detour, go do my prey, and then actually it also means that while we're getting, like, the quest, or the RP at the end here from, like, the Orwenya defending the Runestone quest, as that's going on, I go do the prey, I turn that quest in, I get the experience from the Orwenya thing, and then I abandon the campaign, and I go do One Adventurous Hatchling. And then I'm not aware of every single Innkeeper location off the top of my head, but in theory, there should be one in, what's this place? No, I don't know why the map says Fairbreeze Village. Just a display bug. But whatever that place is, on the eastern edge, near One Adventurous Hatchling, there should be an Innkeeper there, where I can disable War Mode. And then I can get the Runestone quest done. Should be able to, at least. And then I just pop back over to Silvermoon, I enable it, and then I go to Zul'jin. And in fact, you can just use a wormhole generator. Obviously, like, I'm not going to recommend this in Fall the Arrow, because, like, I don't expect people to have a wormhole generator, like, on hand. But you can absolutely do that, and that'll save time. Because no matter where it takes you, like, even if a wormhole generator takes you to, like, northern Zul'jin, if you're starting in Silvermoon, that would still save a bit of travel time. It would just be a net positive no matter where the location is. It could also take you to the entrance of Talaman or Twilight Crypts, at which point it's a big time save. So the fact that we have to go back to Silvermoon really wouldn't lose us any time at all. Alright. Yeah, so this is the last... Well, actually, no, the next quest is the last quest that I want to do as part of the campaign. There's definitely a weird amount of lag. Now it's fine, but, like, my abilities kind of lagged out for a moment there. I have not used, Oh, my You know what? I was gonna say, why did all my consumables expire? It's because I equipped a new weapon, so my Phoenix Oil's gone. I'm also going to, just refresh fried bonefish while I'm at it. Alright, so we'll go over here, do this, and then, in theory, yeah, actually, this Orwenya RP is taking forever. That is really annoying, because sometimes Orwenya runs really fast when she's following along with you. But then if you hit the objective before she, like, snaps to you, then she does the super slow RP run all the way from where you were before. There's probably... I'm sure I could figure out a way to, like, fly in at an angle to make it so she, like, snaps to you and doesn't do the roleplay run. But in this case, because we have the prey, we can just do this now. Alright. There is our Eversong prey done, so that's obviously really good. It's a big chunk of XP. This in, that should be 84, right? Nice. Yeah, so I'm already 84. I haven't even left, what's it called? I haven't even got into Tranquillion yet. So at this point, I think you definitely abandon Eversong if you're getting here, which, if you're following the guide, and you're doing everything that I've done, like, you probably should be getting similar results. I don't even have Darkwind Fair right now in this. I think this character had a bit of rested experience banked up, but, like, worst case scenario, you just do a few extra side quests in Zul'jin. I still think it is worth leaving Eversong at this point. Yeah. That's probably true. And then what? Okay, well, you do the Arator quest, right? Because this is just Silvermoon Must Know. And you turn this in. That's a free quest. Okay, yeah. So you definitely do that. But then you can skip this quest to go... that doesn't even give full XP, right? So definitely, if you're not doing the quest here, it's not worth doing that breadcrumb. Funny how the quest to, like, do things on the road to Tranquillion gives, like, no XP, but the one to press a single button to skip conversation gives full XP. Blizzard is not very consistent with how they structure that. So at this point, I'm going to just close Fall the Arrow, and I'm just kind of, you know, going to go by ear, right? You could, obviously, if you wanted to, you know what, like, just to demonstrate, right? If I wanted to, I could skip ahead all the way over here, and then go down, like, in theory, these quests are good, right? It's just, these are solid side quests, but there's a bunch of solid side quests that we just don't have time for, right? Are these so good that they are 100% worth doing over, like, stuff in Zul'jin? Honestly, not necessarily. One Adventurous Hatchling, like, this set of quests is just really, 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 really fast, and it happens to be, like, close by. Like, it's not that far away. So if I have to choose one of them, this is less travel time, and I do think it is slightly more efficient. But I am going to go over here, do one Adventurous Hatchling. Right, so you can just do it. You could skip ahead in the add-on if you want to. But your, like, decision to jump around, like, could even just be, like, you know, you don't do this, and you just immediately go to Zul'jin, and you just start following the Zul'jin section of the guide. That is an option as well. I've also, to account for that, by the way, I have routed in Twilight Crypts to a much earlier section of the Zul'jin route, just for everybody. Just because the time save of doing Zul'jin, where it was before, it was, like, fairly minimal. I did think if you were doing that entire part of the route, which most people were before the buffs, right, it was worth doing it where I had it before, but it is such a minimal difference. And nowadays, if you're not doing that later section of the route, which I think now most people won't be doing that far, then moving Twilight Crypts up is just much better. And then even for the people doing it all the way, like, back at the start, which is kind of where I've put it, they lose, like, barely any time. So it's much faster, I think, across the board. And it makes sure that people know to do Twilight Crypts before they even go to Amanizar Village. I think the routing is a little bit clean. There is, like, the way that I've placed it, I think, because I didn't want to disrupt the routing too much, it is in a slightly awkward position, and I'm hoping that people understand that they can, like, do it in a slightly different order to save time. But I wanted to put it as early as possible to make sure that everybody knows you should be doing this right now. Like, make sure that you're getting this done. Okay, so there should be an innkeeper here somewhere. It's just a matter of finding out where. And I mean, maybe there's not. I'm not seeing one. This feels like a little town. They usually put, like, a lot of innkeepers in different places, but yeah, this place does not seem to have one. Okay. All right, where would the nearest innkeeper be then? So this is something I need to figure out, right? I need to figure out like multiple different innkeeper locations that you could visit to easily route it in. I could go to Tranquillian, right? Honestly, that is just probably the closest. And definitely the most surefire innkeeper position. It's also very centralized, right? So no matter where it is, the runestone quest, you're likely to get it. In theory, I think it might have been just worth it to pass through Silvermoon. Just like, I finish Adventurous Hatchling, I just fly up, pass into Silvermoon's hitbox, disable, and then go out. That's probably the best option. Alright. So we turn off War Mode. Then, where is the Runestone quest? It is here. Alright. It's going to be interesting. Yeah, nobody's activated this. Do I have? I don't have any latent arcana. Now, honestly, this could happen, right? And look, if this happens, you could just genuinely find yourself in a position where you just got unlucky, right? You skip South Earl Soiree. And that may be the case. It may be worth it to do it. What I recommend, though, and what I'm going to do right now, is I need to make coffee at some point, right? I'm out of coffee. So, I'm going to go make coffee. And if I get back from making coffee and nobody's started the runestone, and it's just like, yeah, you know, unlucky, it's dead, I guess, then I skip this. And what I'll probably do is I'll come back later on, like at the very end, and I'll double check to see what I could even do. You know, I could like do a war mode turn-in at a Monizar village, turn off war mode in a Monizar village, fly into Eversong, check to see one last time, is South Earl Soiree done? And if it's not, then, like, yeah, so be it. You know, we just do the rest of the turn-ins. It's 100k XP, right? But if you do need to farm all of the latent arcana, enable the runestone, do the waves to unlock the runestone, and then fight the final boss yourself, if you have to do all that, then it is not worth 100k XP. South Earl Soiree is worth 100k XP because a lot of the time, you can find people just doing this, and as we can see, somebody's maybe enabling it right now. I have no idea. They might also realize they don't have latent arcana. But if somebody is doing it and you can fly over, tag the boss, get credit, you're done, then that's just really good. Hey, somebody did it. I'm actually, okay, in that case, I'm going to run and grab coffee really quickly, and then presumably it'll be close to finish by the time I get back, and then I can finish up the rest and then tag the boss. Let's hope, yeah, I was gonna say, if somebody managed to 100% this event in the time it took me to make coffee, that would have been quite the disaster. But we're good. I mean, this guy's just sitting here waiting. I mean, honestly, he gets it. That is, I'm pretty sure he also funded the runestone, so if anybody gets to AFK it, I think he is justified in doing it. Now, doing this section, like, this is not terrible. Right? Like, if you're getting mob kill XP off these. Is this efficient? No, it's absolutely not. In terms of, like, you'd rather not have to do this. You don't want to have to kill these mobs, but if this is what you have to do, they don't even give full XP. Like, this is not awesome, but this is still, in the end, worth 100k XP, and it is still worth doing this if that's what it takes. Especially, like, you can, if you want, AFK it, right? But in this case, it is just faster if I participate and help get this down. Especially now that I have my coffee. Check something real quick. Alright. How are the EU healers shaping up? Pretty good. The thing that, you know, I was planning on doing, right, is I was going to start preservation a while ago. Instead, I've just been collecting crests and stuff on all of them. My preservation and disc priest are both, like, almost full hero track here at this point, from just doing delves and whatnot. And the reality is, by the time I start doing M+, I'm probably going to be, like, in the 270s already, because I will have enough crests to just fully pump them up to max hero track upgraded. And obviously, like, with crafts and stuff, with myth crests, they will be quite geared. I have, like, a bunch of Ascendant Void Cores already, so they're pretty good. The Paladin, and I just leveled the Shaman yesterday. I finished it off. So the Shaman is a little bit behind, the Paladin's a little bit behind, but they're also the ones that I'm going to be doing last anyway. And I'm going to have more than enough time to do the same thing and, like, collect delve gear on them. Now, before, I was planning on doing, like, one healer per week, because I was like, oh, I want to, you know, like, space it out and whatnot. But I found that I did not have enough time. I was, like, way too overwhelmed trying to get 12.0.7 stuff done. So instead, I just opted to chip away at all of them getting gear from delves, because that is, like, time efficient, right? That's the better way to do it. So chip away, get progress through delves, and that way when I finally do sit down to actually start running the dungeons, it ends up being really efficient. So I think probably next week at some point, like, let's say on Friday, I'll probably do Preservation Evoker. They're definitely ready at any day now, but I still need to do, what's it called? I need to do the 12.0.7 video, so, like, for the next 48 hours, that is my top priority, getting that finished. And then after that is done, what's it called? I will have 2 big nights of raiding on Tuesday and Wednesday, which I'll probably stream that on the second channel. This is not a bad spot for... This actually worked out quite well. Obviously, there are better rolls I could have gotten, but this is closer to a Talamon than, like, some of the wormhole locations all the way up north. And this definitely still saves time. But yeah, so after raiding, probably not, like, on Thursday, especially because there is a chance, right? Like, you know, it happens, right? You know, no flame to a few people who were really struggling, but we, my guild kind of shit the bed on our Wednesday raid night, and we spent 4 hours wiping Talura in our alt sale run. It was not a good night of raiding, for sure. So that was a little bit unfortunate, and as much as I'd like to hope that doesn't happen again, like, it was the only time it's been that catastrophic. Like, I don't know. It's possible. It could happen. And if that does happen, like, we'll have to overtime. And at this point, we're doing 2 full sets of raids. So we're doing 2 sale runs of all Voidspire. I don't know about Chimeras. I don't think, like, anybody buys Chimeras anymore. At least not for, like, prices that we care about. So I don't know if we care about Chimeras, but, like, it doesn't matter. But we're doing Rotmire, we're doing Voidspire, and we're doing March on Qualdanos 2 times. So 1 full sale run on Tuesday, 1 full sale run on Wednesday. And that's a, you know, that's going to be, no matter how fast we do it, basically the full time of the raid night. So that is 8 hours of raiding that I have to look forward to. We are doing a break week the week after. So I will have a little bit more free time. So what I might end up doing is I might do, like, Preservation Evoker on Friday of next week. And then maybe the week after that, I actually do 2 healers. Because I don't have, I won't have any raid on North America. So I'll have a little bit more free time. And then also, like, now that 12.0.7 stuff is done, like, I don't need to worry about that anymore. My schedule is a little bit more flexible. Now, I do still need to start thinking about all the stuff I want to do for 12.1, and now the thing that I want to make sure I get done is the 10 to 80 guides. I want to make sure I have that ready to go. So I'm going to try and make sure I set aside time for that. Because, like, technically speaking, that could be done at any time, right? So I could, in theory, like, indefinitely kick that can down the road if I allow myself to. So I do need to make sure I set aside time to, like, no, I'm going to, like, sit down today and work on those guides to make sure that they're done. So I will need to do that a decent bit. But I don't really have anything else to do. Not this next week, but, like, 2 weeks from now. So we could probably do 2 healers, get them knocked out. And I think I said this before, but, like, my goal hasn't changed, right? Where I am, I'm going to try, I'm going to get, well, I was going to say try, I should have enough time to get all 6 healers, like, at least figured out, like, Keystone Hero, bare minimum, on all of them. And then I'll pick one of them, and I'll try to find a raid spot with it. Now, that is try. Like, the raid spot thing, long term, I would like to be able to do that, but I have no idea how long that's going to take. It could be, like, I don't find any guild that, like, I really have time to raid in that, like, I don't know, works for my schedule or whatever, within the span of, like, the remainder of the patch. And then ultimately, like, when 12.1 comes out, like, that's my main focus on, like, my main guild, North America, etc. So, like, this is an off-season thing. And I would want to make sure that any guild I joined understood that. I wouldn't be, it's not like I'm joining a Hall of Fame guild as a healer, right? I wouldn't be doing that. So I'd be joining, like, a low, probably cutting edge, maybe not even, I don't know, we'll see what I'm able to find guild. And I would suspect that if it was a guild like that, they would understand, right, that, like, hey, when the new patch comes out, definitely my primary focus, I don't know if I would, like, leave, but I might be like, I will have minimal time to invest into healing stuff. And then there's just a chance that I won't have time to, I won't have time to find a guild at all before 12.1, and then maybe we just do the Keystone Hero thing, I get all the healers figured out, and then later on in the season in 12.1, now that I have all the healers still already set up, I gear them up again for 12.1, maybe I focus more on a few specific healers that I really liked the first time around, and then I try to play those in raiding. We'll see. But, I mean, it's always meant to be, like, a more, like, long-term thing, the raiding side of that is. The main thing I'm trying to do right now, for, like, the whole zero to hero aspect, is just the keys and Keystone Hero part of it. So, that I should definitely be able to get done in time. I don't think that will be an issue. But, I mean, there's a lot I want to get done. What I also could do, one thing I'm not sure is, like, how important this will be. It could be interesting to, like, just join a European guild as a tank. What I could also do now for Fall the Arrow is... So I'm going to click on the Zul'jin section. And then you can see here, I routed in Twilight Crypts fairly early. So now I'm going to go do that now. And when I finish this, it should be, what's it called? I should be like close-ish to 85, and then I could just do a few things at Amanizar Village, and then I should be good to go. Also, at the start of the Zul'jin section, I do recommend picking up a prey in Zul'jin, but that is primarily because if people are using the entirety of the Zul'jin section, then they'll be able to take advantage of that prey. I am not going to be in this zone long enough to fully complete a prey, so it's not worth it. So, like, I didn't bother doing that. And honestly, I think you should probably do the same, right? It's not worth it unless you're going to get value. But if somebody has, like, a 5% bonus, and they are doing considerable stuff in Zul'jin, then at that point, you know, they will benefit from having the extra 100k XP, because again, you'll be able to do it entirely passively. That's the really weird thing about Prey. Like, if you are already doing enough activities in the zone to make it worthwhile, it's actually pretty good. But there will definitely reach a point where you can't afford to do enough things to justify it, and then it's like, you won't include it. Like, right now we did Voidstorm Prey, but almost certainly in Turbulent Timeways runs, I'm not going to do Voidstorm Prey, because I'm going to be cutting the Voidstorm side quests, at which point I'm not going to be doing enough things in Voidstorm to justify the Prey. So it's like, there's a lot of interconnected things in these routes, which is why they're really hard to make. This is definitely like a fairly... As far as these routes go, this is fairly complicated. This is, I wouldn't necessarily say the most complicated alt leveling that we've ever had. That, honestly, all things considered, it is... Only War Within was more straightforward. War Within was, like, pretty easy. You just did Isle of Dorn, and then you did a few delves, and it didn't really matter the variants. There were better variants, and there were worse variants, but generally the best delves were always the same. So that one was pretty easy. Is this, yeah, okay, I need to do this first. So War Within is probably the most straightforward that alt leveling has ever been. In terms of, like, expansions, right? Like, I mean, I would say, like, I'm not really counting stuff like Legion Remix, but then honestly, if we do count things like Legion Remix, I also just realized that I completely missed something at the very start of the delve that I need to complete it. Oops. This is why having in-delve objectives will be very nice later on. This is not normally one that I do, because normally I do delves on the B variant, and this is the C day. What was I saying? Words. I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, complicated alt leveling. Like, yeah, I'm not counting stuff like Legion Remix and that, but out of the expansions, definitely Dragonflight just kind of has to be the most complicated, just because Dragonflight had Dream Surges, so the alt route literally changed weekly, because depending on which zone was active, you would do different sets of quests, and in theory, it had to be on an Azure Span week, but then it also had to be on an Azure Span week that was also on a Dark and Fair week, but then also whether or not the XP buff was up was completely RNG, and you had to vote for it, and people could grief the vote. Dragonflight alt leveling is, in my opinion, the worst that alt leveling has ever felt. I didn't like Threads of Fate back in Shadowlands. It was kind of slow, but at least it was, like, somewhat predictable. You kind of did the same general things every time. I would say Threads of Fate was definitely a little bit more complicated than, like, Midnight leveling. Midnight leveling is at least a little bit more formulaic. Threads of Fate did have some variants, mostly because you had to do some world quests. It was like, I did the same route every single time in, like, Bastion and Knife and, what was it, Ardenweald, to get, like, 80% of the way there. And then, depending on which world quests were active, you did, like, extra stuff to get the remaining XP. So if I were to develop an alt route, well, obviously I'm talking more, like, assume in an alternate universe I somehow had Fall the Arrow all the way back in Shadowlands. Like, obviously that's not realistic, but if that was a thing, my ability to develop an alt route for Fall the Arrow based on the video guide that I made at the time would be kind of difficult, because I remember it, like, my video guide back then, I had, like, I even made, like, a little tier ranking for different activities that you could do. And, like, there was a specific quest path that you always did in Bastion, a specific quest path you always did in Ardenweald that was really good. Kind of like we have now for Eversong and Zul'jin. And then it was like, there's some, depending on like what bonus activities are available, like world quests and whatnot, you could do this to fill the remaining bar, because it was kind of... Oh, hold on. My throat... My throat just gave out. That's fun. Love that. Okay, am I good now? Can I speak? Oh, that is the worst feeling when I'm like mid-sentence and my throat's just like, nope, shut the fuck up, and just locks up. I think need coffee. Okay. Hopefully better. But yeah, and then if I recall, like, technically you did Maldraxxus, but Maldraxxus was also weird because it was like not really worth doing, but a lot of times there just wasn't enough experience. So like if you were able to do the 100% Maldraxxus, it was kind of worth it. I don't know, like Threads of Fate was definitely a little bit complicated. I think it definitely wasn't as bad. Like, I don't know, Dragonflight routing was more straightforward. It just relied so heavily on RNG. So it was like, the problem I had with Dragonflight is my speedruns, I basically did the exact same thing every time, but a run could live or die based on pure random chance, and there was nothing I could do to control it. And I could only do it once every 4 weeks. There was just no controlling that. Sometimes less, because if it didn't line up with Dark and Fair. So that was just fucking hell. That was not fun. That was really bad. No real way around that. And while in theory the route I did was pretty straightforward, you know, there was just way too much going on. Building that into Fall the Arrow, if it existed at the time, would have been a fucking nightmare. Threads of Fate, at least, there's a lot of stuff that I could have included. And the thing about Threads of Fate is, like, while there was some variance, it was fairly low variance. And usually, like, at least for me personally, I guess it probably would have been harder to code into Fall the Arrow than Dragonflight, because there were just so many, like, different activities. But from a speedrun angle, it usually wasn't very hard for me to, like, look at what was available and be like, okay, this is what I should be doing today. This is probably the best thing available. So currently, like, there's no way for me to, like, in Fall the Arrow right now, have, like, a, you know, dynamic version of this set of quests, right? Because right now I have everything baked into one big step for Amanizar Village, because you kind of pick all of this up in one go. But a lot of this stuff is also kind of tied to the Zul'jin campaign, which this step in the guide obviously assumes that you're doing. But if you're not, then a lot of the stuff you don't want to do. But if I were to make, like, a custom route for, like, this exact detour that I'm doing right now, this is what it would look like. So if you find yourself in a similar position, you can make the same little adjustments. So I would... interesting that some of these quests are not available. Oh, I'm fucking stupid. Okay. You don't want to... I'm like, these quests should be available and they're not. The reason why they're not is because I already finished them on this warrior. These are the quests that I talked about at the start that I already did. Okay, so normally you would do the Ani quests, but like I said at the start, I did those before starting the run because I was bug fixing them like a month ago, and I used my warrior for that. And then I would normally pick up the breadcrumbs here, but I've actually already done the breadcrumbs. But I haven't done these quests, so I'm just gonna do them like normal. In fact, this I actually will show in Fall the Arrow, because this step would work correctly. Murloc Madness, yeah. So it tells you to pick up those 3 quests, and then you pick up these 3 quests. And then... Oh, I see the problem. It wants me to, yeah. Okay, so this is not going to work properly because I've already done the Ani quests. So it's confused as to why I've already done that. I'll just, honestly, just to make sure it works correctly, I'll do... Actually, something is definitely very broken here. Why? I'm just gonna see where is it taking me. It's not supposed to be pointing here, but something is wrong here. Alright. We are at these coordinates. Let me open up the file for Zul'jin. And see... Oh, what the fuck? I hate this. Apparently there was an update for VS Code. And all of, like, the color coding in my file is different. Everything's orange now. How do I change that? Because I fucking hate this. View, appearance... What is... Oh, God. What did I do? Oh, fuck me. Dude, what the fuck is this? Oh my god. Okay, well... I checked off a setting in VS Code that has now completely removed all of the settings panel. Apparently something called fucking Zen mode. I have no idea what this is. How do I make it go away? Okay, there we go. I found out how to make it go away. Why is that a setting? Who would fucking use that? Okay. This is gonna drive me fucking crazy. Alright. View, appearance. How do I change the color coding on this? Why would they do that? Why would they just change that? What fucking animal is just like, you know what? You know what we're gonna include in our update? Completely different color coding. Oh my god, this is horrific. Oh my god. How the fuck do I change this? Themes. Color theme. There we go. Oh no. Oh, I got flashbanged. Oh, that's even worse. Oh, fuck me. Preferences, themes, color theme. Why does it... Dude, I hate this. I hate this so much. I hate everything about this. It doesn't even let you preview a theme. Like, you click a theme, and then it closes the preferences window, and you have to, like, navigate all the way to find it again. Oh my god. Fuck off. Okay, I think... Hold on. Themes, color theme... Okay. Dark Modern. Thank goodness. That really pisses me off. I don't know why that it randomly just changed my color preferences with this fucking update. Like, that is... Fuck this. You know, I know whoever updates, VS Code... I don't know who makes VS Code. But whoever does, and whoever pushed that update, you know, fuck you. Fuck you in particular. But at least now I know the name of the color scheme that I'm used to using, which is, what is this called? Color theme Dark Modern. Alright. My eyes are safe once again. Alright, so what the fuck is this? So... Murloc Madness. Okay, so I'm looking for the coordinates 3471. What is pointing me here? And why? Okay, I found it, but... I'm so confused. Don't tell me they changed the map. I really hope... I really hope they didn't do what I think they did. Because I'm looking... No, okay, alright. For a second I thought they changed the Zul'jin map, in this patch secretly, and it fucked all my coordinates. I think I see the problem. Right. Right. Okay, I see the issue here. Okay. Yeah, so... This is a weird one. Obviously, no player should ever run into this issue in regular play. But because I've already completed the initial Ani quests, because I was testing this on my own, what's happening in my code is I have like, the way it's structured is you do all the pickup stuff, right? It tells you to do that first. That works. And then there's an arrow override segment. So I have what I call in the code a sequence chain of, like, different steps. And that allows me to handle, like, sub-objectives out of order. So the arrow is directing you to do, like, to pick up the 6 provisions. That's how it does stuff like that. And in the middle of that, you also complete the first Ani quest, you pick up the second Ani quest, and then you continue on until you get Fearless. But what's happening here is because both of those Ani quests are already flagged as complete, my add-on's trying to run the sequence chain, and then it's like, what the hell, these quests are already finished, that's not supposed to happen, and it's just kind of misfiring. And so it's then going to this quest, the Menace of Atal Abasi, to kill Maruk the Mistlefin, and because the arrow position for this is supposed to be handled by that override sequence, I actually just have, like, a generic copy-paste, I don't know where I copy-pasted this from, set of coordinates for right here. Because this should never actually trigger in regular play. The arrow should always be handled by the arrow override. So the sole purpose of this objective is to display this in the log, and by the time that my add-on reads the coordinates for this step, it'll already be flagged as complete, and so it skips over it. Because the actual arrow pointing is handled by the substep in the sequence chain. But because the sequence chain is failing to load, because I've already done the quest on my warrior, it's skipping that, going to the actual objective line, and then because I just have generic coordinates put here, it's directing me to the coordinates I threw in for Maruk the Musclefin, which obviously is not correct. Interesting. So that's why this is happening. The way to fix this, obviously, I could change the coordinates to be accurate for this. Not that that would matter, because the realistic way that I would need to do this is so that somehow, if the quest was already completed, if the Ani quest is done, then it doesn't break, and it properly goes ahead and just loads the remaining stuff in the chain. It's really tricky, though. I mean, this is why this is such a mess to untangle. And it already took me 5 hours to just debug this set of quests to work properly normally. And then, of course, this is like the one edge case that I never thought to test. And yeah, like, thankfully, this should never actually happen to somebody using the add-on. Unless you approach it fundamentally out of order. But I suppose, I guess the question is that worthwhile to fix? In theory, there is like a universe where if I have optional quests that would be included in sequence chains, I would want the ability to skip over them. And I think that would be important to have for the add-on. So that's probably something I should look into. As, you know, another failsafe, like, to check if the quest is already complete, that a step gets skipped over. That, it shouldn't be hard to do in theory. It would probably be a lot of work to actually get all of that logic in practice. But, like, I understand where I would go for that. I need to basically make sure that whenever I'm loading a sequence chain, whenever I'm checking the next step, because I pass it a quest ID, so, like, the relevant steps are turn in, pick up, and then the associated quest IDs for the Ani quest. So I think right now, what's just happening is... do I actually have... actually, I wonder if I could do BugSec history. Or BugSec show. How do I... Is it just BugSec? No. How do I show the BugSec history? BugSec? BugSec's, like, honestly, I fucking hate this add-on. It's... I don't know, the only thing it does is it removes Lua errors. But, like, it's such a pain to actually navigate. There, it's BugSec/so. I mean, so it didn't even trigger a Lua error, so at least it failed silently. Which means that whatever... Because I have, like, backup stuff in the add-on, so I was hoping it didn't trigger a Lua error, which it's not supposed to, so it didn't at least. So it didn't actually error out, it just... the way I had it coded is probably just break, right? Like, if it can't handle that, break. And because it couldn't find the quest, most likely it didn't know what to do, and it just broke. And then it defaulted to the next step in the, or the next, like, segment there, which is, like I said, that, placeholder coordinates. So, the presentation of the bug is weird, but I know why it's happening, at least. Nice, actually, Trinket is still something I needed, so that's cool. But yeah, it shouldn't be that hard in theory to get that working. I would just need to make it so it does manually check, right? And there's I guess it's just another, like, else if, right? You know, if the quest is completed, and then it just means that I now need to check every time it loads a new step, like, has the quest ID been completed? And as long as it has not been completed, it loads the step properly, but that way, like, instead of, if it's completed, just, break out of the entire loop and then go to the next thing. Like, obviously I don't want it to do that. It would just then automatically skip forward. And in this case, it would, yeah, it would just skip forward until it reaches something that it can handle properly. So, there are ways around that. I would need to figure out how to do that, and that would just be a pain, but probably not a high priority right now, especially because, unless it's really broken and I somehow all my testing missed it, I am pretty sure that it does work correctly when you actually have the quests. It looks like if you have neither quest completed, which is, again, not something I thought to test, oh well, then it does fail to load. But whatever, we'll do the quest the intended way. Just without the help of the arrow here. But obviously I have the arrow in my head to guide me here. Do this. And then normally we would... Well, actually, we always grab this provision. So we got this. And then normally we would have the Ani quest as well. So this is where we would turn that in. That's the little Ani bag over there. And then we go to the last little provision here. And it might actually work the moment I pick up this provision. Let's see. No, because it's the second clue. Yeah, the second clue is also part of the chain. This, I think after this it'll start working. Because then at this point, everything that is part of the chain that has the default coordinates should be completed. And the rest of that stuff, I believe I have handled by the defaults, by the actual, like, inline steps. So, where's second clue? Aha! Yeah, now it is working, but I believe now it is pointing to... now it's pointing to Ani, right? Yeah, it's telling me to pick up Fearless. Right. So it is working. It's just everything related to that chain broke. I guess another thing I could also do that's a lot simpler is probably I could make sure that my my placeholder coordinates are actually correct. Even if I don't think that people are supposed to do it. Because, like, effectively what I did is I probably copy-pasted this from a previous step just to make it easier to start off with. So I have another big step of multiple coordinates, copy-paste the framework, and then I add in the quest details, like make sure the quest IDs are correct. And then if I know that I don't need to have quest IDs, then I don't, or XY coordinates for that step because it's only ever displayed, then I don't bother updating it. But I guess this is probably like, it is good practice to make sure that that stuff is shown. It's just because it would be, the chain would be broken, I wouldn't be able to have like in-depth tracking, but then at least it wouldn't do crazy things like sending you out to meaningless coordinates. So that's probably still preferable overall. We'll see, though. Let's... do this. That is... okay, I'm missing one. This should be most of the Lynx fish I need. In hell. And this. And this. Here, I think I can close my code at this point. Microsoft makes VS Code? Yeah, fuck Microsoft then. That is, like, it's hard to describe just how bad, like, and I don't, like, why would it randomly update the theme? But also, if you're going to update the theme, why make it something like that? It's like, the theme that I normally use for VS Code is, it's all nice and pretty, like, everything's color-coded. Like, here, I'll open it up again. There's, like, I have, my variables at the top are all in, like, you know, kind of a forest green color. And then all of everything in parens, so, like, all the quest names and stuff is, like, kind of a dark orange. And then all of the, like, the variable stuff in line, right? Like, in the different, like, the quest steps. So, like, kind equals pickup. Quest name equals whatever. The quest name and kind are, like, a, you know, kind of a light blue. And then all of the different brackets are different colors, depending on, like, you know, how far in. So, like, one, like, I always know, like, okay, everything, it's, I guess, how do I put this? It's easy to identify if I've, like, missed a semicolon or a bracket or something, because, like, the bracket colors will be off. So all of the brackets surrounding, like, the individual quest are yellow. And then all the brackets surrounding, like, a whole step in the add-on, like, around this, are blue. And then all the brackets surrounding, like, the larger section of the route are purple and stuff like that. They're all very nicely color-coded. It's honestly very pretty to look at. And then for some reason, whatever, like, automatic theme it set in VS Code when I opened it up today was, like, everything was orange. Like, all the fucking text was just this extremely bright, like, pumpkin orange. It just absolute flashbang, but also, like, it's just nonsense. It's meaningless. Like, it's very easy for me to look through the code when, like, everything is very nicely color-coded. And whatever theme they threw at me today was just, like, all orange. I couldn't distinguish between anything. Like, I don't know why anybody would want to use that, much less force it as, like, the default setting. Yeah, I know I'm not sharing VS Code. Also, I didn't even realize that my dad was the one who sent that message. Hi. Are you watching my stream in bed or something like that? But yeah, no, I'm ranting. I'm not going to go through the effort of like, switching the display. I'm describing it, generally speaking. Free said change bad. Well, like, I mean, like, yes, obviously I know, like, rah, like, you know, something has changed, I'm angry. Like, obviously nobody likes change, but I'm telling you, this was, like, an objectively worse change. Like, the color coding was just bad. I can't, like, I hate how Heroic Leap just has no path available. For, like, half the time. You will switch to your K-drama now. Okay, have fun. Right, I need to have the Spare Murloc suit on. Alright, I think after this quest... I could probably start the turn-ins at this point. So, we're beyond level 85, so it should be fine to start doing turn-ins now. Because I started doing turn-ins around this point, and I had Darkened Fair buff, and I overshot by an entire Delver's Call. Now, it was actually more than an entire Delver's Call. Okay, getting a little bit of lag here. Yeah, definitely Europe's lagging. You can see the... Oh, God. Oh, God. Actually, am I lagging or is Europe lagging? It looks like it might have been our internet. How long is 82 to 90 leveling with quests on average? I mean, I would say about 2 hours. Right now, I've been doing my leveling for about, like, 3 hours or so, but I've also been taking, like, extensive detours and breaks to, like, explain stuff and, like, walk through what I'm doing. This is meant to be, like, a demonstration run of, like, how the add-on works. So, like, even with extensive detours, I've done, what's it called? It's been 3 hours, and we're, like, about to finish, right? So now I do all the turn-ins. At this point, I hearth to Fairbreeze Village. If I am somehow barely short now, I should have bonus experience or bonus stuff that I can do at the very end. In fact, actually, at this point, I can open up Follow the Arrow again and showcase, right? Because this part I have also updated to account for it. So Follow the Arrow. If we go to, we'll skip ahead to crafting and delve turn-ins. So obviously, I have a lot of information here at the start. You can read this if you want. If you use the previous alt route, it's mostly the same, except I've, like, changed the recommendations, obviously. Now, at the start here, it would have told me to, like, the initial section here now tells you to start in Zul'jin. Previously, I included the final turn-ins for, like, the Delver's Call quests in Zul'jin at the end of the Zul'jin route. But because people are going to be skipping around, I actually copied them and put them in again at the start here, just to make sure that even if you skip straight to this section, then you'll have it available to you as a recommendation. So, I return to Fairbreeze Village. And now we go turn in South Earl Soiree. I'm going to turn in the mini quests first, like these, because that should barely get me to level 86. Ah, fuck. That is... unfortunate, but I mean, whatever. Alright, so we overflow a little bit, is what it is. Still faster to do that, and then we're going to just fly to Silvermoon City and do the big turn-in. Now, I'm not sure how this is going to work. I tried to make sure I coded this properly, but I think if you don't have some of these quests, it should automatically skip them as part of the turn-in section. So... alright. Okay, so now it'll do... this is Hope in the Darkest Corners. And, yeah, so now it's telling me to do Erator. This is because, like, obviously, if you... it did skip it properly. Okay, so that is nice. It skipped the turn-in for the end here. You probably don't want to do Erator like this bonus breadcrumb quest. So now, okay, now it's bugging out a little bit. So that is, yeah, that's kind of tricky because, like, I'll need to figure out a way to handle that. Because there's a few quests where I set it to ignore it if you don't have the quests available, but it looks like it's not properly advancing. It's not displaying it, but now it's not advancing. So I'll have to figure out how to handle that. Because at this point, the reality is you do want to skip around a little bit. Now, obviously, like, what you do here is you skip to the next step, right? Like, that, you know, is what it is. It's a low priority bug because, like, that is all you need to do. You just advance. But obviously, that's inelegant, right? I would like it to be more streamlined so that it can, like, adapt to, like, automatically advance no matter which amount of stuff you have on hand. Right, yeah, we'll go to engineering. I'll equip that. So that doesn't really matter. Do I have a timeline on when 10 to 80 is going to be added to my add-on? By patch 12.1. But relatively soon, I'm going to start posting the, like, different sections of the Alliance and Horde route on Patreon for people to test. So if you want to test it early, you know, support on Patreon. You will, obviously, when it is ready to go, when the finalized thing is, like, fully tested, it's going to be available for free for everybody. But if you want to do a little bit of beta testing and help make sure that it's polished for the official release, you will be able to, I guess, use it a little bit early. And that will be soon. But the entire process of getting all of that integrated into Follow the Arrow is going to take, like, about a month or two. And obviously, I'm going to roll it out in stages, right? So I'll throw it out on Patreon so people have time to test it, time to give feedback, report any bugs they run into, and then as it's getting tested and ideally polished a little bit, then I can start to get to work on future iterations. That way, by the time all is said and done, we have a super duper polished route ready to go for everybody else. That is the plan there. Alright, we do this. Okay, I think... Yeah, nice. I don't need to do any extra there. Do this. And I'm going to sort by first craft bonus, and then we'll just make all these things. I think, let's see. I might skip enchanting for now, and then leave it as, like, a bonus for later on. If I think, I'm going to be a little bit short. But there is a chance that I just have enough from the rest. But I want to see. And I think it would be interesting to double check either way. To see how short I would be without enchanting. So I'm going to skip to Voidstorm turn-ins up here. And do this. And then, yeah, turn in a Born Killer. Yeah, I think there's going to be little overflow here either way. This should be enough to get pretty much to, yeah, almost exactly 89. Now, what I can do here is so... Yeah, I'm just shy of 89, but... just to get a little bit more value. And, like, the first few things you craft, like, the initial enchanting crafts are going to be worth more anyway. So at this point, I'll do just a little bit. That'll, push me over the edge into 89. And then... what's it called? Where's the... Oh, yeah, I need... what's it called? I'll just buy a few vellums. Do this. I guess I can enchant a ring instead of a vellum. That's fine. And then I need to disenchant stuff. Right, so... and really just break down anything. Just need to get enough skill. Let's get to, like, enchanting 10, I think should be enough. Yeah, I didn't get... tried to disenchant an egg. Alright, that was stupid. One more. 10. Alright, that might be enough. And then this. I might need to do, like, one more recipe. Yeah. I'll just go... grab this. Recipes over here.
Glory to the Sindori. Hold your
And Lethal Glamour. And then... oh, I'm actually really short on Dust. Yeah, I also... They really, really did not want you to be able to do the enchanting thing that we did back in War Within. They all require the enchanting table now. Whereas before they didn't. Is what it is. I'm actually... that's crazy. I'm barely short. I mean, I could just disenchant a few items to get a little bit more dust. I keep getting Radiant Shards, though. Alright. One more craft, that'll put me into 89. And that's all I really need. Now, the Harrandar turn-ins should be enough, because we have Legends of the Harroneer, we have 2 Delver's Calls, and we have Abundance. That is a lot of experience. That is, I believe, it should be a full level. Right. Yeah, so Harrandar turn-ins. We go up here. I can't currently track which relic you selected, but don't forget to complete your Legends of the Harroneer quest. Alright, so you do all that. Yeah, okay, we're definitely... so, we're definitely gonna have enough, right? We don't need to do, this. We did pick it up, though, right? Let me just double check. Harrandar. Interesting that... no, actually, you don't get that quest. Wonder why. So sometimes... I think maybe you don't get it if it's... like, you've already done it on your account. Yeah, and that's the reason why I didn't bother including this in the add-on, because I wasn't quite sure exactly how it worked. Sometimes you do that quest, and he offers a follow-up called The Listener, which lets you talk to another NPC to get, like, an additional bit of experience. But I think that only works when you're doing the initial unlock process. It doesn't seem like that works if you've already done all of the relics. Which is strange. But yeah. It's only a regular quest. It's like 17k XP. It is an efficient quest if it was reliable, but you don't really need it. And there we go, level 9. See, that was like, what, about 3 hours long with extensive yapping in the middle to, like, talk about different parts of the add-on. So, I mean, this is pretty fast. Also without Darkman Fair buff, notably. You were one bubble short 20 minutes ago. You blame yourself. You turned in the Harrandar Relic quest because you weren't paying attention. Ah. Yeah. I mean, like, that happens, right? It's just, it's important if you do know that you've accidentally turned something in early to then keep in mind that that won't be factored into the final calculations. And, like, it's not the end of the world if that happens. I have had people, like, freak out because they, you know, made a mistake and they're like, oh my god, now the add-on won't work for me. It's like, you could just... like, right now, obviously, what I could just do, if I wanted to, if I was barely short, is I could just do these quests. The Grudge Pit quests. They're here for a reason. These are, like, pretty good quests. The only downside of these quests right now, and why I don't think they're, like, that worth doing, is because of that bug, where, like, you could exploit that one Grudge Pit quest, Blizzard has made it so all of the enemies in the Grudge Pit itself give, like, no experience. Which was not the case before. But now, everything here is nerfed. The quests themselves are still fast. And the other mobs outside of the Grudge Pit, for, like, the quests after the initial ones, give normal experience. But the fact that the mobs give no mob kill XP is kind of rough. So, this is only good as, like, a last-second overflow. It's better than, like, hunting down anything else if you're, like, a bubble short. It's still fine for that. But in theory, you would rather do a little bit more in, like, Zul'jin or Eversong as backup if you knew that you needed additional quests. But yeah, I left the Eversong campaign really early this time around compared to my speedrun, and ended up, yeah, still being, though admittedly, like, I overshot in my speedrun, and that was with Darkman Fair buff. But here, this was, like, almost dead on. That worked out really well. I didn't even do all of crafting. So technically, you can argue that I ever so slightly overshot, because since I didn't finish crafting, and finishing crafting, in theory, by the way, would be efficient. You would want to do that. So I just wanted to see, like, if I don't finish crafting, like, where does it land? Now, you could always skip that, right? If you're trying to save a little bit of gold, there's nothing wrong with doing that. But I'm trying to approach this from, like, if I did a speedrun, like, how would I optimize this type of view? But overall, I mean, that was pretty good. I'm probably not going to, like, play my warrior all that much, I'll be honest, because, like, you know, there's no warrior healing spec. It's just, I already had this character. This was the first character that I ever created on my European account. Or at least the first character I leveled. I used my free boosts back in War Within on my monk. But the first leveling run I ever did was on this warrior. And it's been over a year, but that warrior that I made finally got to max level. Woo. So now I have it if I decide I want to play, like, Prot Warrior on Europe for whatever reason. But I'm not even going to bother, like, doing weekly delves and stuff on this character. It's just, you know, if I'm going to do a demonstration run, I may as well use a character that I actually kind of want to play. So, there we go. Now I have it. And now, we do PTR stuff. Or at least I try to do PTR stuff. Hopefully, I know earlier Goose Comics was saying that the servers are, like, super fucked. So, I guess let's hope it's not that bad. Also, new Wordle. So here, I will... I'm going to switch over to PTR real quick. The screen will go dark for a moment. You feel like you're constantly on the verge of falling over on Prot right now? Which Prot? Depending on your answer, that is either an insane thing to say or completely understandable. Which Prot are you constantly on the verge of falling over with? Because they are very different in that regard. Do I think my leveling spec tier list changed with Midnight? Slightly. Warrior? Okay, yeah, that is definitely an insane thing to say. Prot Warrior is, like, one of the tankiest tanks at the moment. Prot Warrior is, like, next to Guardian Druid. Honestly, no. Prot Warrior is tankier than Guardian Druid. Oh my god, my ears.
Connecting. Dialogue. Cancel. Accept.
What
Button.
the
Double. Retrieving. Cancel.
What the fuck, Blizzard? What is happening? Hold on. I'm gonna mute, where is the audio playing? Like, can you hear the beta? Okay, you can hear that. I'm glad we're not alone here. And everybody else's eardrums got assaulted by that. Holy fuck. I don't know what they did on the PTR, but they fucked that up. That was in World of Warcraft. I think what that is, by the way, I think that's the Discord integration. I think that the Discord integration is, like, going fucking haywire. Yeah, the screen is black by design. I'm trying to change that in OBS, but right as I opened it up, I immediately got fucking bombarded by that. It's muted now, by the way.
Realms. Game menu.
It should be, at
Button.
least. No, it's not, it looks like. Hold on. Until I solve the... Give me a second. I'm gonna mute everything except my microphone here for a moment. Okay. And then... Oh my god. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck? Okay. Alright, I've gotten the volume down to a reasonable level. I'm gonna unmute it real quick. Unmute everything. Alright, can you hear it? It's faint, but like when you hear the music, let me know. So that I know it's working correctly before I show you what's going on. So I figured it out. It might be that you're pulling too big. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know what pulls you're doing, but obviously if you over pull, you're going to die no matter what tank it is. But yeah, Prot Warrior is extremely tanky. So if you are dying on a Prot Warrior, it's one of two things. Either you are over pulling, or you're not using Warrior's defensives correctly. Prot Warrior is a fucking brick wall right now. In M+, Guardian Druid might be able to survive better. Prot Warrior is, in raids, probably the tankiest tank at the moment. Unless we count Blood Decay, where Blood Decay is very squishy. But Deathstrike, obviously, if you know how to use it, is very strong. And then... what's it called? Words. Brewmaster Monk can live pretty well in M+, but Brewmaster Monk is like one of the squishiest tanks right now in raids, because the only reason Brewmaster has decent survivability in M+, is because of self-healing. But Prot Warrior is just incredibly tanky on everything. Alright, I think you guys can hear. So, look at what is happening.
Map music, slider, 4 of 22, 20%. Effects, slide, effects, slider.
What the
5
fuck?
of 22, 20%.
What is this? Why?
Loop music, checkbox, unchecked, 9 of 22. Enable to continuously play background music.
How do I disable this? You can hear this, right? Like, I'm not crazy. I don't know if this is like...
Languages, network, audio,
Is this an accessibility
interface,
option?
audio assist, button, accessibility.
Okay.
6 of 7.
Like, so we found the problem.
Enable screen interface.
What fucking
button,
maniac
accessibility.
enabled
5 of
this
7.
by default? Why? Why is this enabled by default?
Screen narrator.
Is this for blind people? Can they... Dude, I can't even imagine. Imagine trying to play World of Warcraft blind. Holy shit. I'm just imagining, like, trying to do Midnight Falls blind and just moving your cursor around the screen. Glaive.
Interface.
Glaive.
Button,
Glaive. And then, like,
accessibility.
you have to, like...
5 of 7.
Basically kind of do sonar to, like, figure out where the glaives are and then, like, dodge them. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think this game's playable if you're blind, unfortunately. Although I'm sure somebody's tried. I mean, I'm sure this is more for people with just, like, you know, they can't see very well, but they can. But, like, I don't know.
Screen narrator.
But, like, enabling this by default is fucking diabolical work. Especially because the moment that I entered the game, the moment I was logging in, it had a fucking stroke. Like, connecting. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened. But, I mean, clearly they've got some, you know, some work to iron out here. What happens
Screen
if I...
narrator speed. Slider. Screen narrator speed. Slider. 3 of 4. 10. Screen narrator. Enable screen narrator.
Okay,
Checkbox. Checked. 1 of 4.
it just
Enable
goes,
green
like,
elements allowed.
fucking
Screen narrator
crazy.
voice. Drop down. Microsoft Zero desktop. Microsoft David desktop. English.
Screen narrator voice. Enable screen narrator. Checkbox.
Okay.
Check. 1 of 4. Enable to read UI elements allowed.
I mean, I
Enable
recognize
realm
these
selection
voices.
and character creation screens.
I guess these are just the default voices. Yeah, I don't know. Fucking making that enabled by default is absolutely diabolical. But that's pretty funny. There was a guy who used to stream M+ that was blind, and he had a bunch of macros to follow the healer. Really? That's crazy. I'd love to see how that even works. You should do a leveling speedrun blindfolded with the text-to-speech thing. Oh, man. I can't even imagine how that would work. You know what? That sounds hilarious. I'll think about it, but I don't know. We'll see. Like, so is this new? This has to be new, right? I've never heard of this before. Either this is brand new, and then somehow, because it's, like, on the PTR, it's just auto-enabled. Or, like, this has always been a thing, and for some reason the PTR auto-enabled it. I don't know why. That is strange. That is really strange. Either way... What are they using for this? Huh. It's always interesting to see. So, this is always the fun part about PTR, right? They reuse the PTR servers. So, a lot of times, a server that was used for, like, you know, PTR testing back in, like, fucking Shadowlands will end up being reused for this. And they cycle through. They have, like, multiple different PTR servers. So sometimes they reuse it for Classic, and then they just make all the retail servers inaccessible. And then they bring this back for retail at some point. But, like, you know, if you recall, in the Druid run that I did, I mentioned that I made multiple copies of my Druid so that I could do multiple 80 to 90 tests later on in the expansion. But that was on whatever server they're doing for the War Within beta. Or the Midnight beta. At some point, they're going to bring that server back around. So at some point in the future, I will be able to do test runs. So maybe for like 8.1.5, whatever server has duplicate copies of my War Within Druid will be on there. And you can see there's like... So I remember this test server. This was... you can see Vision of Orgrimmar. This is whatever they used for the Horrific Visions one that was like, what, 11.1.7? So they used these servers for that. So I have copies of my Warrior that I tested Horrific Visions on. Apparently, they've already used it for something. What was this for? So, I'm gonna hop on my... honestly, out of curiosity, when did they use this? Was this, maybe this was 12.0.5? Trying to remember. I think that, yeah, this might be the 12.0.5. If this is what I'm thinking of. Yes. Okay. That checks out. Yeah, so these are the servers they use for 12.0.5, and that's why my character's here, right? I'm testing this out. Or I was testing this out, back then, and they reused it now. So, I guess TBD on when they end up reusing the servers for War Within beta. Because the 12.0.7 servers did not reuse that. So it's they don't just have two sets of servers because it didn't alternate. It wasn't like these ones and then the 12.0.7 ones were different. So what's always fun about this is I get to see like, which of my time capsules are on this particular set of servers. So I think this was a Legion Remix character. So yeah, they must have used this for Legion Remix then, I think. This was Undermine. I have a Harldan Bank here. Yeah, this is definitely Undermine because there's multiple copies of my my Paladin at the time. This is an early copy of my Druid. Yes, they used this for early War Within. Oh, man. I was like in Scarlet Halls. I don't know why I'm in Scarlet Halls on this this monk, but this is a time capsule of my Emirdrassil monk. This is always fun to look back through. Why was I here? Okay, who knows why I was in Scarlet Halls in this character. But yeah, so here is... oh no, not my Emirdrassil monk, sorry, my Aberrus monk. Or... No, this is a Mirajusol. Yeah, this is a Mirajusol, and this is with the Dinar stuff. Right. So I have Rashang because this was the what's it called? The like Dinar upgraded thingy. So I have all my fancy stuff. Slimy expulsion boots, man. Crazy to think Dragonflight was a whole fucking expansion ago at this point. And back then I was a Tauren because the Tauren racial was really good. And then eventually I switched to a Void Elf, and my Brewmaster is still a Void Elf to this day. Man. Back before they fucking gutted my spec to oblivion. I missed this version of Brewmaster. Oh well. What do we have here? Yeah, so, okay, this was definitely this was one of the... I guess this was the Mop Remix test server. That makes sense, yeah. You can even still see the time running logo. I remember this one. This was the Silithus speedrun. That was this character. We have my Mirajusol Blood Decay. That's a time capsule and a half. And then these are... I think these are some of the druids that I used for speedruns and whatnot. Alright. Well, fun trip down memory lane, but now I'll copy over my account data. And what do I want to use for testing? Probably my druid. Like, I'll probably play Blood Decay for raid testing. Just because I'm enjoying Blood, but for open world stuff, at least, which is all I really care about testing right now, I'll check Druid. Just because Druid's just better for open worlds. Where's Eldara? There we go. And then, yeah, I'll have to rename it. Have I used Elvara with an H? I have not. Alright, W. Easy. I should turn on sound and background, because every time I tab out to look at something, the sound cuts out. So I want to fix that. Edit mode. Nice, I have something there. All the rest of my settings copied over properly. That's good. Audio, where is sound and background? Alright, perfect. What is going on here? Huh. Okay, so because I'm missing... The funny thing is, like, the default appearance of this item actually doesn't look terrible with the rest of my transmog. But I'm guessing my PTR account didn't properly copy over some of my appearances a few times with, like, account-wide trading post stuff. That's how it goes. So some of my transmog is missing. So it just wiped the appearances. But honestly, this doesn't look bad. You know, all things considered, that is. Oh, wait, it does look like... Yeah, you can see Moonlit Cloak of Unrelenting Justice has just been added. So, in theory... Okay, there we go. Now I can... Steve outfit. Why are we doing this? How do I... Apply changes. Did that work? Okay, it worked. Cool. Alright, so, like, what the fuck do I want to do? I don't really have an agenda for this particular test. A lot of times I go onto the PTR and I'm just like, alright, there's something I want to do. This is also one of the reasons why I didn't really want to do this in the main channel, right? I have no idea what I'm going to do. I don't know how much I'm going to get done in the PTR. I'm really just playing it by ear. Looks like my draw distance is low. Yeah. So, I heard a few people in my guild have talked about certain items in the loot table, but I haven't actually looked at it myself. What? The faction's called Zul'jin's Forces? What the fuck kind of lame-ass name is that? I really hope... This has gotta be placeholder, right? There's no way Zul'jin's Forces is the name of the fucking patch faction. This is lame as shit. It's okay, it has the singularity icon. I'm gonna assume that this is placeholder. Is Fall of the Arrow going to end up having a 1 to 80 guide? Yes. Yes. By the release of 12.1, it will be updated. For 1 to 80. Let's see here. Delve Season 2. Oh, this will be good to look at. So I heard that Valeera got some new stuff. So can I just look at all the new curios? That'll be good to look at. There's usually an NPC, Zandalvari. I heard somebody in my guild say that a lot of the stuff is in, for some reason, Dornegal instead of Silvermoon, so I guess I'll go check that. But in theory, there's usually a Delve NPC that you can speak to that unlocks all the curios and whatnot. That way you can look. But the fact that Valeera is not just getting a level boost, but also like a new... And, I mean, there's always new curios. But having like an entirely new mechanic is like kind of neat, I suppose. We got a Tank Brand in 11.1. So, Valeera having new mechanics as well is kind of cool. Okay. Okay, so the vendors are here. Vendors are here, but there is no Zandalvari. You know what? Honestly, a lot of times they fix this later on. So what I should do is, like, before raid testing, I should buy all this stuff. All the avoidance gear. Because a lot of times they fix this later. And then they remove the avoidance gear off the vendor. But it's nice to have for testing. Hold on, let me... Like, in theory, if Zandalvari is on the servers, he might also just be standing outside a Delve. Which, in theory, should be anywhere within Delve, because they usually don't remove that stuff after... their new stuff. Worst case scenario, I just... Yeah, okay, I guess, Yeah, this has loaded properly. Alright, yeah, I'll just test this at some point and get all the curios myself. That's fine. I was just curious if we could just immediately see it, because usually they have Zandalvari for that, but they forgot to put it in this time. But what are the new poisons, anyway? So, yeah, she still has the same combat rolls. I don't think I can... Yeah, I don't have any stuff unlocked yet. Blood Cryptoxin. Enemies have their damage reduced and their haste reduced. I mean, that's... that is completely worthless. Increasing... Okay, coats you and Valeera. Increasing all damage done, stacking up to whatever in combat. All stacks are removed if the wielder of the poison weapon takes damage. Never mind, that's also completely worthless. Okay, so... I mean, this is completely shit. Enemies deal 10% damage. That is completely worthless in the context of Delves, right? Everything in Delves either basically one-shots you, or does, like, trivial amounts of damage. It's just if you pull a lot, it, like, that amount of damage adds up. So this does not matter. Having the value of haste on, like, random NPCs, unless they're a caster who's just doing Bolt Slop anyway, like, it really makes no difference. And, like, the fact that Bolt Slop will be 10% slower really doesn't matter. And this is, like, what? All stacks are removed if the wielder of the poison weapon? Why? Why was that? Like, this would be fine. Like, oh, hey, a nice little damage bonus. And then they just made it so it's worthless. If you take, like, everything in Delves does, like, random chips of damage to you at random points. this will be impossible to take any advantage of. So instead, you just take this. You get 10% leech avoidance and speed. Like, okay, I guess. It's something. I don't know why it's designed like this. I mean, here's the thing, right? In theory, it's PTR. There's a chance they change this. The reality of the fact, like, I've been testing PTR for so fucking long. I'm gonna be real with you. 99% of the stuff we get in the very first iteration of PTR, it does not fucking change. The moment that they put it up there, they're just like, all right, we got it out there, on to the next thing. And let's be real, quality assurance has not been their strong suit lately. So that is already a track record for Blizzard. The odds that something like this changes is low. They almost never do tuning passes on shit like this. They throw out their first draft, and that's it. This makes absolutely no sense, but, I mean, there being useless Delve Curios is also nothing new. Like, they've had many useless Delve Curios. What I'm more interested in is the Delver's Journey. So, okay, this is, like, exactly the same. You may acquire a Corrosive Reticule. Right, Gift of Pestilence, that's cosmetic, presumably. A Shrine of Abundance has a chance to manifest in a Bountiful Delve. Okay. I'm going to assume that a Shrine of Abundance, flavor-wise, by the way, that's kind of cute. I'm guessing that this is the same as, like, the banners, right? So this is probably the same as, like, a Void Rift, or what were they called? Flickergate? Or the banners that we had in Season 1. This is probably the new version of that. Gilded Jackpot. Gilded Stash now appears. Okay. You know what? Good. Because I really... One of my biggest complaints with the design of the Delver's Journey in Season 1 is that you unlocked the ability to get Gilded Stashes at level 2 of the journey, but it was only Heroic Crests, which is, like, worthless, right? That doesn't actually do anything. And then, until you got to Renown 4, it didn't give Myth Crests. But the problem is, if you unlocked it at Renown 2, and then you did Gilded Stashes in the process of unlocking level 4, then when you actually got level 4 unlocked, you'd already be at your 4 out of 4 cap for Gilded Stashes. And you couldn't redo them to get the Myth Crests. You were just shit out of luck. And that was really, really annoying early in the season. Well, I saw that coming. I saw that on the track, and I'm like, that's probably how that's going to work, isn't it? So I went ahead, and I did warn all my guildies. I was like, it's probably going to work like this. And most of them are just like, who cares about Delves? But I went ahead, and I avoided doing any gilded stashes on mains until I got this unlocked. And then I did it on my mains. And then I know a few people who fell into that trap where they opened gilded stashes before they had level 4 Delver's Journey unlocked. So, kind of interesting that they've now completely taken out the Hero Crest component from gilded stashes, which is, like, a little bit of a bummer, because, like, it doesn't hurt getting more crests than you would otherwise. But the fact that there's not, like, this weird noob trap, kind of, where you can accidentally waste your gilded stashes early in the season, that is good. That is an improvement. Zoran, okay. Oh, interesting. You have a chance to gain additional boons and mislaid curiosities starting week 3 of the season. Oh, no. Okay, God, the way Blizzard writes this shit. This is like a giga run-on sentence. Why is this not... You have a chance to gain additional boons from mislaid curiosities, period. Starting week 3 of the season. It's just mislaid curiosities and starting week 3 of the season, Zoran will appear at the end of Delves offering champion gear. Like, brother, split that into 2 sentences. Okay. So that is interesting, right? I like this. I like this because this is the first time Blizzard has ever confirmed where this will be gated. What this is effectively telling us is that up until week 3 of the season, Delves are going to be gated at level 4. Or, possibly, you'll be able to get higher than that, but it won't matter, because you won't get any advantage out of Zoran. They have never done this before. This is improvement. I will give them credit where it's due. Because it has been a massive pain in the ass for me, as somebody who actually does Delves, to try and get gear for my characters, trying to figure out when different things unlock, because Blizzard never fucking says anything concrete, and they just vague post. But here we go, starting week 3. So this means that, obviously, Delves will still be good for early season gearing, but Zoran, as a form of bad luck protection, assuming, by the way, the way that they word season, that's the only thing that, like, we'll have to pay more attention to, like, what they mean by this. Because week 3 of the season could either be the season starts when Mythic Raid opens, the season starts when, like, the zone is available. The way they word this is weird, because sometimes they have different meaning of the season, like the WoW season starting, and the raiding / M+ season starting. And their wording tends to be pretty ambiguous there. So we'll see. But bare minimum, week 3 of the season will be either the second week of Mythic Raid or the third week of Mythic Raid, but it will never be the first week of Raid. Now, if it is the second week of Mythic Raid, then, because there's no Heroic Week this time around, right? Which, whatever. Yeah, I know that they're doing that. I guess, I don't think they've officially confirmed that, but they did say that they didn't plan on doing it, and I don't think they said that their plans have changed, so we can assume there's no Heroic Week. So it's going to be 1 week of just, like, open world content, and then Mythic Week. Most likely. That's kind of how they've been doing it. So if it is the third week starting with the season, quote-unquote, starting on the time the patch releases, then Zoran could still be a decent form of, like, replacing missing slots on the second week of raiding. That actually wouldn't be terrible. By the third week of raiding, if that is when he unlocks, it probably won't really matter all that much. It'll be pretty inconsequential by that point. But either way, I mean, Zoran is still a good way to get catch-up gear for alts, so, like, sure. You can now purchase 2 restored coffer keys. Alright, yeah. Pretty self-explanatory. You may now purchase the Delve Obot 7000 Midnight Software Update chip, letting you update your Delve Obot 7000. Oh! Ah, okay. That's the, that's that toy. Okay, so I don't have it on PTR because it didn't copy over properly. But that's the thing that teleports you to a random bountiful delve, at least in War Within. Now, the way that this was worded, hold on, let me see. Okay, the problem I see with this is adding Midnight Delves to its destination matrix. Does this still have a chance to teleport you to a War Within delve? If so, that's kind of troll, if that's what they're doing. I would like for the ability, like, imagine if you summon this, you click on it, and then it gives you a dialogue option of either War Within or Midnight, and then you get to pick, and then it's random within that. But if this is a randomized either expansion thing, then obviously that's fucking worthless if it has a 50-50 chance to just throw you in War Within. So, I mean, I hope they don't do that, but who knows? I mean, it's quality of life either way, so best case scenario, it's a okay quality of life thing. Worst case scenario, we just don't use it. It doesn't really matter. You may now get Warbound Champion gear from Tier 9 Delves and above. Okay, yeah, so same thing. And this is the main thing I was curious about. This is staying exactly the same, right? I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised they're keeping this in here. I fully expected Blizzard to remove this. This is, like, obscene, right? I've talked about this at length, right? But if you need to gear up alts, get your Delver's Journey unlocked. I am in the process of gearing up characters on Europe, on a fresh European account, and one of the very first things I made an effort to do is get my Delver's Journey finished so that I could take advantage of this. And now I have multiple characters that are already almost full hero track gear, because this is fucking obscene. In a good way, I guess. Like, it's good, but it's almost too good. Like, I was kind of thinking maybe Blizzard didn't realize how good they made that bonus, but, like, we're getting it again in Season 2. Now, depending on how they gate this, I can't imagine it's going to be that valuable for, what's it called? For, like, initial gearing. And keep in mind, right, like, this had a ton of value early on in the season, because obviously getting hero track gear is a massive grind in the first tier of an expansion. But we're going to be going into where is my druid's gear? Like, I have this fucking thing. I still need to catalyze this, right? But I got this off Rotmire, 298. Now let me double check from the raid. So if I look into why isn't the raid? Okay. Oh, I have to search to midnight. The Tidebound Grotto. Okay. What item level does this drop? Dude, there's no way, though. So, when they said that the world boss would be available on up to Mythic difficulty, I didn't actually know that they meant it would drop Mythic gear. I thought they were just going to call it Mythic difficulty, but it drops Myth Track gear. The problem I have with this is this guaranteed? Because if it is a world boss... So, this very much, I have no idea how they're doing layers, right? But how is the loot going to work? Because if it's just like a regular raid boss and you just have a chance to get gear, then you're going to have to split run this. And this is going to be a fucking nightmare for splits. But, like, honestly, even worse than Chimeras was early season for splits. If it's like, they call it a world boss, right? Well, the way that world bosses work right now is you get a random piece of gear that you might not even be able to use, but it's warbound. Now, on the other world bosses here, like, it does say that on the item, binds to warbands. And it doesn't say that here, so presumably it's not. But does that mean that then, if you kill the world boss, you get a guaranteed piece of gear? Is it like personal loot? I don't know. This they have not clarified. They have not said how loot from it works. But it's Myth Track gear. So, getting an extra source of Myth Track gear, presumably very easily, is interesting. I mean, who knows how hard this boss is going to be. How many... Are there, like, mythic mechanics? Or is it just, like, tuning? There are mythic-only mechanics. I mean, my read of this is it is kind of just like a bonus mythic raid boss that... Or a bonus raid boss in general. That's kind of tuned to be, like, Rotmire difficulty. But just, like, outside of the raid. Which, like, sure. I won't complain. But okay, so, yeah, what was I looking at? So, Myth Track gear starts off at 311 item level. What does Hero Track gear start off at? 298. So, already, if you have Spore-fused stuff from Rotmire, then any Spore-fused item is already Hero Track. Now, obviously, you then need to get the Hero Track gear to upgrade it and stuff, like, you'll want to do that. So you still will want to farm. And presumably, then normal goes up to... normal probably goes up to, like, the equivalent of... what's it called? Like, Hero... 1 out of 6, or 2 out of 6, or whatever. So, you will be able to, like, get some normal stuff and fully upgrade it to save a few crests, I would imagine, unless they're fundamentally changing how the system works. But you're not going to need Hero Track gear as much. And Champion Track gear, which, yeah, I don't know why I was calling it normal gear. Champion Track gear will basically cap out at, like, 298. Now, in theory, like, yeah, some Champion Track stuff will maybe be, like, a little bit helpful, but the reality is most of us are going to be going in here with, like, 290-something item level, and all really important slots, like trinkets and whatnot, we are not going to try and farm Champion Track trinkets. Like, whatever we're using from the previous tier is likely going to last us quite a while. Jewelry, same thing. And a lot of that is the Ascendant Voidforge thing, which will be at max Champion Track anyway. So you're not really going to need to farm that through Delves. So Delves, like in War Within, were consistently weak outside of launch, aside from specific trinkets in the case of Undermine, and then your Delver's Bounty, right? Which will still be the case. Which was really annoying because then in... they kind of knew that. And then they made it so you had to grind out the ability to get a Delver's Bounty in Mana Forge Omega, which, like, I still... fucking horrible decision. That one still pisses me off. At the very least, they listened to the backlash and they didn't do it again. And delves early on aren't really going to be a great way to get Myth Crest just because that's going to be time-gated behind level 4, which, like, honestly, that's fine. I understand that. But I think, honestly, delves are not going to be really worth farming early season. They're probably going to still be really good for catch-up gearing, right? If you have a brand new character and you want to gear it up really quickly, you're going to just do delves to get a bunch of hero track pieces. But in terms of early season gearing, I used delves a lot. Even on, like, my warrior and my death knight. Because, you know, it was faster than doing a bunch of M+. But at this point, you know, they're going to have, I think, a little bit more limited use, it would seem. But that was kind of the, you know, the same thing before. We'll see what the delve trinkets are, though. And I guess that brings me to my next point, which I'm curious, what do we have here? So, obviously, I don't know where all of these trinkets drop. We could... It looks like this might be the delve trinkets, because I'm seeing other stuff that I know are delve trinkets, like the Void Fisher, the Desecrated Chalice words. Ophidian Bone Whistle. You know what I could also do? I could look at the loot table for the raid and the new dungeons, and then anything that I don't see on there, then we know it's from delves. So, okay, so this is the new dungeon. Zul'jin is the final boss of the dungeon. Really? Okay. Alright, so what do we have from here? Are there any new fancy items? No cantrip items off that. Strength Trinket, unleash 3 empowered bites. Inflicting a total of damage increased. Okay, so on your target... Okay, the wording on this is weird. It unleashes it on the target, but the damage is split between nearby enemies? Huh? I guess, like, in practice, you would just select the target and it would be on use, deal damage, but then it would just be an explosion centered around your target, I guess? I mean, there's a lot of trinkets like this, it's just the wording on this is weird. And a lot of times, you know, I think of things like Vexy's, like, gear whistle or whatever it was, where in that case you send a trike at the target and then it explodes. But this is, like, I don't know, the wording on it is a little bit funky. This is gaining a random secondary stat, and then a random... okay, well, that's... this is trash. I don't know. This is such a strange trinket, because the specs who like on-use stat amps usually want one particular stat. Like, either it's a spec that really likes haste, or it's a spec that really likes mastery, or something like that. That tends to be the big ones. There's a spec that, like... There are specs like Feral, like Unholy, that really scale well with Mastery. And then there's also a lot of specs, obviously, that want a shitload of haste during their burst window. I mean, nobody wants a versatility amp, and generally speaking, critical strike amps, like, there are specs that like crit, but usually those ones are, like, flat damage profiles. But, I mean, it could happen, sure. But those specs would want to make sure that they always had that stat, like, you know, fucking Algathar Puzzle Box. And also, the wording implies that it could hit the same stat. It doesn't say a different random secondary stat. So you could just end up reducing a stat that you like. And then also, the specs that kind of value secondaries equally, in most cases, wouldn't actually value a secondary amp that much. And then they would lose value because of the negative effect. So, like, I mean, this trinket is... this is just bad. I don't know, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe this ends up being... Unless the numbers on this are just so ridiculously insane, this just seems like something that literally nobody will ever want to use unless they have no other option. It's just bad design, I think. But whatever. Any cantrip effects? No cantrip effects, but there's a healing trinket. Or no, never mind. Caster trinket. A serpent proc that... Okay, so... basically the same thing as this, but like proc damage instead of on use. Okay, we do have cantrip stuff. So, caster dagger that has a holy damage explosion. Okay, so just free proc damage. I guess if you're a caster, assuming that this doesn't like if this doesn't lose you any stats, this is just free stats, right? This seems good, right, for any casters. I guess we'll see. Reminds me of like void glass weapons. And then I mean, this is just rogues, right? I guess survival hunters can use daggers now, right? So maybe this ends up being good for them. But you have a chance to just do holy damage procs. All right, cool. Interesting also that now Devourers can use this. So I wonder if this was the reason why they decided to make it so Devourer DHs could use daggers. Because they knew that they were going to add something like this. Either way. Any other cantrip effects? No, but we have a trinket. There's a mount. Oh, fuck. Okay. That's actually kind of I would never use this fucking thing because I fucking hate snakes. But I can acknowledge that this is kind of a fucking crazy mount. Like 3 snakes coiled together. It's kind of sick. Let's see. Tattered Amani War Banner. I love the wording on this trinket. Plant the banner for 15 seconds! Exclamation mark. I feel like, do most trinkets have exclamation marks in their description wording? I don't think they do. I don't know. Like, I'm gonna be honest, that kind of screams AI writing to me. Like, why does the trinket description have an exclamation mark? That feels odd. Like, I just, like... I don't know. Just doesn't feel natural. Fighting within 12... Okay, fuck that. Already fuck that. Fighting within 12 yards of it fills you with battle fervor, granting 400 of your highest secondary stat. I mean, at least it is of your highest secondary stat. Defeating at least one enemy will extend the banner's duration. Okay, so the problem I see with this is it seems good, actually. But it seems like a fucking bitch to play around. Defeating at least one enemy? Man. So, like, you have to time this to, like, make sure an ad dies right around the same time? Yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck. Yeah. I feel like there are going to be some specs that will want to run this. A lot of times, though, a lot of caster specs tend to be the ones that like the stat amps. And a lot of the people who would be able to sit there and plant in one spot would be casters anyway. And this is an edgy strength trinket. So, at the very least, they don't need to worry about it. Melee DPS honestly need to usually move more often. So having to play around a fucking 12-yard banner, that is not fun. That's going to be really annoying in certain fights. Yeah. I also wonder, a lot of times when they do defeating at least one enemy, it's killing blow. Hopefully it's not that. I mean, I think this trinket looks fucking terrible. The nice thing is, pretty much all of the tanks that I tend to play would not really like this. Also, hold on, I gotta kill a bug real quick. Oh, that's one thing I never love about the summer. There's always a million fucking bugs that I have to kill. Alright, die please, thank you. Alright. Alright, where's... Okay, yeah, I put my headphones on correctly. Okay, so that is the dungeon. Let's see, and then raids. So did I look at yeah, it's entirely possible there's some special stuff. There is actually a trinket here. So let's look at this. Bubble popper. Okay. Are there any cantrip effects on any of these things? No. I mean, that is a sick Guardian Druid ring, but, you know. I have no idea what I'm going to play. Right now, I mean, I'm leaning Guardian Prop Halley Blood, right? The only spec that I'm pretty sure, there is, like, negative chance that it ends up seeing play is Vengeance Demon Hunter. I just, you know, I looked at the patch notes just to see, like, is there any merit to it? But no, it's still, like, completely dumpster tier, so I'm not even considering it. But obviously that might change if they actually give it a rework. But if they were planning to give it a rework, then I think that would have happened already. Like, Brewmaster I'm not really big on. I think that it's not gonna... I'm not thrilled about the state of Brewmaster, and I don't really think it's looking much better by any of the changes. Who knows, though? Tuning could obviously happen. And actually, I'd say Prot Warrior, I like the Prot Warrior changes. I just don't necessarily think that they're, like, anything amazing that's going to make Prot Warrior, like, good. They're just steps in the right direction. But I don't think it, like, brings anything major to the table. But at the same time, I don't know, it kind of didn't really feel like Prot Warrior brought anything crazy to the table this season in Midnight, and it ended up being played in Race the World First purely because it was the best source of battle shout. But that had more to do with, like, DPS Warrior being completely ass. So that is entirely something, right? Like, you never know. Brewmaster, if Mistweaver ends up being tuned to be completely garbage, Windwalker's tuned to be completely garbage, you could just end up being bringing Brew. But both of those specs have been a lot better recently than they've been in the past, so who knows. Also, I guess this seems like a fine intellect stat amp, I guess. Nothing really special to note there, but interesting, I guess. Okay, curios, and then these are just the tier tokens. Sure. What do the bosses look like? Okay. Blood of Ulatek, Breath of Ulatek. I'm going to be doing raid testing, by the way. I'll probably stream my raid testing next week whenever I do it. Second channel as usual, and then multi-stream to Twitch. There's a snake boss, Vashnik at first I thought that said Vashnik the Magnificent, but Malignant. Yeah, that makes more sense. The Lost Explorers. Oh, God, Evil Tortolin. Alright. That's cool. Scissorrock. Another snake. Okay, there's I mean, I guess it makes sense, but there are a lot of snake bosses. I actually really like this. It didn't occur to me at first, but this is like Golem, but like Snake Golem. Like, look at the little fangs. It's kind of cute. I like that. We have Snake Boss. I guess that's a turtle boss. Snake Boss. Snake Boss. Snake Boss. Snake Boss. Alright. Gore Rattle. Its tail is called Gore Rattle. Alright. Crazy. Twin Fangs. Sure, so there's like Hydra Boss. Obviously, I mean, like, spoilers, but also if you're watching a PTR stream, like, you know, what did you expect? And then also, who cares about fucking story spoilers at this point in time? I'm gonna be honest, you know, if you still care about the WoW story, yeah, I don't know. It's a rough one. And then there's Hexlord Malakgrass. Cool, sure. Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't love the writing, but also that's is what it is. Light Scale Viper. Alright, well, so it looks like Ulatek is going to have ads. Who would have guessed? The final boss is going to have ads that force you to bring Mass Grip again. Most likely. There's going to be eggs, and they're going to probably spawn in the corners of the room, and you're going to need to mass group them up and kill the ads really quickly. Oh boy. Love that. I mean, Ulatek looks pretty cool, I guess. Venomous Heart. Ooh. There's going to be like a heart phase. After being imprisoned for over 16,000 years, Ulatek has reconstituted herself to ravage Azeroth once again. Alright, dude. Calm down. 16,000 years. Man, longer than Illidan. Fucking hell. I'm just like, I don't know, Blizzard has like no idea how to like set a timescale, right? Like, I mean, the entirety of human history is like, you know, I don't know, actually, I don't want to comment on like, I don't know the exact numbers, but it is like within thousands of years, right? Like, you know, we, like there's, I don't know exactly how long ago the earliest records of like written human civilization are, but you know, people throw around in fantasy terms like 16,000 years. Like, dude, do you understand how much fucking time that is? It's just exhausting. Like in 16,000 years, surely, you know, like it also, it's frustrating whenever I see that in writing. Like, obviously World of Warcraft does this a lot, like, you know, the fucking whole feel the hatred of 10,000 years Illidan shit. But even then, it's more than that, bigger than Illidan, and it's just such a nonsense timescale. Like, what, nothing happened in the world for, like, tens of thousands of years, and now suddenly, like, all this shit's happening again? It's just, like, I don't know. It's just a fucking pet peeve of mine. It's just annoying writing. People just don't think about, like, how much 1,000 years really is, and then 16,000 is, like, whatever. Whatever. That is not the reason I went to look at this in the first place. I'll have to skim the raid bosses. I'm sure that we'll do a review. I'll skim Ulatek, just because this won't be raid testing anyway. Endless spawn of Ulatek. Acidic burst. Right. I mean, I'm assuming that we're gonna have to, like, kill all of this stuff. What is Caustic Windfall? Okay. What is Malignant Shell? When Ulatek's eggs are destroyed, they spray a membrane over all players. So you're gonna want to, like, break them at different points. Hardens. While the spawn shell is hardened, it cannot be moved. Okay, so yeah, you're gonna have to... Noxious Splash. What is a Noxious Splash? I'm sure that it'll explain that more in a different ability or whatever. But yeah, it looks like... So there's going to be eggs with an Absorb Shield. You need to break the Absorb Shield to be able to mass grip it, otherwise it can't be moved. So everybody has to, like, swap to the eggs, break the shield, then you mass grip them all together, and then, like, you kill the eggs or something. I don't know. Either you need to, like, force them to spawn in, like, 2 waves, because whenever an egg spawns, it does, like, damage to the group, right? Or it's going to be, like, you never want the eggs to be spawned by a wave, and then whenever a wave is targeting, like, one side of the room, you break those eggs first, and then you break the eggs second. Or I don't know. I mean, we'll see. Right? All you can really do is speculate with, you know, Dungeon Journal type of stuff. Alright, so just avoid the circles in the grounds. Okay, so the Tank Buster has a knockback. Who knows how strong the knockback is. Interesting wording on this. Inflicting damage every 1 second for 5 seconds while within reach of her attack. Oh. okay. And then I read the second part. If it's outside her reach, she just fucks the raid. So at first I was like, oh, is the idea that you have to get out of range of the tank buster so that you don't take the hit? No. No. That it hits the entire raid. Okay. Now, that wording implies to me that if she knocks you away, and then if you're too far away, then she hits the raid. Is there a situation where you need to, like if you don't negate the knockback somehow, then you will be knocked out of range, and then the raid will take damage. So something where, like, you have to negate the knockback to make sure that you take the entirety of the tank buster. Reduces movement speed. Dude, this is such a Blood DK fight. Holy shit. This is such a Blood DK fight. Like, you have to grip the adds. Presumably, you have to grip the adds, it looks like. And there's a knockback that you can just DA. And there's a movement speed reduction that you can just DA. Like, okay, yeah. I want to be playing Blood on this for sure. There's a tail that it summons. It looks like, while not in melee combat. So a tank will probably need to take this. Okay. This looks like a Volcaros slam. Inflicts physical damage to a current target and applies stone venom. Damn. Okay. So... Interesting. I guess that's just the tank buster. So the tank... Obviously, yeah, that's just the autos, right? And then the tank buster is nature damage, though. But then it also applies a nature dot. So, again, by the way, like, any sort of magic tank buster, like, that fucks Brewmaster. So, Brewmaster, unless, again, Brewmaster gets major changes, Brewmaster's really good at mitigating physical damage. Like, Brewmaster gets fucking pancaked by magic. So, this is the final boss has a primarily nature damage tank buster that applies a nature rot effect. This is like absolute hard counter to Brew. Definitely not great for Prot Warrior either, but Prot Warrior does have better defensives. Like, if you can spell reflect every single one, you do have solid DR for that, and like Shield Wall works on everything. So, like, Prot Warrior doesn't love magic damage, but it would be fine. And then, of course, what does love magic damage? Fucking Blood DK loves magic damage. Oh, shit. You're gonna apply nature dot to me? It would be a shame if I popped AMS and potentially... I mean, I don't know. I doubt the tank buster will be negatable, but, like, you never know. AMS just, like, trivializes the fuck out of so many things. Every single mechanic on this just screams Blood DK to me. Chain... So when she flies into her rage, her heart is exposed, and presumably attacking it does more damage. Well, actually, wait, there's a mechanic. Yeah, okay, there we go. So whenever she does her Rage of the Shackled, it does pulsing damage for 20 seconds, and during those 20 seconds, she takes 100% increased damage. I'm assuming all damage done to the heart is then replicated onto the boss. That's usually how those things work. There's pools on the ground. Yeah, and then exactly all aspects of Ulutech's form share damage taken. So all damage into the heart gets shared onto her, and then all damage onto the gore rattle gets shared onto her. Which also makes this a 2-target cleave fight. Because whenever the gore rattle is active, so like, oh man, Destrolocks? Destrolocks have like perma 2-target cleave on this? And there's presumably adds anyways, but bare minimum 2-target is quite nice. Also quite good for Sand Lane. Sand Lane is really good on cleave fights. And Sand Lane is, as much as I love Deathbringer, Sand Lane is getting more value out of like the tier set bonus. So there's that. Okay, so it looks like the ad phase intermission is just ads. Then phase 2, I guess she goes away, and there's Doomscale Wardens. Doomscale Egg. Oh, shit. Um... I don't know... Okay, so it looks like you need to break the egg, right? Um... So when you break one egg, it starts the process of breaking all the other eggs to begin writhing gestation. So presumably you have to kill all of the eggs, and it says on one side. So I'm guessing the raid splits into two. There's two Doomscale Wardens on either side of the platform. You have to either kill them and then kill the eggs, or I don't know, like kill the eggs and then kill them, or something. Before the eggs fully hatch. Otherwise, they do this, Dread Roar, and wipe the raid. Massive damage, and everybody gets stunned. Obviously, that's a wipe. And then if you break them in time, the tanks need to pick it up for Desperate Thrash, and they do, like, still pulsing damage. But this is interruptible. So this is a wipe. Yeah, this is not, never mind. Not pulsing damage, it's a kick. Okay. So... tanks need to grab it, you can kick it, and they take 100% more damage. And then it looks like once you kill one egg, all of them start to hatch, so you need to basically AoE them down all at the same time. Oops. Interruptible ability on the Warden. The Doomscale Warden sheds its shadow skin and slithers to a new destination. No fucking clue what that means. Okay. I'm so confused. Yeah, this is kind of hard to puzzle out just by reading the dungeon journal, especially at a glance. It does, like, so it says Rage of the Shackled and Exposed Heart. But I'm not actually seeing Ulatek on the list here. So I'm assuming Ulatek is not actually attackable during that phase. But it might be that, like, whenever she does her rage, you can still attack her heart during that intermission. In this one, she will spawn Gore Rattle. I mean, there's so many, like, intermissions of this fight. I mean, that's kind of how they always design this, but I don't know. I'm not seeing anything super interesting here. Like, it's the same mechanics over and over for the most part. Aside from the ad phase, which, like, ad phases are boring. Like, Lura, at least, is kind of interesting. But Lura only has, like, one real intermission. There's technically an intermission transitioning into, like, from phase 2 to phase 3, but it's really just, like, the crystal knockback, which is also pretty cool. I like that mechanic. And intermission 1, you still get to attack the boss. And intermission 1 in Lura is fucking crazy. At this point, probably the hardest part of the fight. But there's so much here. What is Demolish? Okay. Serpent's Bite. Shoots fangs into random players. Oh. Breaks immunities. Okay. Interesting. They thought of everything. Okay, so the way that I'm reading this mechanic, a dot is applied to a bunch of random people in the raid. When you get hit, it pulses damage, right? So everybody spreads, a bunch of people get the mechanic, and then it splashes nearby, so you don't want to be stacked. Then you basically take ticking damage. If you don't get your debuff cleared within 15 seconds, you instantly die, I think. It seems like it, and then it just does basically lethal damage. Piercing immunities. Calcified Corpse. Fucking crazy ability name. I'm guessing the way I'm envisioning this is there's a circle around the affected player, and you have to stand in the player's circle to, quote-unquote, leech the poison off them. And then once you have leeched the poison, you get Valdo Purge, this thing. You take damage for 6 seconds, and then when it expires, you explode within 7 yards. So presumably, you spread, people get, like, random fangs on them, then you soak it off the player, and then you spread again to make sure that you don't explode onto nearby people. That's how I'm reading this, at least. Interesting, I guess. Okay. 1.2 million damage? Okay. I mean, that's a... that is a stack an AMS and Spirit Link type shit. I don't know. I mean, obviously it's one of those things where we'll have to see. It seems like a pretty involved fight, but again, I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, like, how is this just not a Blood DK fight, right? Like, this just screams blood. If there's any other ad fights, like, does this fight is ads? There's a bunch of fragments. Yeah, there's a bunch of little spirits. I mean, who knows how that's going to actually work in practice. Let's see. Zul'jin is transformed into a snakeoid beast. Ooh. Okay, Zul'jin does a big cone, massive physical damage in a frontal cone, and then increases your damage take. So that's a swap on one angle. And then any coalesced venoms inside the cone are destroyed. The fuck is a coalesced venom? That is a coalesced venom. Globule. Okay. So, the venom coalesces into a blah, 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 blah. When it gets destroyed, it explodes onto all players. And I'm looking at normal. I just realized I'm not looking at mythic. Alright. So there's presumably more mythic-only mechanics for Olitech. I saw the on mythic difficulty, blah, blah, blah. And I thought that meant that I was looking at mythic, but apparently not. But no wonder some of this stuff wasn't appearing in the journal properly. Alright. Yeah, at least I kind of understood how that worked because it did say on mythic difficulty, etc., etc. I mean, I'm not really seeing anything else. They obviously... They could have changed that. Alright. I mean, it's interesting. I mostly wanted to look at Olitech. I'm sure my guild's going to do, like, a review before... PTR testing, or realistically what we'll probably do is just kind of like go in, YOLO it on normal and heroic and see, and then for mythic testing we'll do a review on, like, you know, how it actually works and how we actually really want to do it, which is what really matters, I guess. But okay, let's look at the loot. Anything special? There's a lot of flavor text on these items. Alright, what is this? Call forth a bunch of enemies, each granting an ally a barrier. Okay. Healer trinket. Ally deaths reduce this cooldown by 60 seconds. and immediately summon a spirit for sacrifice. What the fuck? I mean, that seems interesting. It doesn't, like, this does not say that it has an internal cooldown. So, as a prog trinket, oh, dude, healers are going to get fucking disgusting over this. They are going to tell their raiders to die to get a free proc of their big healing trinket. I mean, this is a cool... it's a cool design, but it could be really toxic depending on how it's implemented. I don't know about that. Let's see. What else? Okay, so that's tier set. Anything special? Okay, that's new. Necklace, high haste. So Sand Lane likes that. Guardian Druid likes that. Damage taken from deadly venom on the coiled isle and within the venomous abyss reduced by 5%. What the fuck is deadly venom? Is there like a consistent mechanic called deadly venom that I can see? Because it doesn't just say, like, venom damage, which I don't think, like, poison damage would be an actual type. But maybe there is an actual consistent mechanic called deadly venom. It could be this. It could also just be a generic reference to, like, any sort of venomous nature damage. I mean, if so, that would be crazy. That would be, like, really, really, really good. Yeah, like, this is volatile venom. So, I don't know. This could specifically be referring to, like, the venom pools on the grounds. In which case, limited use case. But if this is just, like, any sort of venom damage, 5% DR for what looks like a lot of mechanics could be quite strong. That is interesting, at the very least. What else? We have a trinket here. Your attacks have a high chance to grant you focus of Ul attack, increasing your haste for 12 seconds. Okay. I mean, depending on how this is tuned, this could be really, really, really good for any haste classes. Interesting, I suppose. Though, like, obviously, Guardian Druid and Sand Lane Blood Decay both really like haste, but they like stats in their amp. Like, Guardian wants unused trinkets to line up with Incarn, and Blood Decay wants, like, Light's Company Guidon to line up with Dancing Rune Weapon. So, I mean, I suppose if you had an unused trinket and then you had this as, like, a passive trinket, that could also be okay. So, TBD. This would, in theory, be good for the current iteration of Prot Warrior, which is very haste-heavy. But the current iteration of Prot Warrior is, like, very spammy, and that is getting nerfed. Now, that might still be how Prot Warrior plays, but who knows. We'll see, though, I guess. What else? It doesn't seem like a bad trinket either way. Seems interesting. And, I mean, for DPS, I have no idea. Maybe DPS will like that. Okay, Cantrip Ring. So they have another one of these. Damage taken from the Venom shit. Reduced by 5%. So this is a consistent thing, then. And then, apparently, there's some special item. I'm guessing this is probably furniture, right, though? Because most of, yeah, the bonus loot is always furniture. So I don't think that's worth looking into. Harmful spells have a chance to do stacking shadow damage. This seems like trash, but could be tuned to be really good. Who knows? Attacks have a chance to build Sanguine Rancor. Explodes, deals damage. Damage increase more, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this seems kind of whatever. Could be tuned well, could not. I I don't know. The evil turtle boss. I do like this, though. I hope this boss is fun. Because visually, the idea of evil turtle council is that is a really cool council type boss. So I'm hoping it's actually well designed. All right. There's a turtle shell. This is a tank trinket, right? Yeah, tank trinket. Deploy the shell ward to absorb up to 40% incoming damage. Hardens while you're below 40% health, reducing damage by 80% instead. I mean, that's like... I mean, I guess that's fine. It absorbs the same amount of damage, right? So... I mean, that's... I mean, it's fine. That's not, like, significant, though, I think. Deals damage to melee attackers while the shell ward holds. Like, okay, so this is... I don't know, for M+, maybe? If anything, so for M+, you actually would want to do this at lower health. That way, the shell... Actually, the wording on this is weird. So, if you use it at high health, it absorbs 40% of incoming damage up until that point in time. For 30 seconds. Now, it says the shell ward hardens, reducing damage by 80% instead. Instead of giving you an absorb? Like, yeah, the wording on this is really strange. Obviously, like, I can test this. This is definitely something where, like, I'll bring this trinket into raid testing to, like, see how it works. But there's two ways to interpret this. Either, instead of giving you an absorb shield, it just turns into an 80% DR if you use it below 40% health. Which, like, if so, kinda nuts. That's pretty good. Alternatively, it causes the shell to absorb up to 80% of incoming damage. And I think, like, that is what the word... Like, so the first thing that I said of it instead reduces damage taken by 80%, interpreted literally, I believe that is what it should mean. I think what Blizzard's trying to say here is that if you use it at low health, it then absorbs 80% of incoming damage until that amount of damage has been prevented. Which, like, that is not necessarily better, actually. Because while the shell holds, you reflect damage to melee attackers. So, you want the shell to persist for longer. In either case, you are absorbing the same amount of damage in total. It can only absorb up to, whatever, like 367,000 damage. So, either 80% of your incoming damage goes into that shield and it breaks faster, or only 40% goes into that shield and it breaks slower. But then if it breaks slower, then you're getting the benefit of the reflect damage for longer. So it would actually be a downside, if it works the second way. It would be a downside to use it at low health. At the same time, an 80% DR for 30 seconds would be obscenely strong. So it's probably not that, even though the wording taken literally would mean that. But, I don't know. Interesting M+ trinket, kind of worthless in raid, but, like, also could be good in raid if, like, survivability trinkets are needed, but, like, also, generally speaking, you don't want to run a survivability trinket in raid unless you absolutely fucking have to, and a lot of the time when you run a survivability trinket in raid, it's one that gives you almost as much damage as the best damage trinkets, but also gives you a really big survivability bonus, and, like, the damage from this is not going to be worthwhile. It's not going to compete with any real damage trinket. That's, like, it's just not a good number on this. Especially on a raid boss, where you're only getting, like, one auto attack every so often. Okay. This is an interesting trinket. This is definitely something where I'm going to play around with this on raid testing to see what it does. Now, This could be... Oh, it says enhancing your secondary stats in various ways. So, most likely, this is just a, like, you get a crit damage, or a critical strike proc, or a mastery proc, or whatever. Like, okay, that's probably whatever. I will still most likely... we also... Interesting that we get a Tortolan housing decor, because the Tortolan boss. Sure. What are the other decor pieces? I didn't even really think to check that. Because honestly, most of them are, like... That's pretty cool. That's actually a pretty neat piece of decor. Whatever. What does Ulatek drop? Rage of the Shackled. Alright. Neat, I guess. And then, of course, the little trophy. Sure. But yeah, most likely this trinket is kind of like whatever, but I'll test it in raid testing just to be sure. You know, who knows? Could be interesting. Alright, do we have any cantrip effects? Boneclave. It's kind of neat. Alright, cantrip ring with the same exact effect. Okay. Flat mastery, dodging, parrying, or blocking has a high chance to call bolstering winds, increasing your agility and speed. Okay. Okay. And it automatically happens every 15 seconds. This is strange, because, like, this always triggers after 15 seconds, so if you have a high chance to dodge, parry, or block, like, you... I mean, most tanks can trigger this, right? Like, pretty easily. What's kind of funny is, like, in theory, unless it specifies that DPS can't use this, you could just use this as a DPS, and consider this to be, like, an on-use trinket that activates after 15 seconds. In theory... This is such a strange trinket. It's... Honestly, I don't know if it's bad. I like the idea, though. But... I mean, that, like, 448 agi, like, that's a lot, right? It's something. I don't know. Okay. This seems really interesting. I don't really fully understand what this does, but high chance to follow up your attacks with Sever, Rake, or Tempest, depending on the number of nearby enemies. Presumably single target, cleave, or, like, 5+. Your killer instincts are honed, triggering this effect on your next attack upon defeating an enemy. So, okay, on ad-heavy fights, every time you defeat an ad, you get a free proc once every 5 seconds. But if you can, like, chain ad deaths, so, like, in M+, depending on how this works, this could be fucking crazy. I mean, this is really cool. I like the design of this trinket. This is very unique. So, either way, I hope it's good, because it looks very neat. Yeah, okay, so every piece of jewelry just has reduced damage taken. Oh. Let's see. Your healing has a high chance to infuse the target, healing them for... Okay, I like just proc healing, sure. Deal damage to your target, increased by 1% for every 1% remaining health the enemy has. So, does more damage to high health enemies? Defeat enemies to... I can't talk. Defeat enemies to catalyze their essential fluids into additional venom. Reducing the CD. I mean, what was the trinket that had the reduced cooldown as you killed enemies? Mandate. Well, yeah, Mandate kind of worked a little bit differently. It was like a big damage thing that if you killed the enemy, it, like, lowered the cooldown, right? So, a little bit different here. Mandate was also a little bit janky, because then, like, if your Mandate barely missed, it felt really bad. I don't know. It's intellect only, so I guess I'm not gonna... I don't need to worry about this either way. Yeah, maybe casters want this. Who fucking knows? Alright, let's see. Surely Zul'jin has at least one cantrip item. Trinkets... Haste. Your spells... Okay, well, presumably caster trinkets. Yes. This is a massive stat amp. Okay, yeah, so like most casters are gonna want this, probably. Oh shit. Okay, there's a set bonus. This thing has a set bonus. Agi Strength. You have a chance to follow up your attacks with a guillotine. Oh, okay. Increased for every 1% health the target is missing. Alright. That's interesting. I mean, presumably, like, if this is tuned reasonably well, which it seems like it is, this probably is just BIS for most tanks, right? And what does the 2-set do? Perfect your guillotine to ricochet to a second target? Holy fuck. Okay, so the 2-set just makes it do double damage, effectively, if there's 2 targets, which we just established that Ulatek is a 2-target fight, at the very least. This seems like it's just designed to be used on Ulatek. Like, almost guaranteed. And also, Venom Fang, I'm guessing, is part of this. Yeah, your attacks have a chance to apply Venom Fang, dealing nature damage before bursting. Okay. And it's just a cantrip weapon. Holy. And if you have the 2-set, then also the bouncing axe applies the dot. Okay, so like, this seems kind of busted, right? That seems very, very strong. Fucking hell. What about these things? So this is... Ooh! Wait, so druids can't use this? Okay, that's a bummer. So... Yeah, they kind of fucked over... it's always weird when they do this, because there's always, like, one spec that ends up being kind of left out in the colds. Like how... I'm thinking, like, monks can't be able to use, like, best in slots in Undermine, because they can't use two-handed maces. Druid often ends up in that position where they're not able to use, like, the weapon type. But in this case, yeah, like, they... So... This is specifically, like, Blood Decay. This is, I mean, really nice for Deathbringer, but obviously Sand Lane might be better, but who knows. But assuming, let's say, hypothetically, Deathbringer's good, this is like a Giga Deathbringer axe. And then, I mean, yeah, like that, you would probably just run that, right? That's really, really, really nice. That combo. And then this is a Agi one-hander. And generally speaking, damage proc stuff, Brewmaster likes damage proc stuff, and they don't value secondaries quite as much, especially not like haste and stuff. So, I mean, I say that, and then unfortunately the weapon has haste on it, but what are you gonna do? It's also, like, this is higher item level, right? Like, this is... Yeah, so this is above the maximum item level that you can get otherwise. So if you are able to use this, you are basically guaranteed to use this. Because, like, weapon item level for melee matters a lot. So, absolutely, Blood Decays will be using this. And if Blood Decays are using this, then they're probably going to use this trinket. Because this seems really good, and it has crazy synergy with the weapon. So, this is, at the very least, Blood Decay. Two pieces, kind of guaranteed. Who knows what the other trinket will be, but like these two, pretty set in stone. And then Brewmasters will definitely use one of these, but it's Agi only. So, Prop Hellies, Warriors don't need to worry about this. Bears don't need to worry about this. And then What's the other one? I guess demon hunters can use axes, right? I think. I'm gonna type into Google, can demon hunters use axes? Yes, okay. Here. I could not remember. Actually, yeah, no, I should be able to remember that because I used to transmog axes on my demon hunter. I'm going to, oh yeah, also, I just realized I opened this tab, like, way earlier, and then I never checked it. I was gonna check Delver's Call quests for... Okay, so, in the Wowhead database for 12.1, there is no Delver's Call quests for the new Delves. Now, it's entirely possible they just haven't added it yet. At the very least, the death sentence for whether the Delves would work for leveling is if the quests were in the database, and they just didn't apply unless you were level 90. That would basically just indicate that Blizzard didn't want it to be a thing. Also, I just noticed that I got a new YouTube comment. Do you think dungeon leveling with the buff coming at the end of June will be fast? I hate questing, and I wonder if that's going to be efficient at all. Oh, I have to explain to this person. Unfortunately, no. Dungeon leveling, and then in parens, which I assume you mean dungeon spamming, generally the association people make, will never be fast. During time walking, it's decent, but still significantly slower than quest leveling. During turbulent time waves, everyone will want to run 4 dungeons to get their 30% XP buff, but that buff applies to all content, not just dungeons. Once you have it, dungeons go back to being inefficient. It's better to use the routes in my add-on. What was I looking at? Oh yeah, just so I guess Vengeance Demon Hunters can use this. Whoop-de-doo. Did I forget a tank? Bear Monk. No, I covered all of them. Yeah, so Blood DK will use the axe. Vengeance and Monk will use this. I guess I'll check to see that. Presumably there's... Ooh, okay, yeah, well, looks like Druid has something. I'll look at that more in a little bit. The last thing I wanted to look at is X-Lord's Gaze. Okay, yeah, just a cool little thing. Alright, so this is the Mythic Mounts. Okay. It is not textured yet. Sure. That's the Curio. Okay, so this is double mastery. I suppose Brewmaster could also run this, right? So this is a polearm. Brew has that flexibility if they want to. And mastery is definitely better. So if this is not tuned well, Brew might just run that final boss weapon. Who knows? But I do think that there's a good chance they run that. Oh, and there's a one-handed strength sword. Alright, perfect. So there is something for every single tank. That's nice. Your spells and abilities have a chance to trigger the Venom Curse, increasing your mastery, but reducing your haste, crit, and versatility. I mean... like, Guardian Druid doesn't, like, love mastery, but it's not bad either. I mean, like, right now, the best trinket for Guardian is Puzzle Box. I mean, the main reason you run this is just because it's a massive stat amp that lines up with Incarn. So... like, this is fine, I think. Obviously, you would rather boosted haste over the other stuff, but, like, the reduction of stats I don't think is significant enough to where, like, obviously you're going to use this as a Guardian Druid just because it's the highest possible item level weapon you can get. So, you know. There's that. But it's interesting. I'm pretty sure, like, doesn't Feral Druid love Mastery? Isn't this, like, some Feral Druid is just, like, fucking blowing their load looking this polearm? Because at least they want that stat. Guardian, it's just like, sure, you know, can't complain. Is that my dog on my picture? Yes, that is my dog on my picture. That is my dog, Tucker. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I guess, like, honestly, not bad for Brewmaster either, but, like, they also don't value Mastery all that much. And they tend to... Brew usually likes proc damage more, so... Like, the stat amps are less valuable in Brewmaster because they don't really have a burst window. They have a very flat damage profile. So, which is also why proc damage tends to be more valuable on them. So, it's just a shame that the proc weapon has haste. But, I don't know, who knows. Another thing to consider is that even if Brewmaster can use this weapon, or this weapon, it's unique equipped, so you would only be able to use one of them. So then your other weapon would be lower item level. So you might actually end up using this just because it lets you have a higher overall item level in your weapon slot. Unless this trinket just ends up being so obscenely strong that you have to run it. In which case you probably run the axe and then a lower weapon in your offhand. And like the offhand weapon damage is definitely less important, so whatever. Okay. This is interesting, though. So the one-handed strength sword has haste, and right now, obviously, Prot Warrior loves haste. Even if the current iteration gets nerfed, and, like, let's say Colossus Prot Warrior ends up being the case, even Colossus Prot Warrior likes haste. There's, like, very few versions of Prot Warrior that don't like haste. So you're always going to be happy to have haste on your weapon. That's, like, never going to be a bad thing. Right now, Prot Paladin really, really likes crit, but Prot Paladin also likes haste. Prot is crit haste at the moment. So you're also not upset to have haste on a one-handed strength sword. So this is just really good as a sword for both of the tanks, just as a weapon, period. And then it does the exact same thing, except it gives you a haste amp, which, like, yeah, imagine if Druid got this. Ironically, if it did this for Druids, or if it did this for the two-handed polearm, it would be terrible for Brewmaster, and it would be amazing for Druid. But as it is, it's, like, okay for both of them. But yeah, this is, really, really strong. Now, here's the thing, though, right? Something to keep in mind. This is kind of irrelevant for Prog. This is like a farm weapon. It's like getting the two-handed, double haste axe off Lura for use in Sand Lane Blood Decay. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, obviously, yeah, it's a really good weapon for Sand Lane Blood Decay, but you have to kill Lura to be able to actually use it, so, like, who cares? And obviously, I mostly care about Prog. So, while this weapon is obscene, you're not going to be using this on Hero Track for Prog on a Prot Warrior. So, that is another thing to think about. The unfortunate reality is that this just isn't relevant at all for anything outside of farm. Which means that, like, this stuff is a lot more relevant, because Blood Decay will have this weapon. I mean, obviously, I don't know, like, how easy it'll be to get this. We do have bonus rolls, right? So, if I go to Death Knight has... it is very rare, right? But obviously bonus rolls would ignore that. So, blood limits the options down to... Ooh, but that also means you can't get the trinket, right? Which you presumably would want. So, I don't know. I guess if you just happen to loot the trinket naturally, then you could do that. I think that because this is very rare, you probably do just set your loot spec to blood. The problem is, like, you're never going to re-kill this boss, right? You're never going to re-kill the penultimate boss, so you have one chance to bonus roll it, but you're almost certainly going to do that. But, like, imagine hitting the bonus roll on this, on a Blood Decay, and having this for Prog on the final boss. I mean, that would be fucking silly. And it's possible. It can happen. So, I don't know. There is going to be a Blood DK out there, progging Ulatek with the two-handed weapon and this. I mean, late season, obviously people getting super late CE will be able to more reliably get that. But there's going to be somebody early on who high rolls and gets like this out of vault and bonus rolls the two-handed, or vice versa. And they are going to be a very happy Blood TK on Ulatek prog. But, yeah, I guess this stuff doesn't really matter, which is unfortunate. It's something to consider. I don't know how much value you put in that for, like, prog decisions, but it definitely is worth looking at. I don't know. But back to all classes. So there's a bow also, but again, like, you have to kill the boss to actually get the bow. Interestingly, though, so these items are very rare. This stuff is not. Now, because of bonus rolls, the, annoyance of getting a very rare item will be slightly mitigated, but I don't know. Oh, so everything does this. Spells and abilities have a chance to trigger the Venom Curse thing. Double Haste Helmet. This is very silly for Druid. Obviously, they had stuff like this on Lura. And a lot of them had, like, secondary stats, like Avoidance. Ooh, baby. Double Crit Necklace. Okay, yeah, so Brewmaster loves this. But again, now, I was going to say only relevant for farm, but actually, one of the only slots where you would genuinely consider running a hero track item would be this. It would be a jewelry piece, because generally speaking, item level on jewelry doesn't really matter all that much. So the best slot to get something like this would actually be that. And like, imagine on Brewmaster, right? Like, getting a double crit necklace like this, hero track, would be fucking crazy. I don't think any other tank would really care about this all that much. And then also, the second socket makes this way more valuable relative to its item level, because you're getting effectively free item level from that second socket, and the cantrip effect. So, honestly, anybody who likes crit, there is a good chance that you're going to do a lot of heroic split runs to try and get people this necklace, if they like this trinket. Because this would almost certainly be better than, like, any other critical strike necklace. Like, what else do we have for necklaces in the rest of the raid? I mean, that's high mastery, right? Like, obviously, if you don't like critical strike, you probably won't use this necklace. Sure. But, that's mastery. No necklace. No necklace. So, yeah, not a lot of necklaces. Probably because they know that, most people are going to want to use that thing. There is a necklace here. I could just search neck, right? That's a lot easier. Making sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah. So high haste, right? Obviously, if you like haste, you probably use this one instead. And then there's nothing else. No necklace off. Yeah, no necklace off this. And then if I search, yeah, so it is checking to see if there's necklaces, right? What about for dungeons, right? What do we have here? Crit haste. It would be current season, so... Oh, fuck me. A Temple of Sethralist, no! I already knew about this, right? Like, obviously, I shared in the PTSD when they announced this. Man. Fucking Temple of Sethralist, dude. I swear to God, if they don't rework this boss, this is gonna be so fucked. There's no way that they just print this boss again without it being completely overhauled. I don't want to do Temple of Sethralist. I fucking hate this place so much. I mean, so does everybody. So surely they have to do something about it. I'm not looking forward to next 10 plus season, I'm gonna be real. My dog's pretty? Well, I'm sure my dog would appreciate the compliment. Automod held your message, Vladimir TV, and I'm gonna approve it, because I agree. Fuck Temple of Setherless, this dungeon is a piece of shit. Breach. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. It's like you on DH and that Warglaive on Lura. Yeah, true. I mean, like, yeah, the Warglaive on Lura, though, like, actually, our Havoc Demon Hunter used the Warglaive in his offhands for our kill. So, it is possible that, like, that's kind of the thing, though, right? Like, specifically, our Havoc Demon Hunter ran it on as his offhand weapon, and he had a Mithrek weapon in his main hand. Offhand weapons tend to be lower value, but both of the weapons off of, or, well, all three of the weapons off of, Ulatek, yeah, I think that's the name, off of Ulatek are, like, your only weapon. So it's one-handed strength. I guess, I take that back, because one-handed strength could be used by dual-wield Frost DK? Is Frost DK dual-wield right now? I don't know, actually. I've not looked into Frost DK. So maybe dual-wield Frost would run one of the one-handed strengths in its offhand. I have no idea. I don't know anything about Frost. But, like, that would be it, right? Because obviously, like, you know, Rent Unholy and Arms and Fury are all two-hander. They are, since we're within? Okay, yeah. So in that case, maybe you would consider a Hero Track offhands. Even then, I don't know for sure. It probably wouldn't be your, like, well, it definitely wouldn't be best compared to the Myth-Track version, but it might not be better than a Myth-Track weapon. But in the case of our Havoc Demon Hunter, he just could not get a second Myth-Track weapon, so he used the Heroic Lura Warglaive, and that was still really good. He got, I think he barely lost the rank 1 parse when he killed, but he still did really good. And, like, that is an option. But then the other two weapons are a bow and a two-handed polearm. And in both of those cases, you are not going to use that. You are absolutely not going to take the proc effect over a Myth-Track weapon, so that won't be realistic. Same thing for, like, the one-handed strength sword for Prot Pally and Prot Warrior. You're going to use a Myth-Track weapon, for sure. But you can get the weapon... Well, can you? Wait. You might be cooking. I did not consider that. That's really broken if that's how it works. Would that work? Hold on, let me... I have to reread the exact wording on how the loot changes work. Are there good trinkets in that seasons, like the ones in Windrunner? I guess I already know all the trinkets, so I wasn't gonna bother going over it. But I guess yeah, not everybody is as like OCD as I am about like studying loot tables. So I guess I'll look through the dungeon trinkets and show what they are. And also I missed your first message, Damage Brain Cells. I think it's definitely worth it to roll second to last boss no matter what. Oh yeah, no, for sure. For sure. It's just obviously the difference between high rolling and hitting the weapon on like a blood DK and then missing. You would still feel bad even if you did get 337 item, but you are correct that it absolutely is pretty much everybody will bonus roll that on their first kill. Yeah, I need to check to see if that's actually how it works. I feel like that would be... Huh. Okay, the value of raid rewards. Will always jump up the first step in the next upgrade track. For example, all heroic raid vault rewards will be myth 1 out of 6. Yeah, the wording... So, I agree that it definitely is interesting in the sense that... Yeah, because, like, I hadn't really thought about that. Because, so I wasn't really thinking in terms of can a mythic raider get value out of a heroic vault by getting an item from Ulatek on Mythtrack? Like, fuck me, that is a good thought. I had not even considered that possibility. The weird thing about that is, imagine a world in which you want to ensure that you have a heroic raid vault slot over a mythic vault slot. Like, imagine you ask to be sat on prog for an early boss to make sure that you don't kill enough mythic bosses to get a second mythic vault slot early on, because you want to make sure that 2 of your vault slots are heroic, or really, as much as you possibly could, in order to increase the odds of getting heroic raid vault slots, which would give you Mythtrack items. And even if, in theory, the 1 out of 6 item would lose you crests, if it happened to hit the specific item you wanted off the final boss, that could be really good. That, like, holy shit, that's so fucked. But, like, it actually, like, I think you're cooking. I think that actually does make sense. Yeah, I mean, okay, like, almost nobody's gonna have the 3rd vault slot, but, like, so, yeah, most guilds, vast majority of guilds, right? Like, that's not gonna be a consideration. Vast majority of guilds, early on, you're probably going to have mostly heroic raid vault slots, and that will be something you can do. I am thinking about it from my perspective, where, like, my guild did kill 4 mythic bosses on the first week of the season. So, in our case, we killed... I think we killed dragons first week. We didn't kill paladins first week, for sure. But I'm pretty sure we killed dragons first week. But we definitely killed first 3 and then chimeras. So we definitely had 4 slots. So in my case, right? Like, I would have 2 mythic vault slots. Now, the interesting thing is, I actually, in theory, like, I did not get the 2nd mythic vault slot because I played my Brewmaster Monk for the first 3 bosses, and then I was forced to play Blood DK for chimeras. So I actually would have had 2 heroic vault slots on my Brewmaster Monk. In fact, I'm pretty sure, yeah, I remember getting, I got Gaze in one of my, first vault slots. So, there was also Heroic Week, though, so it kind of blurs together. This will, oh yeah, absolutely. Holy shit, yeah, Heroic raid sales are going to skyrocket. You're not wrong on that. Definitely. But yeah, so that is interesting. It does make me wonder, though, like, would it be worthwhile for me to say, like, okay, hey, raid leader, let me instead of basically playing, like, Guardian Druid for the first 4 bosses, what if I play, like, Blood DK for 2, Guardian for 2, on prog, to ensure that both of my tanks only get 1 mythic vault slot, and have 2 heroic vault slots, because that'll upgrade to 1 out of 6, and I have a chance to roll, like, the Guardian Druid weapon. Or, hell, even the myth 1 out of 6 of the Zul'jin weapon would be fucking nuts for Blood DK, right? So that actually might be more value. You would lose myth crests, but then, like, you could still take the 6 out of 6 item, which presumably, unless it really fucks you, it hits, like, a completely dead slot, would be bad. But, like, how does it... I forget. How does it work for dungeons? Did they say? How does Mythic Plus... They don't really specify in this post what will change for Mythic Plus, which presumably means that for Mythic Plus, it's still just... You get a 1 out of 6 item, right? Which I guess makes sense. That means that Mythic Plus vault rewards are the same as Heroic Raid vault rewards, which honestly, I think is probably fair. It does massively lower the value of Mythic Plus for one of the first times in quite a while. It would be a case where having a mirror character would be big value. I mean, technically speaking, yeah, like, so, I literally did that this season already. I already play mirror characters, and I'm not even in a guild that requires mirror characters. Like, I'm in a Hall of Fame guild, but I'm not even in a high enough Hall of Fame guild to where they require mirror characters, and I still play them, because it is just a massive advantage. I played 2 monks at the start, and then I played 2 blood decays, and then I actually ended up sacking one of my blood decays for early prog, and then switching to the one that got better gear in the long run. So, it's already a big advantage, but oh, you're not wrong. Having duplicate characters even outside of the Race the World First is going to be, like, kind of crazy good. Because this is a pretty hefty amount of Vault RNG. And especially, you know, it's kind of interesting because, like, heroic and normal raids, definitely normal raids are still low value, right? But, like, heroic split runs in new tiers was always, like, I mean, for Race the World First, obviously it matters a lot for, like, targeting specific trinkets, but the value outside of, like, the start of an expansion is lowered. But with this being a thing, absolutely, yeah, this is going to, even for guilds like the one I'm in, going to be a lot more impactful. Fucking hell. I didn't even think of that, man. That's a good point. Fuck. I mean, assuming it works like that, but the problem is, like, this is the issue with Blizzard, right? The wording on their post is just so fucking ambiguous. All heroic raid vault rewards will be 1 out of 6. So, like, it would imply that, yeah, if you get a heroic raid slot for Ulatech, it would give you Myth 1 out of 6 Ulatech loot. But that is definitely a weird case, because that would be the only way that you could ever get Myth 1 out of 6 Ulatech loot. And then by association, Myth 6 out of 6 Ulatech loot. So I feel like they should probably clarify that to make sure, like, that actually is a thing, that works, so people don't, like, waste their time, but... Yeah. Yeah, whichever gets better rolls is your main. I mean, realistically speaking, the way that stuff works is you get characters up to, like, a comparable level, and then whichever one hits the jackpot and gets, like, the item, you just build around that, right? Because, like, getting access to a Mythtrack Ulatech item would be something that, like, is extremely heavy RNG. So even if the slightly subpar character gets that, you would want to invest more time getting that up because it has now an item that nothing else can get. So yes, yeah. I mean, that's basically what I did this season with my second Blood Decay, right? And I have done that in the past. Of, like, I mean, going into this tier, I did M0s, and on the Brewmaster Monk that high rolled for M0s, that's the one that I chose to bring into Heroic Week, because even though I had slightly higher item level on my main monk, my second Brewmaster got a bunch of really, really strong, like, trinkets and stuff. And, I mean, there's a reason why I, like, chained rank 1 Parses in Heroic Week 1 on my Brewmaster Monk. Because despite only gearing it up, like, a few days before the start of Heroic Week, I got so fucking lucky off certain M0 drops that I was able to just build around it and spend the time catching it up, because then that Brewmaster just ended up being fucking juiced to the gills, like, really, really, really powerful. And it would be the same thing. But this is even more RNG, because it's fucking vault slots. So you'd have to invest in that character over the entirety of the first week just to see what happens and clear multiple heroic split runs on those characters. So that, I don't know, that's a lot. We'll see, though. I mean, I can guarantee you that is some shit that I'm gonna do, 100%. How many people will be willing to do that is interesting. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to sandbag your crests, right? Like, you have the option to sandbag your crests, but it's one of those things of, like, you could always just choose to pick the 6 out of 6 item that you get offered. If you don't get an Ulatech item, you could just choose that, and then your crest won't be fucked. So, you are choosing to sandbag your crest to take a very powerful item, but, like, you will be taking that trade-off, knowing full well what you were getting yourself into. And frankly, if you get a completely garbage 6 out of 6 item, and you get completely garbage 1 out of 6 items, you could also just take a bonus roll. That way, if you get a bonus roll, even if that isn't the bonus roll that you're saving for Zul'jin, then you could just get another 6 out of 6 piece of loot from a different boss in the raid. So in some ways, you honestly can't lose. It's actually almost better to... It almost might be better to not have a single 6 out of 6 vault slot on week 1, which, you know, most guilds won't be able to play around that. Most Hall of Fame guilds won't be able to play around that. You'll have to have at least, like, 3 boss kills, probably. But I could totally see Liquid trying to, like, finagle their lockouts in such a way to where they have only, like, like, it might be weird. If they know for a fact, like, the raid is not tuned to go into the next reset, then maybe they'll do some weird stuff. But usually, we get at least a full reset, right? So, they could try and set it up so that they get, like, only 3 boss kills on a lot of their characters, so that they have 2 heroic slots. That way, they get either a guaranteed 6 out of 6 boss, or 6 out of 6 item on the boss they want by taking a bonus roll, if they don't get it off the very first slot, and if they miss getting a potentially really good Ulatek item. So, I don't know. And then especially if you're getting funneled gear, right, you could always just get funneled like a 6 out of 6 thing that lets you save the crests anyways. So, I don't know. Might not matter all that much. Oh, interesting to think about, though. Was the case with your druid as well? You played warrior until Illyria and then swapped druid on Beleren, and by that time your druid was better geared than the entire roster because you sandbag crest? Yeah. That is pretty much exactly what happened to me. My guild leader was, like, constantly asking me, like, you know, hey, your blood DK is kind of behind. Well, I swapped twice. I swapped to Prot Warrior up until Beleren. I killed Beleren on Prot Warrior, and I started the tier on Monk. So, at the end of week 1, my Monk was the highest item level in our guild. My Monk had extremely high item level. And then, after I got, like, extremely lucky, I got, like, in crazy loot drops from our split runs, and I was the highest item level in our guild, I was, like, asked, hey, can you swap Prot Warrior? So, okay, yeah, sure. I'll play Prot Warrior up until Beleren. And then my Prot Warrior was finally catching up on gear, and then I needed to swap Blood DK for Lura. And I was the lowest item level in our raid up until, like, literally the final week of Prague, and then I just kind of leapfrogged past everybody because I had been saving my crests, and then once I finally got the discount, boom, I just shot up, and I was, like, one of the highest item level people in our raid again. That's the fun thing about doing that. I did have to Prague at a low item level for a while, though, but honestly, that was fun. You think they'll have at least 3 to 4 main characters? I mean, Liquid's going to do crazy shit, for sure. Well, and Echo, right? Like, the Race to World First guilds will do crazy shit. I'm just thinking about, like, yeah, how much is reasonable, even for guilds at my level, to do. And I'm going to do crazy shit just because I enjoy that. But, yeah, that is a lot to think about. What was I looking at? Before I look at the rest of the stuff, I wanted to look at necklaces, right? Oh yeah, funny. There's no necklaces off King's Rest or Temple of Sethless because that was Heart of Azeroth. Fucking Blizzard. Yeah, that, Crit Mastery, no necklace. Haste Mastery, high haste, low crit. That's, yeah, high crit, low haste. So if you really like crit, by far, your best option, that's another thing, right? Now, even if you get, like, so we were talking specifically, they'll use 2 characters week 1 instead of 2 characters week 2. I could see that, yeah. We're obviously talking about, like, what if you happen to be in a position where you could get something like this on Mithrak. Now, obviously, if that happens, okay, yeah, that's crazy. But the point that I originally even started with this, because that's a little bit RNG, but something that you could probably reliably do is get anybody who wants this a hero track version of it. That shouldn't be too hard to do, like, split runs to farm. You should be able to get this. And I do think that anybody who values crit at all will probably use this on hero track. Because there's no other, like, really good crit necklace. This is really, really nuts, especially with the double socket. This would absolutely outperform any other Mithrak necklace that you could get if you like crit. Obviously, if you do not like crit as a stat, this might not be that good for you. But this is just ridiculous, even on max hero track. Especially because, like, early in the season, you know, most of the time when you kill the final boss, unless you are killing it, like, super duper late CE, but if you're actually progging at a reasonable time, you still have multiple hero track pieces when you get Cutting Edge, right? Especially Hall of Fame, right? So I still had most of my jewelry, I think. In fact, actually, I'll literally look. What did I have when I killed on my Blood DK? Midnight Falls. Our first kill was that yeah, April 29th. Let me look at summary. I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I had 5 pieces of hero track gear still equipped on my Blood DK when we got our Cutting Edge kill, and 2 of those were jewelry pieces. I had a ring from Delves that I got, and the only reason that I had a Myth Track jewelry piece is because I bonus rolled Nexus Point Zenith, and I got Occlusion of Void. So, cool. Because I did... we got our kill literally the week bonus rolls came out. We got our kill the moment bonus rolls came out, and my first bonus roll I sent on Seed of the Triumvirate, and I high rolled and got Void Claw Gauntlets immediately, which was fucking crazy. So I was initially planning to spend both of my bonus rolls on Seat to try and guarantee Void Claw Gauntlets, and then I just got it on the first bonus roll. And then I realized, I don't know, I checked at the time, the best possible chances of upgrades was from Nexus Point Zenith. I didn't necessarily want a jewelry piece because it is a low value slot, but that's what I got. But up until that week, I had been using a second hero track ring. You can see guilds doing heroic last 2 bosses until Prague is done. Oh yeah, almost certainly, for sure. I mean, nobody really did Bellerin or what's it called, Laura. People actually did Bellerin because Plume was kind of good up until, like, you know, later on when people had mostly Myth Track trinkets. But Lura, like, the stuff off Lura was just kind of whatever. And especially, like, I don't think anything was, like, good enough to justify running like this. Maybe, like, technically Eye of Midnight was still worth it, but Lura's also a pain in the ass, so I did tell my guild leader that, like, Eye of Midnight would have been an upgrade. And I think a few people would have gotten an upgrade out of, like, the 2-socket necklace and Eye of Midnight or something like that, but it wasn't really worth it. We did Bellerin on Heroic. I think up until, like, the very last week, we did Bellerin and we did Chimeras, because obviously people still wanted Hero Track A's. The Catalyst changes flying under the radar? Yeah, for sure. Like, I was really, really excited about that the moment I saw it, because, like, for me, Brewmaster Monk has consistently, well, Monk in general has gotten, like, a lot of haste-heavy tier sets ever since that's been, like, the main stat Windwalker wanted. So, like, for the last 3 tiers, it's just been so many haste-heavy pieces, and it's a dead stat for Brew. So it's always felt really bad just trying to pick, like, okay, which slot do I want to have to choose bad stats in? So now the fact that you can just guarantee that you're always going to have good stats in your 4-piece, oh my god, that is really nice. For a lot of specs, that is a huge game changer, yeah. Really, really, really happy. It's just, that's a really nice change. There are definitely some good changes for gearing in this patch. I'm quite happy with that. But all I had to say, well, I didn't even finish looking at the loot. Give me a moment, because my dehumidifier just shut off, so I'm gonna fix that before I forget. Okay, let's see. relative power we're going to get compared to other seasons is going to be high. Yeah, well, for people who jump through all these hoops, right? Obviously, you need to do a lot to kind of get all this stuff. But yes. Okay, mail, double crit, proc effects, plates, mastery, whatever. Another thing that's interesting, by the way, is they said any bonus effects on the item will carry over to your tier piece. So one thing that's nice about this is, like, you can catalyze these pants. Presumably, according to their wording, you can catalyze these pants and keep this effect. So, I mean, I would imagine basically everybody's going to want, like, these items, right? Because especially now, like, it was a little bit janky before where, like, it might conflict with your tier set. But now you can always have this as, bare minimum, a tier set slot. With the stats that you want. Well, I mean, obviously, if you're using this, you have to take the stats on this item. But, like, there's no downside, right? So if you want to run... I mean, it's so flexible, yeah. Okay, so that's just, like, big on-use damage. Cool, sure, whatever. Bite the Heart, gaining 1,000 agi. Alright. Wow. What the fuck? How is this not crazy? How is this not, like, really good? I'm assuming this works for everybody, right? And it's just showing agility because I'm on my druid, and it's automatically updating the tooltip to reflect that. Oh, there is very rare stuff. Okay, so wow, there's loot for literally everybody here. Holy. I mean, yeah, this trinket seems nuts, right? So I feel like Brewmaster almost certainly runs, like, what, this, and then the, like, this shit. Right? The Amon Muso. And then, what is this? So, Agi Dagger, I mean, obviously this is a rogue or survival hunter thing. Breath of Corruption. Okay, cool. So it has, yeah, that's interesting, where, like, all of these items have this Venom Curse thing. So these special items only have Venom Curse, which, like, is still fine. It's still a special item that on Mythic is higher item level. But you have, like, this bonus effect on these very rare items, but then the Ulatech ones have the bonus effect and the Venom Curse. I mean, this is just fucking disgusting. Holy. Drain a nearby enemy's will, reducing their cast speed, increasing your haste. Fuck hell. Yeah. That's, some of these things look ridiculous. It's kind of interesting, because, like, crafting a weapon this season is, like, not going to be good value. Just because so many specs have access to these powerful weapons. It's very rare. I mean, that being said, like, even this season, on my Brewmaster Monk, I didn't craft a weapon, just because there were a lot of really good early Agi weapons. But, like, I did craft a weapon on my Warrior. So, I don't know. And I feel like it feels less bad to not craft a weapon coming into a new season, like, not a launch season. Because you already have a really good weapon from the previous raid tier, which is going to be, like, what, a 298 Ascended Voidforged? So bare minimum, if you don't get an upgrade, you have that. But then you could also just get something... Because, like, getting a Hero Track weapon will be only about, like, 10 item levels higher than the weapons we currently have. So even that would be, like, a minor upgrade. Our weapons are already pretty decent. So it would be better to just hold off, not craft a weapon, and then try and high roll this. Oh no, man, that's crazy. You think gearing will be harder next season than it's ever been? Well, it depends on what you mean by harder. If you mean like more complex to get like best in slot, well, it's hard to compete with stuff like corruptions, right? If we're ignoring like borrowed power systems like corruption, we're just talking about like optimizing your gear and stuff like that. Definitely. But yeah, it is pretty involved. Definitely, I think it's safe to say that out of the most recent tiers, this is looking to be a very complicated season for gearing in a good way. I mean, I like this stuff. Like, this is what I enjoy, right? The reason I like speed leveling is solving optimization problems, and gearing is just yet another part of that. So this is my crack, basically. I love doing this. So I am really looking forward to trying to optimize the fuck out of this. It's a lot of work to do. And definitely, I mean, this is obviously more complicated than last season, than current season, Midnight Season 1. Honestly, like, Mana Forge Omega was, like, extremely simple, because it was annoying to get certain items, but a lot of your best in slot just kind of built itself. The slots that you could actually build stuff in was incredibly rigid. So obtaining certain pieces, like getting the Reshi Raps boots, was a fucking pain in the ass, but you knew exactly what you wanted. That wasn't really hard. And Undermine was pretty straightforward. I mean, Undermine was a little bit weird because you had, like, Delve Trinkets, which were really good for a lot of people. So getting your hands on a Hero Track Delve Trinket was, like, kind of annoying. Definitely, it was more complex than I think either of the, like, Midnight Season 1 or Mana Forge Omega. Nurubar Palace, probably similar-ish. Largely just because I think the interesting thing for Nurubar Palace is, like, it was the first time we had delves, right? So I know a lot of people kind of slept on delves as a gearing mechanism, and one of the reasons why I was, like, way more geared than most people in my raid is because I very quickly realized the value of delves, and I've been utilizing delves as a really good way to get gear ever since, but a lot of other people didn't, and I had to, like, drag half my guild kicking and screaming through delves to get them gear. So figuring out how to optimize delves early on, especially, like, it was pretty complicated because, like, the way Delver's Bounty worked in Nurubar Palace was, like, really weird, so you could get a lot of value out of it if you knew how to abuse it, which, like, took me a while to really figure out, but eventually I did, and then they standardized it in Undermine onwards. But yeah, I don't know. Definitely it looks like gearing this season is going to be really involved, which, hey, I'm a fan of that. Any more ways to, like, customize your gear, I love. I hate just being like, okay, yeah, I guess this is my bis, and I don't really have many ways to progress towards it. Now the question is it better to have Heroic tier with the effect or Myth Track tier without the effect? Almost certainly Myth Track tier, yeah. Like, so the reason why I said getting a Hero Track version of this jewelry piece will probably be good is because you don't have, like, primary stat on this. Jewelry is always, like, item level doesn't matter. And the second socket is a big thing, right? The second socket directly contributes to secondary stats, which helps counterbalance the fact that this is a lower item level. So the fact that this is always kind of a lower impact slot, and it could just be your best in slot stats if you like crit, means that this on Hero Track is worthwhile. The bonus effect on this is honestly kind of whatever. Like, we don't really care about that. What matters is that this has a second socket, and it potentially has really good stats for you, and then it just has this cool bonus effect. Alright, yeah, neat, right? But item level for anything else, especially for weapons, and even for armor, I would say, is going to matter significantly more than this bonus effect. The bonus effect honestly doesn't seem that good. It's, like, fine. If you have it on an item, it's just free stats. I don't know exactly how much damage this roughly averages out to. It also heavily depends on the spec that's using it. But this would not be worth losing item level. Now, if you have a Hero Track slot, like I said earlier, you know, I had multiple Hero Track pieces. On my Blood Decay, when I killed Lura, I still had Hero Track tier helm and Hero Track tier shoulders. Now, if you have to have a hero track tier piece, if you just never got myth in that slot, then you would want it to be this. You would want this to be your catalyzed hero track piece in one of those slots where you just never got myth. So, if, for instance, as a Blood DK, you just never get myth track pants, then you may as well use it. And you might deprioritize, like if you're offered a choice between like myth track pants or myth track something else, you might deliberately take the myth track something else because you know, oh, well, I get more value out of taking this myth 6 out of 6 item and then still using the hero track Ulatech pants. So that is a decision you might be able to make. But, like, let's say myth track pants drop off a boss, nobody else in your raid needs it for whatever reason, and it goes to you, you're gonna run that. Like, you're absolutely gonna take myth 6 out of 6 over, like, you know, this bonus effect. That would not outweigh it. But there is still, like I said, things to consider. You love this shit as well. Your guild gave you the task of optimizing loot and gearing. You're not an officer, but they let you vote in RC Loot Council, and you're 1.5 raid item levels higher than average. Nice. Yeah, it's really fun to solve this. It's especially like figuring it out for other people. Like, yeah, basically the night before our Lura kill, because I was really annoyed that we wiped at like really low percent, and I was kind of talking to my raid leader, and he was like, fuck it, like look at people's logs, see if you can find them damage. And I found like 1% damage gains for quite a few people in our raid, just like looking at ways they can tweak their gear. So I absolutely live for this shit. It's really fun. Kicking and streaming is the only way anyone's getting you into Delve. Yeah. Yeah, that's how it goes for a lot of people. It's just, you know, that's how it is. Okay, earlier somebody asked about dungeon loot, right? So let's go back to current season. And then let's look at Altar of Fangs loot I already looked at earlier. But the main thing for Altar of Fangs is there's these cantrip weapons, so that's neat, I guess. The Caster Dagger is, like, interesting, I guess, but there is also a Caster Dagger off Ulatech. So the odds that this ever ends up being your BIS is low, considering the Ulatech Caster Dagger just seems so much better. But rogues might want this, because maybe there's a Ulatech Dagger, right? But then the Ulatech Dagger is... Let me check again. Midnight's Raids, blah, 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 blah. Ulatech Dagger is unique equipped, usually. Yeah, main hands only and unique equipped. Okay. So yeah, like, maybe you do this in one hand, and then the other one in offhands. And at the very least, the fact that you have 2 cantrip weapons available as a rogue is, I guess, you know, good for them. Cool. And then what else? This War Banner trinket seems interesting. It seems like it would be very, very, very annoying to play around, but, like, could be nice. And then, if I recall, the only other thing is, like, there's 2 generic whatever, like, trinkets, damage proc, and on-use proc. And then this thing, which you get on-use, random secondary stats, and then lose random secondary stats. Like, this just seems bad. I don't think this looks good. So, that's Altar of Fangs. Den of Nalarok, I don't think there's any cantrip items off Den of Nalarok, not that I recall. Obviously, you know, something to consider, right, is, you know, you want to know where your best in slot jewelry and whatnot drops. Especially now, you need to think a lot more about where your best in slot catalyze items drop. Because now, like, okay, if I'm, let's say, you know, let's set loot to Guardian loot spec. Like, okay, so these shoulders are crit versatility. So if I'm a Brewmaster Monk and I want crit verse, I really would like to get these shoulders and then catalyze these shoulders to make sure that my tier set shoulders are crit verse. I have no idea what the monk set is naturally, but like as a druid, right? So Guardian really likes haste. So the baseline helmet here, if I get this off like a tier token, is high haste, low verse. That's really good. So I would be perfectly happy to get this out of my Great Vault or as a tier token. Cool. This has no haste. High crit, low mastery. Not great. High crit, low haste. This is fine, right? High versatility, low mastery. Ah, yuck. You. And then this is high haste, low crit. So, pants we're fine with. Helmet we're fine with. They're really good. Chest, I'd say, is solid. And then shoulders and gloves here, if I'm, playing bear, I'm like, okay, well, one of these I want to find a good catalyst option for. So one of these I want to find a high haste pair of gloves. So let me look. All right, Alter Fangs. Let's see. Shoulders, that's crit first. Well, another option for Brewmaster, at the very least. And, yeah, nothing else there. So Murder Row, what do we have here? Gloves. High crit, low haste. We can do better. Let's keep looking. Blinding Veil. Nothing here. Void Scar Arena. There is, again, high crit, low haste. Like, if I had to do that, wouldn't be the worst thing ever. Gloves here. Again, high crit, low master. Are there no high haste for these things? Another crit verse. So there are a lot. Wow. There are so many crit verse. Brewmaster will be able to have crit verse in basically every fucking slot at this rate, which, like, man, I wish Brewmaster was actually in a good spot right now. Oh, it pisses me off so much that they've just completely butchered that spec. I know some people like the current iteration. I know some people have brain damage. It is what it is. I feel for you. I'm being, like, slightly hyperbolic, but I don't like current Brewmaster. Whatever. But okay, what else? In the raid, hopefully, maybe there's something. Shoulders, damn. Is there really nothing? There's really no haste heavy hands, dude, for leather. Really? Alright. You're just shit out of luck, apparently. Damn. So I guess realistically you just have to take something that has low haste. Or just bite the bullet and be like, alright, I have one slot. That's unfortunate. Is what it is, though. I didn't see any shoulders, too. So, at least there are options that have low haste on them, so it wouldn't be the worst thing ever. But yeah, that is a little bit of a bummer for anybody that really likes haste on leather, at the very least. But okay, back to what we were looking at. Season, Den of Nalarak, so trinkets, and let me go back to all. Trinkets, there's this thing. Gain Nalarak's favor of growth. Your healing spells have a chance to instantly heal your target and spawn a glowing mushroom near them. Okay. I mean, this doesn't seem very good, but who knows? Permafrost Essence, I remember this one for anybody who likes crits, like Brewmaster, and honestly even Guardian, a little bit. This was a pretty good trinket. So this is more of an M+ trinket than anything. Like, you don't really want this for raid, but getting, like, periodic shielding is obviously pretty nice in an M+ environment. And just, like, the random stats. There's a fucking fly. It's annoying me. So this will be probably a decent trinket for tanks at the very least. Obviously, it's a tank-only trinket. Murder Row, it all defaulted to Druid again. I do want to make sure it didn't all specs. Okay, yeah, so I missed a trinket because it was defaulting the Druid. This trinket, if I recall, is, like, pretty solid. Getting, proc strength could be pretty good. And then also, like, the movement speed bonus it's fine, not bad. And then Murder Row, Freight Runner's Flask, this is pretty good. So this is Agi Intellect, but it's on-use crit. So if you like on-use crit, this could be pretty good for you. I know a few people running this early in the season who happened to get it out of M0, who actually wanted this stuff. I think most of these dungeons don't really have any interesting cantrip items in them, so I'm not going to, like, spend too much time looking at that. This trinket is complete dog ass. Tank trinket gives you a shield. Like, yeah, this is bad. This trinket is really good. I remember a bunch of the, like, top parses in, like, the first week or so in Heroic Week were using this thing, Resonant Bellstone. If you like crit, which is primarily Brewmaster. Dude, the stupid fly. Oh. I don't know if it's dead. I can't tell. I'm sure it'll pop into my face again if... But yeah, so this thing gives you really, really, really good stats if you like crit. But I know, like, some Deathbringer Bloods were running it. A lot of Brewmasters were running it who happened to get their hands on it. Obviously, it was a little bit hard to tell because like it was very RNG as to whether or not you got stuff off M0 unless you had like a bunch of split characters. But this is going to be a pretty good trinket, I would imagine. This thing, I think this is bad. This is a healer trinket, right? Like apply a single target shield. Like this seems shit. But I don't know. I think that, yeah, they're a single target shield that requires you to sacrifice health when there's like a bunch of things that give your entire group an absorb shield. It just seems terrible. So yeah. What about this dungeon? This dungeon, I remember some of the trinkets from it. So, this thing is annoying. The stats off this are actually quite good. If you like mastery, this actually gives you a pretty decent amount of mastery. The problem is standing in this beam is a massive pain in the ass. I actually got this trinket on my Brewmaster Monk, and I used it for heroic splits, and it was not fun to play around. I got, like, actually some rank 1 parses while running this trinket. It was not fun, though, having to look for the fucking beam of light and stand in it. So, unfortunately, this is probably going to be pretty good for some people. It's not fun to play around, though. Sapling of the Dawn Root is actually pretty good. It's, like, I don't know. It's a bit weird. I think it's going to be one of those trinkets where it's like, it's nobody's bis, but it is a solid option. It actually does, I think, more damage. A lot of people I saw write this trinket off, and then, like, you look at their overall, and it's actually doing pretty good. So, I don't know. Yeah, healing dungeon trinkets, this just seems terrible. And then this, I remember, was pretty good. A lot of Prot Warriors and Blood TKs were running this if they got it off M0s. You use this, like, it explodes at your target, does damage, and then you gain mastery. So, especially 1 minute 30, right? This lines up with Dancing Rune Weapon. So, we don't love mastery, necessarily, but anything that lines up with Dancing Rune Weapon on use could be pretty good. So, this might end up being decent, but I think there's better trinkets, most likely, that accomplish a similar thing. What do we have for this dungeon? Void Execution Mandate for people who like haste was quite good. This one, I saw a few people running. I guess it's haste and crit, right? It is agi only, though, so this is a limited use case. I don't really know how many people actually want this, because, like, I know Brewmaster doesn't. But maybe Windwalker likes this? I don't know. Hard to say. This is just proc damage? Oh, it's a tank trinket. It's proc damage that heals you. Yeah, probably not very good. I don't think I know anybody who actually ran this, and yeah, unless this is tuned to be really good, it's probably not going to be run. This seems awful. It has no stats on it, and historically speaking, those trinkets are just really bad. So yeah, the loot from this place seems pretty fucking awful. The only thing is, I do know a few people who said that early on in the season, Void Execution Mandate, specifically Windwalker monks, I remember were saying that this was swimming really well for them. I can't remember if rogues wanted this. I suppose it would probably depend on your spec, but that's something to look out for. The other two trinkets seem pretty trash. So yeah, if you played back in BFA, okay, the fly is alive. I didn't kill it. Die. Sorry, I think I clapped like right into the microphone, but the fly is right around there. Did I get it? Yeah, I think I did. Oh well. I'll try again soon. But yeah, anybody who played BFA knows Gedaku. This thing is... So, I have seen a lot of people like losing their minds over the fact that like Gedaku's returning and stuff. You have to keep in mind, like, it's a different era. The amount of times when an old dungeon gets brought back and like an item that used to be really good is, you know, kind of weak, relatively speaking, like that's happened a few times now. There's a lot of trinkets that just really don't hold up to current power creep. And overall, like, BFA class design was so fucking dumbed down. And we don't really know how this is going to be tuned. Now, is there a good chance that this could be pretty good? Maybe. But I don't necessarily know if Gedaku is just automatically going to be this. Especially, is Gedaku going to be better than the fucking two-handed axe? Because, again, Gedaku, two-handed strength weapon. So every single person that can use Gedaku is also able to use... Okay, I see the fly. I see the fly. Oh, you fucked up, you idiot. You tried to perch there. Ha ha ha, I can't... yeah, I got it. Hold on. I gotta clean up the corpse of the fly. And put it out of its misery. There we go. You shall torment me no longer. Alright. But yeah, so every single person who can use Gedaku can use this thing. And, like, I mean, unless you just really, really, really don't like the stats on this, which, like, what? I guess you would want haste, presumably, because it's not like you want versatility. And then, in the case of, like, Unholy DK, who usually really likes Mastery, if you really want, like, a ton of Mastery, well, then you're not going to use Gedaku because it has no stats, right? So, if you're a heavy haste user, and you don't really like Crit or Mastery, and Gedaku somehow really synergizes with you, that's the only way that somehow this would be better. But realistically speaking, you're going to use this. So, the only situation where Gedaku I think is interesting, and obviously the two Fury Warriors in my guild have been like, you know, fucking oonga-boogooing about this for the past like fucking 2 days. About like, oh my god, we get to dual wield the big weapon and Gedaku in our offhand. Oh, like, so basically, my read on this tier, obviously if you get Gedaku, like maybe take it as like a Blood DK early on, it's probably not going to be horrible, but you're most likely going to want to get the weapon from Zul'jin. So, the only people who really care about Gedaku is Fury Warriors. And there is probably a good chance, especially because your offhand weapon is like a weaker weapon, that you're going to use the really big Zul'jin weapon in your main hand, and then you're going to use a Gedaku in your offhand. And, like, Fury Warriors are going to, you know, oonga-boonga harder than they've ever oonga-boonga before. Blah, I can't talk, you know. But you know what I mean. Like, so, honestly, for Fury Warriors, this is big. If you're not a Fury Warrior, like... probably, you know, really give that much of a shit about Gedaku because the new raid weapon exists. Unless you, I don't know, if you don't raid, like, but it's really not the target audience of this particular Yap session. Right? I don't think there's anything particularly special. There's so many, look at how many, like, random fucking weapons there are in King's Rest. God damn. I'm glad, so this time around they actually... are right out of the gates, making it so all of this stuff is, like the Azerite armor is converted into regular items. In some past BFA conversions, they just took it out of the loot table, and then people had to remind them. So, Cloak of the Restless Tribes, standing still increases your speed. Lasts for 4 seconds once you start moving. Yeah, I mean... I don't think anybody really particularly cares about that, but it is a cantrip effect, I suppose. So, was there anything else? I don't think there was anything else in King's Rest that I remember. Golden Plumage. Arms Warrior fleet buff's gonna go crazy. Yeah, I heard the warriors in my guild talking about, like, being annoyed with Arms Warrior, so... I don't know the details, but it is, you know, unfortunate. The irony is I'm pretty sure that the other thing applies a dot as well. Actually, does that count as a bleed? The Venomous Abyss weapon? Where's this thing? I guess not. It seems like it's just a dot, not necessarily a bleed. So yeah. Gedaku does specify that it is a bleed. So yeah, you know, maybe there's synergy there. I know you said joke in parentheses, but I am, you know, it is an interesting point nonetheless. So what are these trinkets? Golden Plumage, I actually do remember. Golden Plumage was run a few times. Like, this wasn't a terrible trinket. You know, 2-minute stat amp, but like nobody really wants on-use versatility, right? Like, who wants this? There's just, especially, it seems like there's better stat amps that you can get elsewhere. So. Gedeku was so bis for Ret in Season 4 of BFA. Yeah. Well, I mean, that was my entire point, right? Like, obviously, obviously times change. And the problem is with the new weapon from the raid. Like, I don't know, because you just chimed in Goose Comics. I don't know if you saw the weapon from the raid that I showed earlier. But there is, like, a weapon that can go up to Myth 9 out of 9. And then even if you got it on a lower Myth by, like, getting an upgraded Heroic track, that's probably better than Gedeku. So, I can't imagine anybody else is gonna... Oh, yeah, okay, you said you just joined. Yeah. So, I don't necessarily think Gedeku will be bad, but you will have access to this as a two-handed strength user. This thing. From the second to last boss. And on Mythic, it'll be higher item level than anything could be upgraded to. So on Myth Track, this is just going to be your best weapon. Obviously, you're going to use this. Like, the Gedeku proc is not going to amount to that much, especially because this has its own proc effect. So. And, like, the Gedeku proc is stronger, but the Gedeku proc is stronger because it has to basically make up for the fact it doesn't have secondaries. This has secondary. This is just free, right? So not only will this be higher item level, but it is just a free proc on top of a regular weapon. Like, this is just good. So there's really no universe in which a two-handed strength user doesn't run this. And even on Myth 6 out of 6, this probably beats out Gedeku. Like, it's hard for me to imagine this beats out Gedeku. Yeah, exactly. So if you get this as Myth 6 out of 6, it's probably good. But Fury Warriors, obviously, Fury Warriors, they're pretty happy. So looking at Oonga Boonga, harder than they've ever Oonga Boonga before, is entering your vocabulary ASAP. Nice. Yeah, what is what's the rest of the stuff here? So this trinket, I don't think it's horrible, but I really don't think there's any use case here. Like, this is a Brewmaster trinket that Brewmaster doesn't really want. This is a tank trinket, right? Yeah, this thing's shit. This is not aged well. And then what is this? Channel for 2 seconds. Okay, I mean, that could be good. If you like haste. The channel for 2 seconds, I would imagine people are gonna fucking hate this. But the, for anybody who really likes haste on a 2-minute CD, like, hey, that could be something. Crit and Mastery substat, so hard to beat. Oh yeah, that's really good for Ret. I knew they liked Mastery, but I didn't know what else. But yeah, so honestly, I don't know. King's Rest, like, eh. One thing I do remember, before I even look at Temple of Setherless, I will say, I almost never ran that place back in BFA, because obviously it sucked, but most of the loot there was shit. I do remember one trinket that was pretty good, but most of the loot there was total dog shit. So I almost never ran it. But Ruby Life Pools. Ruby Life Pools will be interesting. Drops 10 training matrix, whatever. Because we have, so, this thing. Yeah, if I recall, this trinket was pretty weak. Now, here's the thing. They might retune a lot of these trinkets. They have done that before. So, trinket tuning will happen. You never know. Ruby Life Pools for Red is also Bis. That stupid hoof trinket. This thing? This is good for Red. I mean, I don't know. Like, when the tanks that I played didn't really like this. I mean, there were better trinkets. It might be, like, okay. But I don't see this being better than any of the other trinkets we've already looked at. And there's a lot of good ones. Frankly, the one thing that I remember, because, like, obviously Ruby Life Pools is, like, mostly I think about this as, like, Dragonflight Season 1. Was Dragonflight Season 1 is when they started doing the rotation. Because they did, what was it called? The first 4 dungeons. And then I specifically remember, like, Oldemon was in the pool for the second half. So yeah, Ruby life pools, this thing, like, I remember so many of the trinkets in that pool were, like, so bad to where I ended up using, like, World Quest trinkets for, like, the first half of Prague, and almost every single person in the raid wanted, like, the raid trinkets. Like, what were the Ruby, or the fucking trinkets off, Vault of the Incarnates? Rumbling Ruby, I remember, was pretty good. They tuned it in future seasons to be pretty fine. Yeah, I don't, like, people are dooming over Ruby life pools. I don't think it's going to be that bad, honestly. This thing, the fucking Whispering Incarnate, like, fucking everybody used this thing. Almost every single person used this in one of their slots. Fucking crazy. And then a lot of people use Storm Eater's Boon. That was also really, 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 really powerful. A bunch of people I knew used this. All Totem of the Master. Brewmaster used this, I think. This was a decent trinket. It was okay for other tanks. Oh yeah! How could I forget? That was, yeah, that was Manic Grief Torch. Okay, yeah, so, like, basically 90% of people this season just ran Whispering Incarnate Icon and Manic Grief Torch. And then, like, I don't remember what casters ran. I know some healers ran Brood Keeper's Promise that I knew. And then Razageth had... this trinket was really weak early on, but it was actually tuned to be pretty well at the ends. I don't know about this. But, yeah, okay. So, like, that's the thing, right? Like, that trinket may have been good, but this was the season where we also had fucking Dathia trinkets, Primal Council trinkets, and Manic Grief Torch. So, like... Yeah. I don't really remember it being a very strong trinket. And considering we have some pretty crazy looking trinkets in this raid. Yeah. Oh man, I miss Grief Torch resets. I wish they did that. I wish they mixed in. Like, imagine if they added Mana Grief Torch to the Ruby Life Pool's loot table. That's like a way to spice things up. Like, trinkets from the raid of that season of the dungeon just get, like, added in. That would be cool. They should do that. Hey, Chromie. Good to see you. You don't think it's going to be bad? Season 4 of Ruby wasn't that bad? Yeah. I mean, the only ones... like, I'll admit, I did not really like King's Rest all that much, but I don't think it's going to be all that bad. A lot of people are dooming over Murder Row. Murder Row definitely has some tuning issues, but, like, they're almost certainly going to iron that out. Some of the stuff that Murder Row does is just, like, it's not okay. But it's just very blatantly not been tuned at all because they knew that it was only for M0. The rest of Murder Row is, like, fine. It's just there's a few outliers of, like, oh, this just one-shots tanks. Okay, that's, like, bad. Blinding Veil feels fine. Obviously, no idea for the new dungeon. Den of Nalarak, apparently a lot of people hate. The only thing I don't like about Den of Nalarak is I don't like the roleplay, like, thing with the apples. But it, honestly, like, I have a decent route for it. And then Murder Row, I don't know how they're going to handle the minigame. Honestly, they should just skip it in M+. Like, that, it just should not be part of dungeons. I don't think that's good. I hope they realize that. Voidscar Arena, I think, is, like, fine. I don't hate it. But Temple of Setherless is the only one that I'm, like, really, like, why? Like, are you really that, like, oh my god, the theme is so good. Snakes and snakes. We have to bring the snake dungeon back that literally not a single person likes. At a certain point, you have to overlook theme and just be like, do we want our game to be fun to play? Nobody fucking likes this dungeon. Why? Why are we, like, doing things to objectively make the game worse? Like, you can, at a certain point, as a game designer, acknowledge that a decision is just not a good one and not do it. Ruby Light Pool suddenly becomes the best dungeon by adding Grief Torch. I mean, that would be... I do think that would be cool, right? Like, if they added trinkets from, like, Uldir to Temple of Setherless and King's Rest. That would be nice. Like, Like what are some cool trinkets they could do for Battle for Azeroth? Imagine, like Uldir. I don't even remember trinkets from Uldir, I'm gonna be honest. Are there any good trinkets from this fucking place? Dude, I don't remember any of these. I don't remember a single one of these trinkets. They are so forgettable. Holy fuck. Wow. Yeah, no, never mind. I think I used Vanquished Tendril of Gahoon on my Brewmaster Monk just because, like, other trinkets in BFA were just so fucking bad. Though, one thing I remember is on all of my tanks, I ran Darkmoon deck Fathoms the entire tier. The Darkmoon deck was better than fucking every single trinket. They were just that bad. So, yeah, maybe don't bring Uldir trinkets back. But, like, what if... surely there's a good trinket that I remember in Battle of Bizarre Lore. Surely. I remember Gronk's Primal Rage. I remember Juan Somebody's Bargain. I didn't like it. Invocation of Yulon, I remember. Kimball's Razor Claw. I remember this thing. It's not a good trinket, but I remember it being a thing. I mean, I'll play Caster, so I don't remember that. Well, no allies. Oh, yeah, this was the thing. This was like you stand in the corner and you stack with, like, the sliver group. You recall hearing Anchor a lot? I don't think that this is the trinket you're thinking of. I mean, this might have been okay. Darkmoon Deck Fathoms was the Anchor trinket because it procced an Anchor on targets. This might have been used by some people, but a lot of people, even in Battle of the Bizarre Lore on Prog, were running Darkmoon Deck Fathoms. It was that good. Crest of Paku. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these trinkets are still pretty forgettable. But I'm sure they could figure out something to add from this pool that would be, like, okay. But yeah, maybe there's not really a lot of redeeming stuff. It's crazy the difference between trinkets in Uldir and Battle of the Bizarre Lore, and, like, immediately... I already recognize these trinkets, and I haven't even looked at them yet. Fucking Razor Coil, the, Font of Power. These are, like, all-time iconic trinkets right here. Bloodthirsty Urchin was, like, decent, too. Dribbling Ink Pod was pretty good at the time. This one I remember, but I remember not really liking it that much. Shiver Venom I remember using. Or no. I'm thinking of something else, because that's a caster trinket. Yeah. But I mean, these are, like, two of the most iconic of all-time trinkets were in Eternal Palace. And then Nyalotha, I remember a lot of the trinkets. The N'Zoth's, like, Fractured Mind or whatever. Torment in a Jar. What else? Oh, yeah, the Titan Shards. There were a lot of really iconic trinkets. Humming Black Dragon Scale, I remember that one. Yeah, Lingering Psychic Shell, that's what I was thinking of. And then Torment in a Jar, I definitely remember. Yeah, so crazy the difference between, like, I really vividly remember these trinkets, and these ones are just so fucking forgettable. I remember a decent amount of the trinkets from BOD at least, but I don't think they are, like, iconic trinkets. I remember them. That's about the most I can say. It's really... The BOD and Uldir trinkets are really hurt by the fact that, like, Darkmoon Deck Fathoms, which, like, hey, at least that is a trinket from the time that I remember. Darkmoon Deck Fathoms was just so absurdly strong. It was absolutely, like, full until the end of Tier Abyss for many specs in Uldir, to the point where a lot of Race the World First players were even using it on Prog. and, like, I know for a fact I was using it on Prog for most of BOD. It was just a really overstated trinket. Or overtuned, because it was just a damage proc effect. It just did a lot of damage. And it kind of, unfortunately, devalued a lot of these other trinkets. So that's probably a reason why I barely remember them. There was just almost no reason to actually use them. Yeah, this is on the PTR. We're just looking at stuff in the PTR. Speaking of Temple of Sethralus, yeah, I was about to say that. I think I mentioned earlier, there is one trinket in particular that I remember from Temple, and it was that. We're still looking at Ruby life pools, though. So I hope that they, I don't know. It's entirely possible Ruby Whelp Shell will just be bad. For context, on Ruby Whelp Shell, the whole, like, on-use effect thing is not just flavor. That is actually a thing where if you train your whelp, you can improve its damage. You have to do, like, certain training activities over the span of, like, multiple weeks to maximize the damage that your whelp does. And, like, you can teach it new abilities. Like, you can teach it how to do AoE and how to do, like, a special single target ability. And if you maximize the training on the Ruby Whelp back in Season 1 of Vault of the Incarnates, it was like a top 5 trinket. It was still worse for basically every spec than, like, the raid trinkets, but a lot of people actually used it. Well, the people who spent the effort to get the Whelp up actually did use this. I knew a few people who did that. The problem is, like, imagine doing that in the current day and age. Like, I really don't want to have to worry about that shit. Now, I think there's probably going to be better options than this, so you won't need to worry about it, but if this does end up being something that you need to worry about, then yeah. Good question, though. I wonder if you trained it, does the training carry over? Could be. That would be interesting. That being said, it's, like, at least in my case, right, like, I think the one character that I messed around with the training on, I definitely do not play that character anymore. I did it a little bit, I would imagine, on my main Brewmaster Monk, but then I have so many Brewmaster Monks that I play nowadays, so who knows. And then, I have no idea if this is a good healer trinket. I don't know. Maybe it is, who knows. I'm not good enough at healer yet to evaluate healer trinkets, but also, like, even then, it's so hard to tell with healer trinkets. Because a lot of times that is just dependent on tuning. Like, you can tell when a healer trinket is good. Like, Lumithar's Living Silk, trinkets like that, like Litany, stuff like that, is like, you can look at it and be like, okay, yeah, that's just a really good healer trinket. But a lot of times, healers just run, like, stat amp trinkets. So it's really hard to tell if a healing-specific trinket will end up being high value, because if it's just a healing proc effect, a lot of those exist and are just very undertuned. So, like, I don't know. Like, if I look at QE Live right now, QE Live, for, I know, like, Mistweaver Monk, really likes, yeah, Litany's really good. But right now, on top of QE Live is the new Rotmire trinket that just gives you stats, and obviously Gaze of the Elmseer that just gives you stats. And, like, the Lura trinket that does, like, does a proc damage and then proc heal or whatever, is up there. And, like, and then also Locust Walker's Ribbon, Heart of Winds, those are just stat amps. And then even then, like, there's your healing spells have a chance to give you Void Infusion or whatever, which just gives you stats. There's Resto Shaman one, Resto Shaman trinkets. Gaze of the Allseer, Locust Walker's Ribbon, Light of the Cosmic Crescendo, the Rotmire trinket for a stat amp, Crucible of Erratic Energies, Litany is up there, Holy Priest, stat amp, Litany, stat amp, Cosmic Crescendo, Veilgore trinket, Disc Priest, Veilgore trinket on use stats, Gaze of the Allseer, Locust Walker's Ribbon, Spore Walkers, all stat amps, right? So that's why, like, there's, and if I look down at the bottom, there's bound to be, like, yeah, there's a proc healing trinket, proc healing trinket, proc healing trinket, another proc healing trinket. Your healing spells deal additional healing. Your healing spells have a chance to proc healing. And then, like, Emerald Coach's Whistle is, like, kind of low for basically everybody. Is anybody? No, everybody's using... Emerald Coach's Whistle is, like, a little bit higher up for Prez, but it's still considerably lower than all just the stat trinkets. And then, yeah, Gaze of the Allseer, Locust Walker's Ribbon, It's just stat proc, or like big stats for Resto Druid. For Holy Paladin, what do they want? Lots of stats, yeah. And so it is very rare in my experience for like a proc healing trinket to be like just really good. The last time, correct me if I'm wrong, right? Obviously, I am not a big, healing player. I'm trying to learn, right? But the last time that I can recall there being like a very iconic, oh my god, this is insane, proc healing trinket is, the obvious of fucking Sprocketmonger, Mr. Pick Me Up. But then a lot of times when this happens, it's just like the thing is stupidly overtuned and it just does crazy proc healing. So you never know. It just, until you see the numbers on it, it's hard to say. But also, if I don't remember the trinket, like I don't remember that trinket from Ruby Life Pools, probably not many people were using it. So I can't imagine that it's just going to magically be tuned to be better this time around. So yeah, I don't know. Probably nothing to write home about from Ruby Life Pools, but it's, it's there if you want it. And then fucking Temple of Sethralis. Oh boy. So you are correct, unfortunately, Goose Comics, you are correct that, yeah, where is it? Merektha's Thang, Merektha's Fang was good. Now, the problem with, like, a lot of BFA trinkets is, keep in mind, like, so many trinkets back in the day were just dog shit. We were using a Dark Moon Fair deck that was lower item level than raid and dungeon trinkets, and it was still better. That's how bad the average BFA trinket was. Until Eternal Palace onwards. So, this was, like, a good trinket, yeah. And it's entirely possible that ends up being a good on-use trinket, so who knows? But I really hope it's not. I really don't want to have to fucking run this dungeon on my Blood DK. So, yeah. I mean, this doesn't seem very good. But who knows? And then, I remember using this. This trinket, again, trinkets in BFA were so bad that this was considered to be a good trinket, just because we had no other real options. This was, like, barely better than, like, open world content trinkets, but it was technically there. So there's, like, unless this gets tuned to be insane, there's absolutely no fucking way. Can you start training one now to have it ready for Season 2? Interesting thought, yeah. I mean, I guess you may as well. If you want to be safe, can't hurt. But, I don't know. It's like, yeah, so I'm not really super impressed by a lot of the loot from these three dungeons. I don't really think they're that great. I think Murder Row has really good trinkets. Den of Nalorok, the tank trinket, is interesting. Altar of Fangs, I'm really not impressed by these trinkets, except the War Banner, which, like, I really hope is not good. I don't want that to be good. But, like, here's the thing. So, what does the War Banner do, right? The War Banner gives you highest secondary. So, like, if you'd like crit, there are so many things that give you crit. Like, this is 460 of your highest secondary stat on a 130 cooldown. And Freight Runner's Flask is also 130 cooldown, 499 for 15 seconds. So 499 for 15 seconds versus 460. Less stats for also 15 seconds. But if you defeat at least one enemy, it gets turned into 20 seconds. Ooh. But it still gives less stats. And you have to play around the banner, which is annoying. So, like, and they both give flat agi, I think, right? Yeah, they both give flat stats. I guess this thing is agi int, right? So this thing is agi strength. Now this one is highest secondary, right? So, like, let's say you really like haste, maybe this is really good for you. I don't know. It's still going to be really annoying to play around if it does end up being really good. But, like, for any agi users who like crit, which specifically like Brewmaster, I guess, yeah, I feel like Freight Runners is just better. And for a lot of people, Freight Runners is just a very easy stat amp. A lot of people were running this trinket. So, Murder Row, I think, is a one to look out for. A lot of people will like this trinket. I mean, just flat primary stat with a stat amp on a 1 minute 30 CD. Like, this is just a good trinket, right? And then Resonant Bellowstone. A lot of Aegean Strength users are going to want this one. This one's pretty solid too. And then Blinding Veil, like I said, there are some pretty nice options here. Like this Mastery Trinket's pretty good. This one's okay, and it works for everybody. No idea for this one, and this one is pretty good for Strength users. So these are 2 dungeons to watch out for. You're probably going to be running these quite a bit. And Voidscar Arena, I think most stuff here is pretty bad, but maybe some people need Execution Mandate. Den of Nalarak, pretty bad, I think, overall. The Idol of the Warlord could be interesting. I don't know the tuning on that. If I recall, it was, like, fine. But I think there were better options. This could be an interesting tank trinket to look out for. Altar of Fangs has some interesting items. So there's probably going to be some people who want, like, the cantrip weapons. So you're probably going to run this. It's also 3 boss dungeons, so unless there's a shitload of trash, it might end up being pretty short. So it could be a good one for farming. Ruby Life Pools also is pretty short, though, so if you're crest farming, that might be better. Den of Nalarak, also pretty short. So, I don't know. There's actually quite a lot of short-ish dungeons this season. Can your party members steal your kill? I have no idea. I'll have to test to see. That's the kind of trinket that I'll probably play around with a little bit, just to see exactly how it works out. And then what else? I think that's it. Like, not really. I don't think there's anything super notable. I don't think these trinkets are very good. This one, I don't know casters enough to really know how many would want that. But maybe that's something to note from King's Rest. Obviously, Fury Warriors are going to really, really want Getaku. So, most likely, you're going to be dragged into King's Rest by quite a few people who want Getaku. That's just kind of like, be prepared for it. And then Ruby Life Pools, at the very least, it's a fast dungeon, so probably you're going to do it a bit. And Setherless, every single person is going to avoid this like the plague, unless you need Merekth's Fang, which, let's hope you don't. I really hope, like, this might be an okay trinket, right? But unless this is literally your BIS, every single person early season is going to run this once for score, and then never again unless they're, like, pushing high M+. Which, like, in my case, I'm just going to forget about it until the end of the season. Yeah, I don't... It is honestly a mistake to put Temple of Setherless in the pool. Like, it just is. It's not good. It's a bad dungeon. Is Den really that short? Kind of. Like, it's not a long dungeon. I think a lot of people also got, like, confused on how to do it. You can speedrun Den pretty fast if you know how to pull it. The other thing is, though, I don't know how percent's going to work. They could tune percent to where you have to pull, like, the entire fucking dungeon, and then it won't be fast. So, I don't know. But yeah, you could honestly speedrun Den pretty quickly. So, I don't know. We'll see how it ends up being in M+. But I can't really see Den being slower than Ruby Life Pools. Right? Like, there's a lot of trash that you have to kill in Ruby Life Pools, and it's still, like, a faster dungeon. Altar of Fangs, we have no idea, but 3 bosses. It could be. And Blinding Veil, even though it has 4 bosses, like, there's very little trash at the ends. There's barely any trash between these 2 bosses. So you clear, like, one side to get to, like, Blossom Trinity, and then there's just, like, a bridge with, like, a few packs to get to the next one. There's some amount of trash before the Light Warden, but not that much. And then again, there's only a little bit of trash before Zekith. So this is actually, for a 4-boss dungeon, relatively short, I would say. So, overall, I don't know. And then you have King's Rest, which, like, this thing is a fucking slog. I hate King's Rest. Voidscar Arena, kind of the opposite for Voidscar Arena. There's actually a lot of trash. I forgot this was a 3-boss dungeon, because there actually is a lot of trash in this fucking place. Because there's a big hallway to get to the first boss, then a big hallway to get to the second boss, and then you have to do this whole thing killing, like, 4 mini-bosses to get to the final boss. So there's a lot of trash in this place. Yeah. And then there's fucking Temple of Setherless, which, like, nobody's going to want to run King's Rest or Setherless. Like, these dungeons are just so fucking ass. And, like, Murder Row has a lot of trash, I'll admit. This is definitely a longer dungeon than There were skips that people used, but yeah, there's a lot of trash here. This is definitely pretty long. Especially on M+, I'm sure they're going to make it so you have to get high percent. So, be prepared, I guess. With all of that being said, by the way, the main reason I even looked at that in the first place is now that we know all of the trinkets from other sources, we can look at the vendor and see what trinkets are from delves. So, I don't remember this thing. So that's a delve trinket. It looks like all of these things are delve trinkets, so let's just buy them. And then, yeah, these are all new. I'm not going to bother, like, rereading this stuff. You remember this stuff from the previous season. It looks like Void Reaper's Librum is still here, so that's neat. That trinket was pretty good. So having that as an option will be nice. We have all this stuff. I'm guessing this is just all the dungeon trinkets. Yeah. And then, yeah, that's the new dungeon trinkets. And then we have, these are the raid trinkets. All right, cool. So presumably these are the new delve trinkets that we're going to get. I didn't check to see which delve trinkets we're losing. It doesn't actually, it looks like, I don't see Withered Saptor's Paw here. I kind of liked Withered Saptor's Paw. So if they are taking that out, that's a bummer. But honestly, the two most notable trinkets, I think, is fair to say, are Void Reaper's Librum for Agi users. I don't really know how much casters want this, but like it's okay, I think, for them. This is really, really, really good for Agi users, though. And Drums of Renewed Bonds and Glorious Crusader's Keepsake are just like generic stat amp trinkets that are generally pretty good. These are nice to have early in the season. You are not unhappy if you get this. So the fact that these generic trinkets are still in the delve pool is good, because people complain that, like, this is one of the worst trinkets ever made, right? So if you get this, it's a wasted slot. It feels bad. This trinket, the animation on this thing, I don't know if you've never seen this thing proc, then you're missing out, because this is a really, really cool animation. I wish this trinket was good. Unfortunately, it's complete dog water, despite being a really cool trinket. This thing, I don't think I've ever seen anybody use this. This is a very, very bad trinket, and I shudder every time I see a tank actually use this thing. And this is like an okay, if you like crit, an okay stat amp. The problem is we already have two stat amp trinkets that you can choose the stats you want, either highest secondary or you literally tune it to give exactly the stats you want. This thing's pretty bad. This thing is really bad. Desecrated Chalice is like pretty terrible, but at least it's like, you know, whatever. So we still have good options in the delve loot pool, assuming this is correct. Oh yeah, good call. Sealed Chaos Urn is also not here. So they definitely did take that out into an alley and shoot it. So thank God. And now here are the new trinkets. Spirit Ward. Apply the ward to yourself for 20 seconds, absorbing 25% damage taken, and until whatever that is. Okay. I mean, that is not good, but that's kind of like the same thing as Ultradon Cuirass, right? You know, just big absorb shield. So, sure. It's just the same thing, but with like a slightly different setup. Honestly, it might be worse. So, yeah, that's a bad trinket. Whatever. Taking damage is a high chance to cause you to spew venomous bile. Ooh. You then reabsorb the bile, gaining leech. Ooh. Alright. Well, I was going to say it could be a healer trinket, but obviously it's only Agi strength. So this is definitely meant to be used by tanks, right? Now, leech is not a good stat on tanks. Like, it just isn't, so the idea here is like, it's Thorns damage that then gives you some self-healing, but like, it's such a trivial amount of self-healing all the time. Obviously, tanks don't do as much damage, they get less value out of leech, right? But it's not nothing. But unless the damage on this is tuned to be really significant, I can't imagine it's good. It's also, like, if this was, it did 3k nature damage to all nearby enemies, it could be interesting in M+, but like, my Thrash hits for 13k damage up front. Okay? And this does, when it procs, 3.3k to all nearby targets. Split between all nearby targets. This is not good. This does not do relevant damage. This is much lower than it would need to be. So that's bad. This thing, you have a chance to get a lot of a random secondary stat and less of a tertiary stat. Okay, so let's compare. This is the gold standard, right? This is like the normal. So this gives you 275 of your highest secondary. This gives you 345 of a random secondary. So, interesting. That is higher tuning than, what's it called? It is 12 seconds, though, so interesting. Drum of Renewed Bonds, yeah. Let's compare all these three together. So this is for 15 seconds, though, and this is for 12 seconds, and for a 12-second proc, this has less stats than Drum of Renewed Bonds, but it does give you the secondaries, or the tertiaries. Now, realistically speaking, if you're running this, you're probably a healer and you want to get Leech off it, but if you do get Leech, potentially pretty good. The problem is it's very RNG. Like, presumably, if you are a healer, you would want to have a stat that you really like Mastery for Preservoker, I think, like, Haste for a Disc right now. I don't know exactly. But I think this is one of those where you might see, like, one healing parse that, like, high rolls the correct stat and Leech every time. And then they get, like, a crazy parse, and you're like, oh, maybe I should consider running that. I think it's at least okay. It's not a terrible stat trinket. It's, like, you know, slightly weaker, I think, than both of these, but, you know, both of these are fine, so I think this is still okay. You're not going to be super upset if you happen to get this. This is flat mastery, heal a target, and overhealing. Okay, yeah, that's dog shit. I care about that. Flat intellect, flat mastery, plus an additional 25% while a party member is below 65% health. Okay. Permanent mastery stat stick? This seems good. I'm thinking Preservoker, right? I don't know about other things, but obviously I'm in the process of learning Pres. Like, flat intellect, flat mastery. That's just good. And then if somebody's low health, the value is increased. And then you get, like, effectively a proc on top of that. It just, like, the effect doubles. So effectively, it's like getting a mastery proc once every 5 minutes. But, that's good. So yeah, this seems good. Obviously, for casters who like mastery, which I don't know, outside of Preservation Evoker, I don't know how many there will be, but I feel like Preservation Evoker would quite like this trinket. I'm still new to Pres Evoker, but from the little I know about it, it seems quite nice. Flat crit, on-use damage, finishes cooling down, your next harm will send out another snake. On a 3-minute cooldown. Okay, yeah, this is Turbo S, which is a really bad damage use. Flat haste, fire a poison volley, applying 5 stacks of poison. Ooh, wow. Okay, yeah, this is bad. Unless this is tuned to do, like, crazy damage, which, at a glance, doesn't really seem like it is. Like, is there a raid trinket that I can compare this to? Of, like, what we're expecting for, like, upfront damage? I think there is, right? This thing, Font of Rage. Okay, yeah. So, Font of Venomous Rage is 557,000 damage on a 4-minute cooldown, and then also it splatters damage on top of that. Now, obviously, there's a slight item level difference. The numbers aren't going to line up exactly, but compare 557,000 damage to 84,000 damage. Yeah, so that doesn't hold up. That also doesn't hold up. Now, technically, it looks like this does double the damage. So you send the Spirit Snake, and then it seems like you get another free Spirit Snake. So it's kind of double damage, but like delayed double damage? I don't know. It's weird. This one seems better, because like I'm looking at this and I'm just like, the damage is low, and it has to be dealt over 30 seconds. And like if if the target dies, then it's just, it does the damage up front, so like, okay, but that's not good. That's not like an upside. That's just like, you don't lose the value because it's a massive dot. Kind of weird. This one seems like potentially a little bit better. I could definitely see this being maybe okay, but yeah, I think obviously for upfront damage, this thing, Font of Venomous Rage, is like, this is what you're comparing it to, right? And this is just significantly higher upfront damage. So, I don't know. And I think there are just better trinkets in general for most people. So, we'll see. What's with the big cooldown trinkets? Yeah, I don't know. Definitely really long cooldowns here. Yeah, I think, well, so I will say, in theory... Oh, hi. My cat has just joined me here. Hello, Mr. Finn. What do you want? You want treats? Is that why you came here to beg? Yep. Meow. 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 But yeah, so damn, I've been streaming for 8 hours, pretty much. I mean, I think this is... Obviously, the extent of my PTR testing today was pretty much just looking at all of the different items, but that is something I always like to do at the start of every new PTR, just look through all the loot tables, and I do think we got a lot of good insight into the loot. Yeah, I hear you. Meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Hello. Yeah, okay, he is making his demands. Yeah, so I think it was still beneficial, and now I have a general, like, really? Now he's clawing at my chair to get my attention. Yes, I hear you. It's impossible not to. Goodness gracious. But yeah, so I wasn't sure how much I was going to test. Honestly, I think I did more on the PTR than I thought in terms of, or I streamed the PTR for longer than I thought I would, just because I kind of got lost in the rabbit hole of like loot and stuff like that. Didn't actually test any content on the PTR, but the reality is this is kind of the best thing to do on early PTR, because this stuff usually doesn't change a whole lot. They're going to do tuning on this, but the design of all this gear usually is pretty set in stone. It's rare that they like completely overhaul how like something works like that. They will tweak the numbers for sure. And like I'm not going to decide exactly how what I'm going to use, but what I'll end up doing is for raid testing, what I always do is I buy all of the different trinkets. There's another bug, man. Meow, 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 meow. The thing is, so with Finn, he has, because he does this all the time and he wakes everybody up. Yeah. Here, do you want to say hi, meow into the microphone? Now you're quiet? Don't want to make any noise? Are you shy? Kitty. Now he doesn't want to meow. I'm holding him up to the microphone. Now he's just sitting here purring. Yes, okay. Maybe all you wanted is attention. But yeah, so we have an automatic like treat dispenser that goes off at 5 a.m. And I mean it's 4:43 here. So his automatic treat dispenser will go off in like 20 minutes anyway. So I can't give him treats right now because he's going to get some soon, which is probably why he's in like, his hyper fixated treat mode, because he knows he's supposed to get it. But obviously, cats don't understand the concept of time, I would imagine, and can't look at a clock and understand that, they're about to get their automatic treat. So he comes here and starts screeching. And, sometimes walks up to my dad's room and starts screeching and wakes up my dad. It's entirely possible that happened first. He often does this because you are a little gremlin. You're always causing trouble. Yes, you are. But yeah, so overall, happy with the testing that I got done. And I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. I will say, because I streamed quite a lot today, I'm probably not gonna finish the 12.0.7 gearing video tomorrow. Especially because I have to wake up early because we're going out for brunch with my dad. And I'm gonna be probably a little bit tired for that, because I won't get a full 8 hours before that. But such is life. And I should almost certainly have that video out by Monday, though. And that kind of works out. The speedrun video has had like a week to stand on its own, and now I post the the mini gearing, or the mini leveling guide on Monday, and then I will stream what's it called? I'll stream my guild's raid on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then probably Friday we do Preservation of Ochre Keystone Hero. And like maybe on Tuesday and Wednesday if I have time. Okay, please. Oh, you're digging your claws into my leg. Ow, 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 ow. Then, if I have time, maybe I'll do like some more stuff in the PTR. But usually I like to wait until like later in the PTR to test stuff, because a lot of times they just kind of like half bake the stuff early on, and it's like really broken, and there's just no point testing it. So I don't know. We do have raid testing next week, so I'll have to double check that. I think what time is raid testing? Because I just said I was going to do Preservation of Ochre. Huh. Just responding to something in Discord. But yeah, so when is raid testing next week? Venomous Abyss testing Thursday and Friday. Okay. But yeah, so it's so I'll stream raid testing on Thursday for sure. And what I'll probably do on Friday is actually, I don't know. Like, do I want to go straight into Preservation of Ochre Keystone Hero afterwards? But maybe I'll do it Saturday instead. It's not like I'm not planning on doing like multiple healers next week. I'm just planning on doing Preservation. So I think we could do that. I'll probably end up streaming quite a lot next week. I haven't been streaming as much like recently, just because I've been obviously busy working on the add-on and stuff. But next week we'll have 2 raid streams. We'll have 2 PTR testing streams, and then Preservation of Ochre. And then who knows after that? I'm not going to plan an entire week in advance. I don't know what I'll be doing next Sunday, but that is what I want to do over the next few days. That's the plan. But yeah, overall, I think got a lot done today. Thank you all for watching. I'm going to end stream here, and I will see you in the next one. Peace.